Very warm welcome to you. Welcome to Ghana Decides at your election command center, and we are airborne from now until midnight. My name is Martin Esiedu-Date, and tonight we are going to be touching base again with the outstanding constituencies that are yet to be declared. It would interest you to know that of the 276 constituencies across the country, 4 as of now, only 4 are outstanding. I will definitely be finding out what exactly is the latest regarding those constituencies when we go to our reporters who are at the collation center. Now, almost all of them have been brought to the Greater Accra region for finalization and correction to be sure that the EC is able to declare without fear or favor who has won these final 4 constituencies. Also in the show, we'll be finding out, with the NDC getting an overwhelming majority in Parliament, what exactly does that mean for our governance for the next 4 years? Are they just going to be rubber stamping, or like the incoming president has said, they will use that majority responsibly? We'll be interrogating the numbers and really look at what else they can do with all of that magic number they have in the House of Legislature.
And my name is Alfred Okanse. We continue tonight, and this is the last lap of this extensive coverage on the whole election command center. The man of the moment, Musa Dankwa, Global Info Analytics Chief Executive Officer, with us in studio. We're going to get into his first exit poll after the 2024 presidential election. Parliamentary elections, we're still having a few outstanding issues to deal with, but he's already analyzed the exit poll in the swing regions, the Greater Accra, Central region and Western region. There's a debate as to whether they still have that swing status with the sweeping of these seats by the NDC in these 3 regions. Stay with us, we'll get into that. Plus, the NDC has injuncted the recollation process of the Insoma constituency results that was taking place at the Tessano Police Training School. We're live there still because there's still some activity. The NDC is asking that the EC officials leave the place. The MPP says they should stay. The security agencies are there. We'll tell you what the latest is on this matter.
Indeed, Alfred, and what we are hearing about that situation is the fact that because they can't move forward with the Nsawama recollation efforts, again, thanks to the injunction, places like Ahafwano North and South have also been affected by that. Remember that we reported last night that those areas have also come to Accra for recollation. Remember, they were either having difficulties with presidential or parliamentary or both. And now they too cannot move forward because of that injunction around, the activities there, which the NDC has described as illegal. But listen, that interesting poll that you mentioned earlier, something blows my mind from that when it comes to inducement, treating and vote buying. And I can't wait for us to digest all of it coming from that poll, sampled over 7,500 people. Well, listen, very interesting. 6 hours? 6 hours, gentlemen? 6 hours ahead of us? 6 hours indeed. Oh, look at that. It sounds like a lot, but our viewers are here, and that's why we are glad you're always here with us. And when we finish, Alfred, where are we going?
We're going to the all-white party. We're counting down to it.
Absolutely. After I can't wait to unwind.
But it's not tomorrow, by the way. It's just
that is the only shame. If it was tomorrow, it would even be better. It's all the way 28, but it's worth waiting for.
Yeah, we're counting down for it.
Yeah. Indeed. Absolutely. Indeed. I'm Kemeni Amano.
And welcome. This is your election command center.
To your election command center, yes. And Alfred, clearly it looks like though we all need to get ready for the all-white party later in the year. But for now, let's talk politics in the latter stretch of results expected to come in. In the next few minutes, we'll be delving into the specifics of what's happening at the Tessano Police Training School, where we know that the EC has asked all the remaining constituencies that are yet to be declared to be brought there, so at least further scrutiny can be done on the numbers, and that's what we'll be looking at right here for you. Also, there are a number of constituencies that have already been declared. However, those that are aggrieved in those constituencies say they are taking it to court. I like the fact that at least they've decided to take it to court so we can get the judiciary to also start looking into this. For the last few electoral cycles, there's always the issue. If you have a case, take it to court. You don't go to the ballot, win or lose, and then start fighting. If you have issues, take it to court. We'll look at those outstanding constituencies and again, those that are being contested in the courts in a jiffy. So we'll go straight into the conversation now. So, like you know, yesterday, even before we left off, there were concerns about developments about the Nsawam-Adoejiri constituency polls that had closed a few days ago, but there were concerns about the specific numbers. Alfred and I will start looking into it and also cross over to speak to our correspondent who's been there, keeping very close eyes on how both parties and the EC are trying to resolve the issue. So maybe before we delve into it, Alfred, we want to walk through what exactly is the Nsawam-Adoejiri, the latest regarding that
Talk about that. Now, the NDC has taken a decision now, rendering everything that's happening at the Tessano Police Training School as illegal. It has no foundation and basis and reference in law. The CI 127 they make reference to stipulates the entire process of this election, and to the extent that they were expecting that should have been followed, they say that taking results from a polling station all the way to the national because of a directive by the Electoral Commission does not have any definition in law. So essentially what the NDC has done in the early hours of today is to go to court, seek an injunction on the recollating of the results in the Nsawam-Adoejiri constituency. But bear in mind, as of yesterday, before we closed coverage, as of midnight, we had information that out of the 203 polling station results in the Nsawam-Adoejiri constituency, just 60 of them were outstanding as of the time we were going off air. But what is happening right now is that based on this injunction by the NDC, it appears that that is going to reverse the entire process as we have seen. There's a statement from the NDC coming through right now on this matter we're going to be getting into shortly. Plus, the National Peace Council has also issued a statement in this regard. If you recall, yesterday, the Ghana Police Service indicated that the reason this coalition or recollation of these 4 constituencies in the Eastern region, their results at the police training school is taking place, is because of security. And that they relocated the relocation, that's the recollation process, to closer to the police so that they can exercise some level of security in there.
Yeah.
That is really not going down too well with the political parties. And in fact, the National Peace Council contradicts what the police service said. Because in the Peace Council statement, they say, as far as they do know, this recollation going on at the police training school in Tessano was at the instance of the Electoral Commission, not really with the police taking that initiative of ensuring some protection and the security because of what had happened. Because these 4 constituency results in the Eastern region, we're talking about Fantiakwa North, which is a contentious one because as of Monday, the NDC candidate in Fantiakwa North had been declared as the MP-elect with 2 polling station results outstanding. Then yesterday, that declaration was overturned by the returning officer for Fantiakwa North, his deputy, who then declared the MPP candidate as the MP-elect. The same we saw in Akwetia as well. The Akwetia constituency results, there was a declaration yesterday after recollation, and then Suhum, then Frankesiedo Bekoim, Protozwa was declared winner. The NDC is saying that they do not recognize all those 3 results that were declared yesterday. The 4th and the only outstanding is Nsawam-Adoejiri, which we now know what is happening right now. So it appears that there's a lot at hand in the coming days. We've not seen the end of what is going on, especially in the Eastern region as yet. What's the police saying? Well,
before we go to the police statement, let's look at what the NDC is saying. And I mean, for those of you who've been following our coverage, I'm sure you would have seen that at almost all the collation centers, there are NDC executives and MPP executives slugging it out, and now they have gone to get a statement from the court. So this is the statement on your screen. It says, the National Democratic Congress expresses grave concern over reports of a purported collation or recollation exercise of some results of the parliamentary election held on 7th December 2024, taking place at the Tessano Police Training School. On behalf of the NDC, I urge the Electoral Commission to immediately halt this exercise and convene an emergency inter-party advisory committee meeting, that's an IPAC meeting today, to address this pressing matter. The ongoing exercise is deeply troubling and appears to be conducted in bad faith. The manner the exercise is being carried out is a recipe for electoral chaos and malpractice. Such actions have the potential to erode public trust in the Electoral Commission, fuel tensions, and destabilize the peace and cohesion of our nation. At this critical juncture, it is essential that the Electoral Commission acts in a manner that ensures the sanctity of the electoral process and the confidence of all stakeholders. We believe that the best way forward is to convene an emergency IPAC meeting today to discuss this matter comprehensively and ensure that any steps taken by the Commission are guided by the principles of legality, fairness, and consensus. An inclusive dialogue will not only provide clarity, but also reaffirm the Commission's commitment to upholding its constitutional mandate. We hereby demand that you take immediate action to halt the purported collation or recollation exercise and convene an emergency IPAC meeting today to address this matter urgently. And that tells you that the words convene an emergency IPAC meeting today has been repeated 3 times in that statement, which has been titled Urgent Call for Immediate Halt of the Purported Collation or Recollation Exercise and Request for an Emergency Inter-Party Advisory Committee meeting. That is an IPAC meeting. So that letter or statement from the NDC came out a few hours ago, and they used today. So as of now, we are uncertain whether or not that meeting has actually being convened. We do not know for certain, but it looks as though because the day is in the latter part or we are the latter stretch of the day, we are yet to hear from the NDC and even the Electoral Commission whether they will actually hold a meeting, an emergency meeting with all the political parties present so they can discuss the current ongoings regarding the outstanding constituencies that are yet to be declared over contentious numbers and the fact that some of the constituencies still do not have their final, the total number of pink sheets from some of the polling station. So you would recall that even for the Suhum constituency, for instance, the Electoral Commission officer at the place had to get an agreement from both parties to say that although there were about 6 outstanding polling stations, we should be able to go ahead to declare the results, to which it looks as though all parties agreed. That is how come Protozua actually won or was declared the winner of the Suhum constituency,
Martin,
although there were
outstanding
the NDC
is saying now, they did not agree. They did not agree to
the Suhum
that arrangement.
Well,
so it really raises questions about what was going on at the Tessano Police Training School. What they raised concerns about, which you make reference to, is the 6 polling station results that were disputed because the pink sheets, some of them were faded and others had some inconsistencies in there. So Kojo Asante, who is the incumbent MP who contested as an independent candidate in the Suhum constituency, together with the NDC agent, were the ones who raised concerns about those 6 polling station results. And it was on the basis of that that they said, you know, we cannot add this to it. And then they went ahead to declare Frank Esirubekwing, that's Protozua, as a winner with over 16,000 votes. The NDC candidate had over 15,000 votes. And the incumbent MP, Kojo Asante, had over 14,000 votes. What the NDC's position is on Suhum, as well as Akwetia, Fantiakwa North, is that they don't recognize those results and they're going to explore the legal means to challenge them. Now, what is happening is that the statement you just read, Martin, and the recommendation that the NDC is making to the Electoral Commission to immediately consider an IPAC meeting, they are not the only ones who hold this view. In fact, we're just getting a statement from the National Peace Council as well. And what are they saying about this whole exercise going on at the Tessano Police Training School? Well,
the National Peace Council is also monitoring activities very keenly, and they have also raised concerns about the fact that the results and its collation have been moved from their original places to a centralized location. So in their statement, the National Peace Council says they are aware of a delayed collation exercise for 3 Eastern Region constituencies at the Tessano Police Training School in the Greater Accra region. Our understanding is that the Electoral Commission moved the collation of results from Akwetia, Nsuama Duejiri, and Fantiakwa constituencies to the regional level and now to the national level due to the widely reported incidents of disruption, distraction, and arson at other collation centers around the country. Our checks with partners have also confirmed that the collation exercise at the Tessano Police Training School was at the instance of the Electoral Commission and not any political party or the Ghana Police Service. The National Peace Council calls on all political party representatives to avail themselves of every legal avenue available to redress their concerns to ensure the safety of all participants at this stage of the electoral process. The National Peace Council calls on the Electoral Commission to convene an emergency inter-party advisory committee meeting, IPAC meeting, with all political party representatives and other important stakeholders to discuss and agree an amicable resolution to the impasse. The Peace Council also encourages the media to continue its diligent efforts to report and broadcast election-related activities to the Ghanaian public to ensure transparency of the electoral process. The Peace Council continues to speak with all relevant stakeholders to resolve this matter and ensure a peaceful resolution. So those are the words coming in or captured on the Peace Council statement, where they are also asking for an emergency IPAC meeting to be held. So that actually is in tandem with what the NDC is also asking for. However, the National Peace Council says that, like Alfred indicated, they have heard that it was not the political parties that asked for the results or the collation to be moved to Accra. However, they know on authority that it was rather at the instance of the Electoral Commission. So it raises the concerns of what exactly is happening and how come the police is saying otherwise, or there seems to be some difference coming in from. These are key stakeholders in the electoral cycle, or the electoral chain or value chain of our electoral process. The Ghana Police Service, because they are providing security. Then the Peace Council, they are advocating or admonishing all stakeholders to be mindful and ensure that we have a peaceful process. Then there is the Electoral Commission and the political parties. So there are key stakeholders along the value chain, and if there are reports from all of them which are at variance, then it raises concern about cohesion, in ensuring we get some finality to this issue. Right. Bottom line, we have a number of outstanding constituencies, and that is where we want to get the latest regarding what we do know as of now, considering that all the parties were asked to meet today at 6 a.m. for the process to continue. If you were watching our coverage, the morning team actually got to the grounds as early as 5 o'clock to be sure that they were there before the main stakeholders got there. And the conversation has been quite, uneven or not as smooth as expected. Let's find out what the latest is. Well,
let's go straight to the Tessano Police Training School right now. And that's where all the action is happening. George Queenie is our correspondent. He's been there since 5 a.m. George, what's the latest where you are?
And as you're aware, this is a recollation center for some outstanding constituencies in the Eastern region. So it began yesterday, where 3 of these constituencies were declared. Fantiakwa North, Akwetia, and Suhumen all went in the favor of the MPP. And so it was left with the Nsuama Duejiri constituency, and so it had to be put on hold, and we had to come here as early as 6 a.m. to continue with the process. All the party agents were here, even the incumbent MP, Frank Anadompre, was also here, but it had to do with issues relating to pink sheets. At a point, the party agents' pink sheets were not tallying with that of the EC's pink sheet, but they resolved that in cases where they didn't have their pink sheet, the ultimate or the one they could resort to was the EC. So there was no point why they could not have their, figures tallying with that of the EC. So it had to be put on hold until an injunction was served that this very constituency should be halted. And so it's a reason it's been halted. And other constituencies that are from the Ashanti region have also been halted. And these constituencies are Techiman South, Afuano Southwest, Afuano North, and Obwa. And so they have been halted. and that of in Salma Idreje have also been halted. But there have been press conferences by these parties. There was that from the NDC, who are saying that this is illegal and all happenings here are illegal, and so they're going to ensure that they'll be here till all the EC officials leave here, because they feel when they leave, the EC would attempt to continue with the process, and they are calling on the Electoral Commission to suspend the whole process and call an emergency IPAC meeting to ensure things are resolved. But on the part of the MPP, they are not condoning any illegality, and what they are doing is lawful, and they are ready to school the NDC on some of these laws. They cited C1 127 Regulation 39(3)B, saying that what they are doing is lawful as by law, and they also mentioned that there were concerns by the NDC that why is the police station being used as a recollation center. But what they said is some of the collation centers that were gazetted for the 2024 elections included some police stations, and they mentioned the Tatale Sangulu constituency, whose collation center was a police station. And so the whole issue about the NDC complaining that this whole collation center, the police station being used as a collation center, is flawed, is neither here or nor there. And so they are acting within the remit of the law, and so they have no case as a party to even question why the police station is being used as a collation center. And so this is the current situation here. It looks a bit deserted. Nothing is going on here. I see some NDC party agents here. He addressed the press briefing some few hours ago, and he's also concerned about the fact that whatever is being perpetrated here, it's illegal. An emergency IPAC meeting should be held by the EC to ensure that tempers are, are calmed and everything, it is done in order. And so this is what it is. I think I want to pick some few words from before I wrap up. So we're actually wrapping up the entire, process, what happened from yesterday and today. It's illegal, as you've already mentioned, and so the EC should hold an emergency IPAC meeting. How will that, solve the issue?
Yeah, that can solve the issue, because at that IPAC meeting, at a high-level consultative meeting with the head of the political parties, they can judge and have a discussion on the various constituencies, issues that pertains to the various constituencies. And once that then is done, they will be able to arrive at a consensus and come together to see the way forward. So, every issue about elections is addressed at the IPAC meeting, not at Police Detective Training Center.
I don't know if you saw my interview with Arnold Dompre. He mentioned that what really has halted this process, that's the constituency, is not because of the court injunction. The reason it has halted is that they are waiting maybe the final word from the Electoral Commission to know the way forward. That's why it's halted. But you see the other constituencies, they're also being halted. So what do you think will be the reason?
First of all, Arnold Dompre, I don't blame him because he's not a lawyer, so he doesn't understand the service of an injunction process on the EC. When an injunction application process is served on you, it acts as injunction. And the EC understand that. That is why the Nsawam recollation was halted. You get it? And again, we in the Ashanti region, we have 3 constituencies outstanding that was brought here. In fact, the one that is so amazing is the Obuasi East constituency, because that one has been collected and the winner has been declared. Then somebody comes back to say that I signed under duress.
So let me tell you why they say this is not illegal. They are saying that it's not even recollation. It's more like continuing with the collation, where in areas where it was not done properly, in areas where it didn't end well, in areas which was done under duress, and also which was in behest for the NDC. But these are some of the things they are
My brother, this is a conspiracy by the CID boss over here, the FOST that they are talking about with Bossman. Why am I saying that? Are we saying that the Ashanti Regional Police Command is not competent enough to handle issues in Ashanti region unless it is brought here?
But some police stations were gazetted for the elections as collation centers.
When MPP were addressing the press, that question was asked: is it placed part of the gazetted?
But police stations are gazetted, so it's equally the same institution.
The question is, you see, specific police stations where
it may not be this very center.
So here was not part. here was not part. So this is a conspiracy theory. They are going by it, and we are not going to accept it.
But my concern is, you know it's illegal. So in the first place, why did you even deploy your party agents to even partake in this exercise?
See, let me tell you this. In this country, when you sit down for illegality to go on, you go to court and be there for so many years. So we are here to prevent it from going on. That is all that we are here. That's why we are here.
Okay. Finally, I know it's nothing is going on here, but why are you still here? Are you not leaving?
In fact, we are putting it on record. Yeah. We, the NDC, in the whole Ghana, and especially those in Ashanti region, we have fought a good fight. We have won 8 seats and 2 outstanding. We will not sleep, blink an eye until the right thing is done. We will still be here. So as long as MPP people are here, they are hovering around, they want us to leave so that they will quickly re-emerge over here and declare some people as winners. Meanwhile, they've lost.
But so that cannot be done in your absence. There should be party agents in that whole process.
I want to add that as at the time the injunction came, NDC was leading with over 100 votes, about 100 votes.
For the constituency?
Yes. In Sawama Drajiri. So I want you to note that particular one.
Thank you for your time. And so these are agents from the NDC, like they rightly mentioned. Whatever is being perpetrated here is an illegality, and they're going to stay here until, no attempt whatsoever to continue this process, takes place. But I also want to paint to you how it looks like outside, but my cameraman is complaining about light. And so let's take you around. It looks a bit virtually deserted. And so that's what it is at the moment. So we don't know if it will be continued anytime soon or what the whole process will be like, in ensuing hours. But what we can tell you is that there's nothing going on here. There's no sort of recollation, because these other tables were earmarked for the other constituencies in the Ashanti region, but that on my far right was for Nsawam Adreji, and all these processes have been halted, and police visibility is still high to ensure nothing untoward happens here at the Collation Center. So keep watching TV3, your election command center. Your authoritative media house will bring you all the exclusive updates regarding this post-election related matters. My name is Josh Quinning. I'm coming to you live from the Tessano Police Depot. Over to you in the studios.
That's George Quinning there with you every step of the way here on your election command center. We promised you that we will bring you this extensive coverage. Now, we understand that based on the happenings right from the earlier part of today up until now, the Tessano Police Training School, which was the center where the recollation of some 4 constituency results in the eastern region was taking place, is being almost emptied as we speak. The site we just showed to you doesn't have the number of persons we saw there yesterday. Also, the police personnel there, we understand, has also reduced. And then also we are seeing the political party agents, a number of them gone. The NDC say that they are not going to leave this venue until the Electoral Commission packs up and leave. The EC has indicated that they're going to do this. The National Peace Council has made recommendations for an emergency IPAC meeting, plus also the NDC coming through with that same proposal of an emergency IPAC meeting. So that's what's happening right now with respect to this activity at the police training school. But we're keeping an eye on the Ashanti region as well, because it's not just the Akwatia, Fantiakwa North, and then also Suhum, and then also what we're saying within Nsawam Adreji, that the recollation has been done in, or is being done in the Police Training Institute. The Ashanti region, there are 2 constituencies that have their results outstanding as well. Alpha North, Alpha Southwest. We're keeping an eye on that as well. And a few more that are being contested, even though their results have been declared. The parties say, as both sides, the MPP and NDC say they will not accept the results. Martin, let's get into those ones, the ones that the results have been contested, even though declaration has been made.
Yeah, and I mean, for those who've been following, you could tell that even before these constituencies I'm about to mention were declared, it took an overly elaborate process for the Electoral Commission or the officer to declare it. And although the declaration has finally been made, it is still now being contested. Those who are aggrieved say they disagree with the contestation. Even one of them, we had the likes of Titus Glover calling into the studio to publicly share his opinion or his side of the story as regards why he believes the NDC was forcing people to, forcing the EC officials to declare them. The EC has also come out to say some of, and that's actually one of the reasons why the outstanding ones have been moved to Accra. It stands to reason that believing that their officers were under threat, they asked for them to be brought to Accra because of security reasons. So we'll definitely be looking at the outstanding ones, but these are the ones. I'm going to put it on your screen very shortly, so at least you can also follow us through. So the constituencies that have been declared but being disputed include Tema Central, and that is the one Titus Glover called in to give his side of what played out at the collation center in that constituency.
So that's Ebi Bright.
Yes, where Ebi Bright, the NDC candidate, was declared winner. Very interesting how the NPP at the collation center in Tema Central, acted out, and even the documentation Titus Glover sent us to show publicly was just pen inscriptions of numbers being written on paper and nothing about a pink sheet or an official document from the EC side. So based on that, they say they are taking that particular constituency back to court for some clarity on it. Still in the Greater Accra region.
Yesterday,
yes,
the likes of the leader of the MPP group in this 8th Parliament, Alexander Markin, indicated that they are going to ask for a recollation of the Tema Central constituency result. You recall that? That was news to us, because we haven't received any official notice to that effect. Well, so we'll wait to see how things play out.
Yeah.
The next one is what? Another
Still
central?
Yes, another central, but we're staying in the Greater Accra region, and the second constituency in the Greater Accra region being contested, although a winner has been declared, Ukaikwe Central. And in that constituency, you could tell that when our cameramen were there to bring you the live collation, it was quite heated between the NDC reps and the NPP reps and even the EC officials, because they all were at variance with what was on the paper. Some polling station results were still not available to add on to what they already have. The MPP said they did not have the physical copies of their pink sheets. However, they had soft copies or they took pictures. All of those, raised quite some tension. But the Okaikwe Central constituency, where Baba Sadiq has been named the winner for the election parliamentary, they say they do not agree with what the EC did, and so they are taking that to court as well. Now it's still in the Greater Accra region. We have Ablekuma North. Again, one of the very heated collation processes we saw in the just ended election. Ablekuma North constituency, the NPP says that they are taking that to court as well. Then, when we step out of the...
Ablekuma North, that's Rabna Orban. She was declared the winner on the ticket of the NDC.
Of the NDC.
The former MP, Nanekwe Free, sought a comeback, but, as it stands now.
And it's one of the constituencies the NDC had never won, so to have won it in this particular election was why they believe, no, there probably must have been something untoward. That's why they are taking it to court. Out of the Greater Accra region, though, we have Damongo in the Savannah region, is it? Yes. And Damongo, I mean, if you followed very closely, the center where the collation was supposed to take place was torched, was actually set ablaze. And that was where the returning officer and some of the other executives had to run for their lives because of how chaotic the entire process had gone. However, at the end, we saw... Yes. Reports we had indicated that one life was lost. And the collation and the final declaration was actually done in an office, which raised questions as regards who else was present when this declaration was being done at the Damongo constituency. So the current Lands and Natural Resources Minister, Samuel Jinapo, is the one that was declared winner for the Damongo constituency. The NDC candidates Adam Mutawakilu says he disagrees with that declaration and is taken to court. He's contesting that constituency as well. Then we have Obuasi East in the Ashanti region. Obuasi East is also under contestation. Then we have Karaga, Tolong, Ayensuano. Yesterday we brought you the results for the Ayensuano constituency. It is also being contested. And then finally, Akwetia. So these are the constituencies that have been declared, but the aggrieved parties in this constituency say that they are taking the issue to court, which is fair with me. Go and settle it in the courts rather than fisticuffs and gunfight. The unfortunate incident is that with a number of these, in fact, 2 out of the number of constituencies you just outlined with the disputed results, Kemini, 2 people died. We are talking about Tolong. Habib Idris is also deputy whip for the NPP in this 8th parliament. That constituency, we saw another life lost there, unfortunately. Then we look at Damongo as well, the information that we've heard, which we followed up and confirmed. The EC returning officer there collapsed. We understand he's still receiving medical treatment. But the situation right now is that these results have been disputed. Plus, the recommendation that the National Peace Council is making, which is in tandem with what the NDC is proposing, that there should be an emergency IPAC meeting and the entire recollation process at the Tessano Police Training School be halted. Kemni?
I see. And Alfred, I have one question for the Electoral Commission, and hopefully along the line they will talk to the Ghanaian people as to what is going on. Because when you look at all these areas we have outlined, yes, a candidate is contesting the results, but we haven't seen any relocation of pink sheets or recollation anywhere in the capital city. Why is it different from in Sawam, for instance? Why is it, different for places like Techiman South, Ahafano North, and South as well? The Electoral Commission needs to come clear on what its efforts are post the declaration and post the efforts, because we cannot decide that for some areas we will bring them to Accra and recollate, and for others, well, they are contesting, but perhaps the candidates themselves can make efforts. I know we have told some of the candidates that they need to go to court, because of course the court will be the best place to have these issues looked at. But the inconsistency in efforts.
To your questions. Because
say that again.
There's going to be some answers to your questions. The Electoral Commission is addressing the press at 7 p.m. That's
fantastic.
We're getting. So it's going to be live here on TV3
amazing.
And across media.
I'm worried about the inconsistencies.
That's
exactly. They shouldn't have stopped in the first place. Right from the day of voting, they told us that they were going to be engaging the media on the regular. Yeah. So just after declaration, they packed their bags and left. And forgetting that even the EC chair herself said that although there were 9 outstanding constituencies, she was going ahead to declare. So then it should have given them a hint that of those 9 outstanding, they needed to still engage the media. So it's quite unfortunate that it has had to take some violence at some of these collation centers, the decision to move them to the Greater Accra region for recollation before now they are coming to address the media. Better late than never, but I think that it is one of the reasons why many thought that the EC have taken their foot off the pedal in ensuring we had a free, credible, fair election 2024.
Let's hear from your guest, shall we?
Absolutely. Let's do that now. I'm joined on the desk by lawyer Kwame Jantwa. He's to my immediate right, and to my far right is Musa Dankwa. He is Executive Director for Global Info Analytics. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining our coverage. The very last one. We are finishing hard. but here we are again, talking about these same issues. We know that, of course, there have been development today because the NDC has decided to take the matter to court, have applied for an injunction, and it may have halted the processes there. I'll start with you, lawyer. Your thoughts on the latest developments we are seeing?
Good evening to our viewers, and good evening to...
Well, we are here till morning.
Yes, we are here too, but we are still in the evening.
We are still in the evening.
The situation should have been the right line of action in terms of suspending it. But I still don't understand why the Electoral Commission has not stepped in all this while and is taking a political party to go to court for an injunction. It's under the control of the Electoral Commission. So what has caused them not to act the way they are supposed to act? What are the rules and regulations to do with such things? It baffles my imagination why they are lackadaisical about this situation. Is it that they feel, well, the NDC have got what they want, so hey, let bygones be bygones? I find it a bit challenging. So the NDC have done the right thing by going to court and also calling for an IPAC meeting. And you see, if the Electoral Commission acted, all this won't be important. All this won't be important. The police station, is it one of the designated police stations that... As a collation center? Yes. Is it one of them? And it's for a specific reason why they have taken certain police stations to be collation centers. But, Kamini, I think this whole collation center business, we should scrap it. In the light of technology today, we should scrap it. You take the figures from the polling station and then through digitalization, as Dr. Baumia keeps saying, straight to headquarters and they collate. You see, this is why I was calling for a giant board at Black Star Square. So as the figures are coming in, you can see. You can see. Yeah. Everybody can see it.
Much like what is done in South Africa.
Once upon a time, we used to do it. What happened? Why didn't we do it? I mean, it's quite absurd that this is still going on when we voted when? Saturday. Yes. Heading for a week. And we are still looking at ballot sheets and who has won what. I think it's absurd. And the Electoral Commission should be targeted for this because they should have done their work.
Better than they're doing.
Period.
Mr. Dankwa, Nsawam Adredri seems to be the focal point for all of these issues we are seeing.
Probably they think he is too big to fall, so he has to be saved at all costs. I don't know who won. Maybe the tabulation will show us clearly who has won. So
initially, the NDC candidate was declared. Subsequently, when they came to Accra, they decided that, it wasn't the NDC candidate who won. They announced him. The electoral officers decided that he was announced under duress. And so it's rather the chief whip.
I was asking whose duty to pronounce duress? Is it the court that has to prove that, yes, I was signing or doing so under duress, and the court said, okay, based on that, based on the facts available to me, I think there was duress and therefore null and void? Or is the EC officer who can say that it was under duress? It means anybody can just change his mind and say under duress, and that's it. So there should be a mechanism where those things can be
determine
what amount of duress. And but how can it be under duress if the police is there? There's the security there who was holding a gun to protect you, and is still signing under duress. I find that very difficult.
But if the chief whip is too big to fall, and I'm not saying that's the result, but if he's fallen, he's fallen. Why must the entire country or the entire constituency be held to ransom because, a party does not want their chief whip to fall?
This is African politics. I even understand he was calling for the transition team to be to be put on hold until the seat was determined. I mean, this is ridiculous. It tells you probably how he feels about himself. But this is people's verdict. Whoever people have voted for, I think at the end of the day, that person will be declared a winner. So let's see how the process unfolds.
Kamini, who is the returning officer there?
I don't have a name, but there's definitely a returning officer.
The returning officer who decided that what they got at the polling station wasn't right and that it was the MPP. Who is that particular returning officer? We should question him.
I think so.
By now, they should have questioned him.
I mean, you see, which is why I've been asking.
Who's policing what?
Well, you see, which is why I've been asking. That the police is the police only there for safety and order, or they are also there to prevent illegality? Because then, if that is the case, we would expect that some of these things would have been handled. For instance, last night, the NDC team there were suggesting that the police were conniving with the NPP, in regards to the Nsawam Adredri results. You understand? So what is the scope of work of the police once they are there?
Define illegality. If you say the police there to only do security.
Attempts to rig.
Or attempts to rig.
Yes.
Is that their responsibility? Are they the ones? Do they have that mandate?
Oh, but if it is
anybody who attempts to rig is up to the Electoral Commission to make sure that it doesn't happen. The police are there to protect, to make sure that everything is going on right. But if somebody is rigging, it's up to the Electoral Commission. The police, do they do Electoral Commission work? They are there to secure the place and make sure that everything goes according to plan. But if there's an illegality, and through that illegality, somebody has this grievous bodily harm, then that is when the police come in, because you can't do that. However, in terms of the illegality and rigging, it's up to the Electoral Commission, period.
So what happens when one side says that?
So it then tends to make it look as if the accusation that they were trying to, what do you call it, play games with the other side could be true. Because I don't understand it. And anyway, where is Jean?
I hear she will come and address us soon.
When? After when? After how many hours? After how many days? You saw what happened.
Is it not better than nothing?
Listen. You saw what happened with the previous commissioner.
Charlotte.
No, not Charlotte. Afarijan. When some results were coming in from Ashanti and they realized that it wasn't right, he stopped it straight. That is her responsibility. Show leadership. Show leadership. We are not showing leadership in this. If she showed leadership, I'm sure this thing would be sorted out. It's not up to a political party to come and tell you that we are going to court and IPAC should meet. If there's a confusion between the parties, yes, IPAC should meet and the Electoral Commission tell them how they are going to sort it out. They sort it out, period. It's a waste of time.
But perhaps going forward, when we hear from the Electoral Commission tonight, we will learn more about the situation. But you also realize that the National Peace Council, from the statements that they have also released, attempting to give more light as to why the police training school is being used. They said it was at the request of the commission and not any political party or the police service to want to do it. A bit of you remember?
They are muddying the waters.
Oh,
how is the
that?
Waters. One person has said one thing, another person is saying another thing. Is the Electoral Commission supposed to talk? Period. They are muddying the waters. That what? Is the Electoral Commission who said it?
That requested
and then the statement we read yesterday from the police, what did they say? They are muddying the waters. They should get their acts together. They should find out which is which and then tell the people. But they are aware that the police said one thing. They also come to say one thing. Are they the Electoral Commission? They should actually talk to the Electoral Commission and say, guys, let's straighten this thing out. We are the Peace Council, yes, but ours is to make sure that things go well, to make sure that there's no rumpus there. So if this has come, please, let's straighten it out and get the Electoral Commission to come and sit with us and talk to the people of Ghana.
Mr. Dankwa, do you feel the Peace Council statement is muddying the waters?
I try not to comment on some of those things. But any intervention that is intended to find a solution to the impasse and is well intended, I think should be encouraged. But I think the EC must take leadership. This is not something that should be going on forever. Collation, not counting, recounting, I mean, that should be difficult. Unless maybe people are trying to swap pink sheets that are not existent, and that's where you have issues. But if everybody has got this pink sheet, and I believe that every party has their own pink sheet. If somebody pretends that it doesn't exist, the person knows that there's something that's not right. Because as soon as those are declared, they send it to certain numbers for them to do their internal collation. So it was based on something. So those.
But Musa, even if every party doesn't have its pink sheet, CI 127 states that a pink sheet should be pasted at the polling station. Was it done? Was it done? I hope that the chairman is going to come and tell us whether they pasted it or they didn't paste it. By law, they should paste it. So that anybody who has lost, they can go there.
Yes.
Is it done? Isn't it a breach of CI 127?
Maybe, perhaps they will address that when they come.
Perhaps, let's see.
They come on
because
live
I don't
later
know
this
which
evening.
polling station the pink sheets were posted at. I don't know. Have you heard?
I haven't
you seen?
heard.
No, I haven't.
Nobody has
heard.
said anything, but it's in CI 127.
Well,
Maybe, I mean, see, we tend to make transparency very difficult in this country.
Yes.
Once you paste it at the polling station, countless of people will take a shot of that pink sheet.
Yes.
Should there be a dispute, we'll have several copies from the public. Why should it be the case?
It would have solved our problems.
Yeah.
The problems we are facing right now.
I don't understand why a party will claim that I haven't got a pink sheet or if this have been forged. I mean, it's just, it should not be happening, for God's sake.
So,
You see, it goes to show, very difficult to say.
That's a fact.
We rather go the Ururu way than go the straight way because probably it doesn't benefit someone. And it has to stop. Look at all the confusion. It's not worth it. It's not worth anybody's time.
will a lasting solution be to hold the elections again in these hotly contested areas?
No, I don't think so. We know the results. They were declared the polling stations.
Some of them.
People heard them. I mean, it's not difficult to collate the results. Why should we go and vote again? Because...
Well, it will be a level playing field, won't it be?
No, people have already voted.
Because
What is the use of the polling station? What are they supposed to do? Polling station, what are they supposed to do?
well, they have had
They are supposed to vote.
Yeah, we
they're
vote
supposed
there,
to
yes.
vote. They're supposed to make sure that when it's time for counting, they count.
They count.
And tell the results. What is the responsibility of
transmit.
what's the responsibility of the collation center? What do they do there?
Well, so they transmit the results they get
They transmit.
from. You see, the polling stations
They
are
don't-
many.
They don't go and do
Anything.
what there.
I see where you're going with that. So there shouldn't be.
I don't understand it.
It's just summation at the
Summation.
collation
It's just
center.
summation.
Police station A, B, C, D, and you add.
That's
Simple.
all. But why should summation be done at a collation center when the polling station has got all the results, given it's been signed off by party representatives, and one is pasted on the wall? By electronically, string goes to headquarters. I don't understand us. Maybe there was an ulterior motive before they put it together. There was an ulterior motive for these collation centers.
What ulterior motive could there
What was
exist
the reason for the collation
this?
center? What did the Electoral Commission tell us why we should have collation centers? What did they tell us? I don't understand why we want to complicate things that are so simple. And now look, we are still 1 week after voting.
After the vote.
We are still there talking about what you call Electoral Commission who is responsible is silent. Doesn't make sense.
Will a revote solve the
where?
situation? For instance, in Sawama Dwejiri, the NDC agents there have suggested that, look, let's just vote again.
No.
Was the polling disrupted?
No.
No, the polling itself was not disrupted.
So why should they go and vote again?
The returning officer should be able to say who they gave a pink sheet to. Did you give it to NDC? Did you give it to MPP? Did you give it to CPP? Did you give it to Movement? Did you give it to all of them? You should be able to identify. If they said they gave it to all of them and you don't want to bring yours, it's your problem.
We'll come back and take up this question again. But we'll have to hand over to Alfred on the other side. Alfred, why are you taking us?
Well, Kemini, I just hate to break your heart, but really, the news is that the Electoral Commission, the information we got that they were going to address the press at the recollation center at the Tessano, that's the Tessano Police Training Center. They have packed their things and left the place. So it appears there's not going to be any press briefing. We would give you some information on that. So we'll tell you a bit more about that. But the EC officers have packed their stuff and left. So there's not going to be any press briefing at the recollation center. But then we also have got some information that we're monitoring quite closely, that the press briefing, all things being equal, what happened at the EC's office. So they are just probably then going to put all the information together to have a centralized communication from the EC's office, that's the head office, not the recollation center as we were expecting. So that's information that we're monitoring quite closely. The Electoral Commission, a statement has just come through right now. In fact, this is some breaking news coming through right now. As I was just talking to you, about 30 seconds ago, the Electoral Commission has just issued a statement, and we're going to put that on the screen right now. We'll run through it, giving updates on what we've been talking about all the while, and then give you some quick indication of what the next step of the Electoral Commission will be on the issues that we've been talking about so far. So at the Recollation Center at the Tessano Police Training School, there's nothing happening there right now because the Electoral Commission officers have packed their stuff and left the place. So anything related to recollation of the Nsom and Redre constituency results, and then also Ahafo Southwest and Ahafo North, there is nothing happening. We're going to show that on the screen right now, so you see what we're talking about as we speak, that the Electoral Commission officers, they have left the Recollation Center at Tessano Police Training. That's there you have it. That's the EC officers and the media all leaving the place. There is no security personnel there, no party agents there. You see the police, after sitting there for so long, he's also had some relief right now. He's leaving the place. The party agents have left the place. And remember, this was at the resistance of the NDC. After that press conference by Johnson Esiodun Ketia, the party's chair, you had some party executives going to this same place and asking, in fact, reinforcing the point that Johnson Esiodun Ketia made, that this process should be halted. So you saw the National Women's Organizer, Dr. Hannah Bisiu, there earlier, together with the Deputy Director of IT and Elections for the NDC, Dr. Rashid Tanko Computer, all making sure that this process does not continue. So it appears, from what we are seeing on the screen right now, that resolution that the NDC took about the process of recollation at this training school for the Ghana Police Service in Tessano has prevailed. The process has ended. The EC officers have packed their stuff and left the venue. That's what you see on the screen right now. They're leaving the place. So that's information that we have. It essentially then means that this process, until we hear from the Electoral Commission, we don't know what next that will be. Because based on the Ghana Police statement, it was because of security. That's why they moved it there. And then also now the National Peace Council and the NDC all speaking the same language, that look, EC consider an IPAC, an Emergency Interparty Advisory Committee meeting, so that you take a decision on what to do next with the outstanding constituency results. This is the statement coming through from the Electoral Commission right now. Some breaking news is going to be on the screen. And the Electoral Commission says they wish to inform the general public that the recollation of presidential and parliamentary election results, which was ongoing at the Tessano Police Depot for constituencies whose collation did not follow the legal process as enshrined in CI 127, as well as constituencies where collation on election day could not be completed, have been put on hold until further notice. So this is the information. This entire process has been put on hold till further notice. The inability to collate and declare results on election day, which led to the recollation at the Tessano Police Depot, was due to disruptions of our collation processes by political party supporters on election day and the days following. It is instructive for the public to know that the Commission informed political parties of the change in location to the Tessano Police Training Depot after agreement with the Inspector General of Police and his team. Indeed, all the agents of the political parties observed the process yesterday, which resulted in the collation and declaration of results for Fontiakwa North, Akwatia, and Sohum constituencies. We urge all stakeholders to collaborate with the Commission as we carry out our mandate. That's Samuel Tete, Deputy Chair, Operations. So that's the latest coming through right now. The process of recollation of all the outstanding constituency results has been halted. So as we speak in Nsom and Redre, we don't have any declaration as yet. And Techiman South as well, we don't have any declaration as yet. But you hear them mention Fontiakwa North, Sohum, and Akwatia. Yes, there were declarations yesterday. The NDC says all that process was illegal. We're going to go for a quick break. When we are back, based on the details of this statement coming through just a few minutes ago from the Electoral Commission, really gives another twist to the conversation we're having so far. Stay with us. We're back shortly.
You know, one bucket of flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply superior. You know, one bucket of flamingo paint is equal to several buckets of any other paint brand on the market. Flamingo paint, superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage. Flamingo paint, simply
Mommy, how did you get our name on the Pepsodent?
Sama crew. How did you get your name on the Pepsodent?
Auntie Akwele. Okay, oh, we kunye boy Pepsodent fe.
Ahon ye bie no, famous app no ahero no.
Ye di sika. Ensa. Any Pepsodent ya tro mabusie din wo.
We dey flexing.
Wo bunya wo kire. Bebre wo.
What's so bit to me do dinga to Pepsodent abusia pack no so. But we busia se ho ban mo ho du. For we need to to e ben wo na ko to Pepsodent abusia pack.
This advert is FDA approved. Good business means seeing the possibilities and maximizing opportunities. Making sure you have a responsive support system backs your business goals. A partner that gives you a stable platform with reliable connectivity and seamless solutions, and better understands the tools required to take you to the next level. With so many moving parts in running a business, we do our best to provide you with some stability. The only kind of stability you can find with MTN Business Broadband, the fastest and most reliable internet provider in Ghana, making sure you stay ahead and stay connected, because we understand what makes your business tick.
Sign up today on broadband.mtn.com.gh or call or WhatsApp 0244 308 111.
MTN.
For a bank to rely on, let me give you a shoulder to lie on. Wouldn't we sick out to bank be pray, no lie. Only one place where I get my eye on. Make I introduce you all to First Bank, the best services in the world, first rank. Customer service, everything is well planned. I make music, I travel, I sell land. They be my reserve tank. Cause every time I know my money's safe. Universal banking ain't in me here on the date. I'm a busy person, me no need time to wait. Now I got to Spain, even when I'm in the States. My me blue shirt. They tell me office a chilly, but who cares? Cause I bank with the best. I'm lucky, I'm too blessed. When it comes to First Bank, it's too west. Everything is you first. Woo!
Nobody feed do I'm like us. Do I'm like us. First Bank we treat you first. Treat you first. Somebody see think about you first. Think about you first.
You first. First Bank.
Here's Kwame and Yao. Saved. Bet saver. Win. Even if your bet misses.
Come on. Let's go.
Darling Natural Twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling Natural Twists get better every day, just like you.
Explore the nature and create from it. The spirit of inventors leads to the inspiration for new technology. By drawing nature's energy, we create the extraction tech. Small in size, huge in power. Millions of microcapsules condense the essence of nature. Join us, Cleasoft Invent for Life.
I'm a Ghanaian and I love luxury accredited faith. And I love democracy.
December 7th, Ghana is voting.
Only peace Peace, I give it to you all.
I love Ghana.
Peaceful election before, during, and after.
One Ghana.
Peace, peace to everybody.
One Ghana. Ghana Bakumpe.
This message brought to you from the Lozi Accredited.
Champion.
Now let me try to taste it. Taste it all. Add the new seasoning powder.
The core of the democracy we are practicing as a nation is peace. Peace. Democracy simply means free your mind, make a free my mind. In Twi, we say Kembi Mamin Kembi. The politicians are having a say. You can also have your say with your thumb. Go out on December 7th, vote, go home, watch TV3 as we bring you extensive coverage of the elections. I am Martin Esedudate and I stand for peace.
It's important to note that the power of the thumb is mightier than any weapon you can find. And that's why I want to tell you, encourage you to maintain and sustain the peace as we enter into the December elections. Remember, when you vote, go home, stick with your election command center and await the results. If you win, jubilate judiciously and responsibly. And if you lose, don't be a sore loser. There'll be another 4 years, another chance for your candidate of choice. Let's not throw away the peace of this republic. I'm Kameni Amano, and I encourage you to maintain the peace this election.
Yo, what's up, Ghana? What's up, where I go by the name Stone Boy, and all I want to say is that come the elections on December the 7th, make sure that you go with a peaceful heart, with a grateful heart, that you are alive and living and everything is going to be all right. You don't need to fight nobody from any other political party. Just stay true to yourself, go in there, go vote and go home, wait for results and be happy. It's Christmas, you know, so we can't jinx it up. God bless you, stay safe, one love, Stone Boy. Beep.
Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, Peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace. Hello, my name is Roland Walker. This election season, peace begins with you and I. Make sure your utterances, your behavior, your relationship with everybody else, could be your brother, your sister, your neighbor, a friend who is in the other political party or doesn't support your cause, be right. As you do that, go to the polling stations peacefully. After voting, make sure you leave that polling station and vote right. Peace is needed right here this election season. Be a good citizen. Ghana needs peace.
My name is Parkwisi Asari. I'm a broadcast journalist with Media General TV3. It's just a couple of days to the December 2024 general elections, and I'd like to encourage you to go all out and vote. Cast your ballot as part of your civic responsibility. Beyond exercising your civic responsibility, do not do anything that would jeopardize the peace we're enjoying in Ghana. All we have now is Ghana. That's all we have. I encourage you to do everything within your power to ensure peace before, during, and after the elections.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. And so as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our mind to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Welcome back. This is your Election Command Center, the continuous coverage of Election 2024. We've been taking a look at the outstanding parliamentary results that the recollation was taking place at the Tessano Police Training School. Before we went for that break, the Electoral Commission, through that release we just showed to you, has communicated officially that the entire process at the recollation center at the Police Training School, that's in Tessano, has been halted till further notice. That is the latest information from the Electoral Commission. The entire process has been halted until further notice. So we'll give you an update on that shortly. But prior to that information coming through from the Electoral Commission, the National Democratic Congress had made recommendations that the EC should consider an emergency inter-party advisory committee meeting and also halt the entire process at the Tessano Police Training School, which, based on this statement coming through from the Electoral Commission, has been done. The National Peace Council followed in that same regard, making those same recommendations for the Electoral Commission to consider the halting of the entire process of recollation at the Police Training Institute. Also, they're calling for an inter-party advisory committee meeting, an emergency IPAC meeting. Based on the EC statement that came through, we don't know as yet whether that recommendation of an emergency IPAC meeting is going to be considered by the EC or not. But there's some information that we need to show you. That's the exit poll of the man whom many of you have been celebrating because of some of the projections that came through without any contention. In some constituencies that he predicted that the NDC was going to win, a number of you doubted it. Musa Dankwa, Executive Director of Global Info Analytics, is with us in the studio. We're going to get into his first exit poll of the 3 swing regions. After this quick break, stay with us. Musa is with us in the studio.
Mission here at TV3 is that the news comes first, and that's the promise of News Central.
With reporters every corner of the country.
Consignment to attain their action
to production, building lions,
and experts across the subjects that affects you the most.
We stay across the big stories that impact you the most as they break, develop, and evolve into major national issues.
With all angles covered across the country and across every subject. I am Kemini Amano.
And I am Eric Mawina.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. So as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Hi, I am Cookie, co-host of TV3 New Day. In just a few days, Ghana approaches this critical decision moment. It is imperative to remember that peace is the bedrock of our democracy and national progress. It's not supposed to be a battleground or a battlefield, but a reflection of our collective voice. Now, to our leaders, to our candidates, and to the entire citizenry, I pray and hope that we all choose words that inspire and not incite. Let's deal with each other in a very civil manner. Let's also choose words that build and do not break. There's only one Ghana, and our Ghana is bigger than the 2024 elections.
A leader must have followers. The only thing that makes a leader who he is the people he's leading. A leader without followers is really no leader. So as we go into this election, before, during, and after this crucial 2024 presidential and parliamentary elections, as we talk about development, there cannot be development without peace. So while we seek to develop this country, we must also apply our minds to the need to uphold peace in every way possible, while the continuous ask for a free, fair, and transparent election. My name is Alfred Okanse. I'm the head of the political desk here at Media General. Together with my colleagues and everyone here, we commit to peace.
Hi, my name is Johnny Hughes, host of 3FM Sunrise on 3FM 92.7 and also Johnny's Bite. We're going to the poll one more time to elect 276 parliamentarians and a president. Peace is essential. We all have a role to play. Play yours, let me play mine, and let's have peace. One Ghana.
It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace.
Welcome back. This is your Election Command Center, the continuous coverage of election 2024. And if you're just joining us, the update from the Electoral Commission is that the entire recollation process that was taking place at the Tessano Police Training School has been halted until further notice. So there's nothing happening there as we speak. We don't know whether the EC is going to consider that proposal by the NDC for an emergency IPAC meeting or not. The man who made some very controversial predictions going into this election, in fact, projections, as a matter of fact, going into this election, is with us in studio. Musa Dankwa, Executive Director of Global Info Analytics. Musa, it's good to have you, Mr. Dankwa. Thank you.
Good to be here.
Thank you so much for engaging with us even before, during, and now after the elections. I recall that with the number of engagements that we had months before the elections, you had started giving some projections as to the percentage that the person who would win would eventually win with. And for the presidential, a number of people were also making the argument that we should consider a runoff for this election. You were very clear in your projections all throughout that was going to be a one-touch victory. What exactly gave you that conviction?
Alfred, I mean, as posters, we've engaged several thousands of people. And we don't just ask who do you want to vote for. We do ask several questions that enable us to do a triangulation, to see whether there is consistency in the data, and see whether there will be different outcome if you put the question in a different way. And all this while, for 3 years, from January 2022 till the votes were held, we did not see any single situation where there was going to be a runoff.
No situation?
No situation.
Or no scenario?
No scenario.
Gave you a possibility of a runoff?
Absolutely. So we were quite confident in the sense that, look, we've seen the numbers, we've seen the data, we've seen much more than the public have seen. So when we said that no runoff, I think we knew what we were saying.
You know, those who were also making reference to a runoff looked at trends and precedents. See, in the trends, any time an administration serves a full 80-year cycle without any altercation or change, there is a runoff, right? So you look at from 1992 to 2000, when Jerry Rawlings left the scene, J. Kufuor and Jonathan Mills, the year 2000, there was a runoff. From 2000 elections all the way to 2008. In 2008, when Kufuor finished serving his full 2-year term, there was a runoff in the 2008 elections. Then 2008 to 2012, because of the demise of John Evans Mills in 2012, then John Dramani Mahama, president-elect, showed up, vice president, down flag bearer, wins that election, and so he served his first term. And so there was that truncation of that trend that we would have referred to. So many were of the view that to the extent that President Akufo-Addo has served his 2-year 8th term, that it was going to be now reverting back to that trend of any president that serves the full 2 terms, then there's going to be a runoff. How about that?
Look, there were several variables that are different today than they were in 2000, 2008. And also, there was one uniqueness in the sense of the nature of the candidate that MPP has. This election was the first time we saw non-Akan on MPP's ticket. That is a very significant variable. And then also, remember, I was telling people that this election, trends will be made nonsense.
Absolutely.
Don't stick to trends. Look ahead. And they ignored that, thinking, oh, the historical trend will continue. Look, we had UK elections where over 200 years history was broken.
Sure.
So don't always stick to history. Look ahead. And it's the polls that will make you look ahead. Those who are looking at the trends, we're using mathematics. We're looking at polling data and averaging them and adding adjustment to say, oh, this was it. No. When you poll, those who were saying last year or last time I was with Donado, this time I'm here, they will tell you what they want to do. And from there, you could see that there's no way there will be a runoff. So we're quite clear in our mind that there won't be any runoff.
No, they also have the view that polls may not really be effective in our system because of the vilification and that people would face in some instances when they are clear and honest with you. Because
We know we're not that tolerant of divergent views, are we?
You see, that is where the polling instrument is very important. You don't box people into a corner to give you yes or no answer.
Right.
If there is an option for him to take cover so that he doesn't lie to you, give him that option. For example, who do you want to vote for? A, B, C, D, or I won't disclose.
I won't disclose.
They will not lie to you when they have I will not disclose.
See, that's what we saw. So in some cases, a high percentage of the people who say they are not going to disclose.
Exactly. Exactly.
I see.
But we're able to go back to their responses earlier on to see where they would likely vote if given the chance. Right. Because before you ask them who are they voting for, you must have asked them, what do you think about the direction of the country? What is the life, what is the standard of living now compared to the last 12 years? What it would inform you most in terms of how you intend to vote?
Right.
At this point, he didn't expect you to ask him who would he vote for.
True.
Right?
Precisely.
So you would have enabled him to speak his mind clearly before you shoot that question to him. At that point, if he takes a cover, I won't disclose, he's giving you enough evidence
to know
how he will
where
vote. Exactly. So there are so many ways we use to understand the voters very well.
It's interesting because in a number of the polls that you did prior to the elections, that question of which direction the country is going or the assessment of the government of the day was consistent in all of them.
Absolutely.
So if you have one saying, well, the country is going in the wrong direction, and then they give the current administration a low rating, and then when it gets to the question of who you vote for, they say, I won't disclose. You know who they're going to go
exactly,
vote for.
you will know.
Interesting.
You will know.
Interesting.
You will know.
But you put out the last poll, you put out the worst case scenario and the best case scenario for the presidential. Let's start with the worst case scenario. You were consistent that John Dramani Mahama was going to win the presidential, but you put two scenarios. This worst case scenario, you put 50.4%. That is obviously still a win because we just need 50 plus 1. So what informed this, and then 43% for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia?
Look, this is a scenario we thought that if Bawumia outperform our expectation, and Alan Mbediak will also do well, as the poll suggests, then they may chip away Mahama's numbers. But it will not be good enough to bring Mahama down to below 50%.
Okay.
And that meant that regardless of what they perform, how they perform on election day, we still expect Mahama to win 50.4, the minimum, so that there will not be any runoff. So when you run these numbers, and these numbers is based on our projections for the regional outturn of vote and also of the turnout. And this, in fact, model suggests that Ashanti region will push turnout to even 80%. So here, we stretch the model to make sure that whatever happens, we're still not going to see runoff. So we pushed the assumption that MPP will do around 70%, but with 80% turnout in Ashanti region.
Right.
That gave this result. So with this, I was so confident that there won't be runoff.
Even if with the Ashanti region
going to 80% turnout.
Voter turnout.
Yes, yes.
Interesting, but we saw something lesser.
Far lesser than that.
Far lesser. We'll get to that because there's that notion that for the committed voters of a particular political party, one of the ways they use to punish the party if they are not so much enthused about issues is not to turn out to vote. We saw that in 2020 and 2016 as well in the voter region. NDC didn't have a very good showing amongst their supporters. Is that consistent?
Look, some will turn up to vote and vote against you. In this election, they showed up and punished MPP.
Ashanti region showed up?
Yes.
But they punished NPP?
Yes. Because you see, John Mahama, under normal circumstances, if this model had held accurately, you would have done 30% max.
I see. That will still be short of the 85% that they were targeting.
Absolutely. And that would have put MPP at the level of, let's say, 69, maximum 69%. If they had had higher turnout within the range that we were expecting, around 70%. So the numbers that we model, we assume that these guys, they are angry, they are annoyed. When they come, they won't toe the line. They will break away the way they feel about the elections or about the government in the region. And that would have put Mahama around 30%. Not 33%. And MPP would have gone up slightly, but it will still be proportional. And that will still give NDC huge chunk of vote to cancel out whatever they are getting in the Ashanti region.
And with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, you still were convinced and consistent that he was not crossing even 45%.
No.
All the polls ahead of the elections, you either gave him 40, 41.
But you know another 42. Thing that people were not looking at? If you look at the numbers he was getting as a MPP candidate, he was doing just about 4% or 5% higher than the MPP base.
Right.
So if MPP is 34% in the sample, Bawumia will do around 40% or 39%. So he wasn't doing very much well above his base. Whereas John Mahama was about 32% NDC, but then he goes to 50%. It means that he's getting a broader support from other people other than his own party. And that put him in a very strong position to win the election.
I see. Now, we are expecting that there was going to be an upset by Alan Kojo Chimantin and Nakwam Bediako. Your worst case scenario model, give them 2.6, 3.1.
Yep.
Still quite insignificant.
Yes.
Why didn't the Ashanti region show up for these two?
Look, what happened was that, you see, I was telling people that the fear that the race may go into runoff, and I think the perception that people were saying, oh, runoff, made people who were going to vote for Alan Mbediako change their mind at the last minute.
I see.
Yes. They didn't want to gamble their vote, that if they vote the way they intend to vote, the race could go into runoff. So at the last minute, they all switched to Mahama. That is why in all scenarios, Bawumia numbers stayed the same. He didn't benefit from those who were leaving Alan Mbediako, all went to Mahama.
I see. So in effect, John Mahama benefited from the persons who, were not too clear about the chances of Alan Chimantin, and they would rather go with a candidate who was sure to win.
They knew they wouldn't win, but they were keen to kind of cast a protest vote.
Right. For Alan Chimantin.
For Alan and Mbediako. But you have to make a decision whether you want a protest vote or you want a runoff. And I think the fear of runoff made them leave.
Because most of the time, those who say they're not going to vote for these two, in fact, are those who would vote for these.
Yes.
So those who say, well, I don't like MPP, I don't like NDC, these two are their obvious options. That's Nakwam Bediako and then Alan Kojo Chimantin.
That's true. That's true.
Very interesting stuff. Now, let's go to the best case scenario.
Yes.
The best case scenario, you put John Mahama, and for the benefit of our viewers, what we are showing you came in, I think, in 2 weeks before the election.
No, it's about a week before the election.
A week before the elections. So it was like the 30th of December.
29th November.
29th November. So what we're showing you is just the slides from the last poll of Musa Dankwa that was released on the 29th of November. And take a look at this. 54.1.
Yes.
Best case scenario.
Best case, yes.
For John Mahama. He's exceeded that, even with 9 constituencies result short. 56.55. What gave you this?
We were looking at the numbers and said, look, from what we have seen, we believe that the upper limit for Mahama could be 54.1.
Why is that?
It means, you see, when you look at the base case, or 52.2, and the margin of error is 1.8, so if you add the margin of error to the base case scenario, that gives you this 54%. But the range of outcome is what we expect in an election. So you can have the floor and then the upper using the margin of error. When you apply the margin of error, this is what you get. Now, we know that historically, JDM always outperforms the polling numbers. Historically. But there are people who would vote for him, but will hide their true voting intention.
I see. And so, why was that, really?
Look, in some situations, some don't see it to be a cool voting for NDC.
Okay.
Yeah. They tend to blend in. Even if you take a poll of corporate entities, there seems to be a notion that those who tend to support NDC hide themselves.
Right, even in corporate settings?
Even in corporate settings, yes. But when you allow them to go and vote, then you see the numbers far outweigh what you expect. And that was the base that even may so rest in peace, Sir John. He doesn't understand why NDC get more votes at the election compared to when opinion polls have been conducted. It's because of these silent people who vote for NDC and they won't show it openly.
So essentially, you will not be wrong to say that the NDC in this election got a chunk of the undecided voters,
yes,
the floating voters that you polled.
Yes, absolutely.
Because they hid their choices. And then those who were also members of the MPP who decided to vote for him did not disclose who they were going to vote for in the poll.
There were some who did not disclose for in the poll, but there were some that openly said they were going to vote for him.
MPP members?
Yes.
What reason did they give?
Of course, every reason is the same reason. The economic issues, the job, unemployment, and then the challenges facing the educational sector and many other issues.
Well, but some of them also had other views, is it not? They also thought that things were going right.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you have the base who were quite happy with what MPP has done, but the base alone is not sufficient to win an election. You need a broader coalition, which they didn't have in this election.
But 39.8, I mean, based on the 367 that's polling results right now from the constituencies, at least that's 267. We have 39.8 for, that's a little over 40%, in fact, 41% thereabout for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. If all the 276 come to play, do you see things going this way? Or it could just inch up a bit based on the considerations of how things have played out over the period, at least for the past 4 or 5 days?
I think we don't expect him to exceed 42%.
You don't expect him to, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia?
No.
Not more than 42%?
No.
Why is that?
Because in the numbers that we have modeled, I don't think there's any scenario, even the worst case.
The worst case scenario?
It's 43%, slightly 43%. So
Yeah.
this is his best performance. But so far what we've seen is not going to get here.
What was the margin of error in this one?
This is 1.8% margin of error.
And this one?
It's the margin of error.
1.8?
Yes, it's the margin of error. But this is the upper limit, which means when you add the base case to 1.8, you get this 54%. If you subtract the 1.8 from the base case, you get the worst case for Mahama, which is 50.4%.
But if you add the 1.8 to 54.1, John Mahama is exceeding your projections, because as we speak, 56.55 with 267 constituency results.
It is because of the collapse of these two candidates.
Okay. So essentially,
a chunk of these votes went to John Mahama and a few went to other places as well.
I see. So then the 57, 58 that is being projected.
That would be a super performance. If that,
super performance.
Yes.
If John Mahama gets to 58%.
Yes.
After all 276 tallied. We'll see what will be. But for the parliamentary seats, this is where for me I thought it was a stretch, and it was a very slippery gamble that I thought you were taking. But look, you don't do gamble with data.
No,
you were very sure.
No.
You collected the data on the ground. And take a look at this. And this came through a week before the elections. This green represents NDC projected seats that you said they will win. And then the blue, MPP. And then the red
26 is anybody can win it.
Anybody could win that.
And we said one person was going to be independent candidate.
Now, let's start from the independent. We have 4 independent candidates as well. You didn't see that coming?
No, especially the ones in Asante Achim North.
And the Apia
Kubi.
You thought he was going
to? Because I did a poll there not too long before the elections. It was slightly ahead. But probably the pressure within the party probably overcoming it. And I believe it is MPP people who voted for the independent candidate that caused him to lose the election.
Okay, Frimpong is an NPP stock. He's from the NPP stock.
So is the MPP.
He contested.
And being a strong MPP constituency, the vote will be overwhelmingly against him in that
We understand there was also resource at play as well.
Of course, of course.
You know, so that, but how about...
And then A plus two,
he surprised you?
Not quite, because it was a three-way contest between the NDC, MPP, and A plus.
All right.
What may have happened in the end is that I think A plus may have won some NDC votes.
Oh, I see. Not MPP votes?
No, certainly he has no base as a independent candidate. He has to rely on people who are MPP, NDC, and then floating voters.
Yeah.
He may have 100 floating voters, a chunk of MPP, and a bit of NDC to win.
I see, because there are many who would identify him more with the MPP
yes,
than the NDC.
Yes.
I see. So, but how about the other two as well, who were from the NDC?
I think is this Telensi?
Yes, that's Telensi.
And the other one. You know, I was quite surprised that they won because NDC seemed to be very united behind their candidate. So maybe for him to win, it means that NDC may have had a very bad candidate.
I see. But they were also from the NDC. In fact, one was suspended from the party.
Yes. And I'm saying that, you see, when that happens, and the one that is independent wins, it means that NDC may have made a wrong choice in the first candidate.
Of their candidate. That's the probable outcome, because a number of them decided to go independent after the primaries and some of the issues that came up. You saw the same play out for the Asante North as well. It was after the primaries. OK Frimpong decided to go independent. So there's always those issues that leads to these outcomes. But let's look at the NPP. Based on our own collation here, they are just at about
84,
85, right? And then now there are at least 5 results outstanding, 3 of them being contested by the NDC. That's Fantiakwa North, Akwatia, and then Suhum. Those have been declared in favor of the NPP as of yesterday. If you add that, they are not getting to the 99 that you projected.
No, they wouldn't, because
what happened?
They woefully underperform compared to the polls. What you see is that a lot of these 26 seats, which were tossed up, were mostly being defended by MPP.
Right.
And if you are defending many of these toss-up seats, and you are the incumbent, and you are under the pressure, it's very unlikely to succeed in defending all of them. So assuming that the net effect is that NDC may have won largely most of these
toss-up
seats. And that would take them, let's say 170 or thereabout. And then the independent candidates may have taken a few here and there, and then a bad performance on the day meant that the 99 seats were given to MPP, they woefully didn't achieve that. And I think there were seats that I didn't expect them to win, to lose, they lost. For example, Second D. I didn't expect MPP to lose that seat.
I didn't expect him to lose?
No, but he lost. And then we have Patrick Boama here in Okankwe Central. We didn't expect him, and then he lost. But there were so many other places that we didn't expect them. And this is where they're strong.
What about Takwan Soyem, George Mekudoka?
Oh, I knew he was going to for a long time.
George Mekudoka?
Yes.
You knew he was going to lose?
Yes, we're going to lose.
As far back as when?
In June.
6 months ago?
Yes.
You knew George Mekudoka was going to
fall,
lose?
Yes.
Why?
Well, we've done the polling there. The numbers were not great for him. And also the Galamsey issue really came to finish him up. You know, remember
he was a deputy minister for... He is a deputy minister
remember
for
he made some comments at the dying end of the campaign about Galamsey matter. It became a bit of public backlash. And I think that probably finished him up. And also there was a lady that was really... Jocelyn. She was really hemorrhaging numbers from him. And there was no way he could survive with NDC united and him and the ladies splitting MPP vote.
I see. But even if you add all the toss-up, that is the seats that, you know, could go either way to the 150 you projected for the NDC, it's still more than what they're even getting now.
Yeah,
the
because
NDC is inching towards 188.
Remember
so
here,
they got
their performance in Western and Central region worse than expected.
You mean MPP?
MPP. Okay. So that made that they lose a lot of... In fact, there were seats like Sikuba to win Brakwa, which they were on course to win, but they lost it at the last minute. Seats like the Ahanta, some of the seats that were clearly... I mean, they lost them. So they performed woefully than we expected. And that is why they are around 84% or 84 rather than 99.
For the Central region, the NDC had a target of 20 seats to win out of the 23, the total of 23 seats in the Central region. Prior to this election, they were holding 13 seats. The MPP had 10 seats. But based on the outcome, the NDC has won 18 of the seats in the Central region.
Including the Asin Central. For us, we didn't expect that.
You didn't expect Asin Central?
No.
The NDC to win Asin Central?
No, we didn't expect
that. You didn't expect them to flip it?
No, we didn't expect that to flip, no.
Why is that?
We've done some polling there, and the MPP was ahead. And considering the fact that it is Kennedy's seat, and Kennedy was likely going to be able to have influence in the area, we thought MPP could hold it. Even though the margin in the poll wasn't that wide, we didn't expect them to lose it. And probably the people were up for something.
But Kennedy Japan was not really seen
in that constituency
campaigning for the
maybe he was preoccupied with the national campaign of Baomi. I don't know what that was the case, but We didn't see him in the constituency campaigning, no. Probably he was more needed in the national level and the constituency level.
So that's just for the central region. The western region as well, the NDC showing phenomenal, historic there we are seeing. 17 seats in the western region, the NDC has won 15, leaving just two for the MPP. Unprecedented.
Yeah, I think the alarm bells were ringing long in western region. We've taken some time to poll the metropolis. We look at Takrady, Efia, Shama, Osimintim, Eskado Ketan, and Sekendi.
Yeah.
And what we found there was shocking. In fact, in these constituencies, MPP had lost 30% of their support compared to last election.
30%?
30%. And there's no way you can survive any election if you lose this core number. So we knew there was going to be a tsunami in that area. So we're quite okay that, look, these areas will fall. Initially, in fact, Eskado Ketan, the first poll we did, Charles Bisu was ahead by 4 points. That was about 2 or 3 months ago. And with the MPP campaign, what we realized was that as the time of the polls get closer, they were losing grounds. They were losing grounds. And normally, if you are making recovery, if you have a chance of winning election, you don't lose grounds towards the end. You rather close the gap. But in the MPP case, they were losing ground. That's why the numbers were so shocking to everybody.
And just to go back a bit, the independent candidate we talked about was a
Walensee.
Walensee, yes.
Okay.
But for the let's say a bit further on the western region, I see that there are about 3 or 4 constituencies that the NDC has never won before, which they flipped in their favor. You look at the Sikado Ketan, they've never won that seat. Jogati has held it for quite a while, and then you have the NDC winning. If you look at the Sekendi constituency, I think in 1992...
He was part of the credit.
Yeah, Albert Chisam was the one who won for the NDC. But, you know, when we're looking at this analysis, we take out 92 because of the stolen verdict that was written by the NPP. But from 1996 to date, the NDC never won Sekendi. They flipped it in their favor now. Then you look at Impoho as well.
Impoho.
It was in Impoho East.
Yes.
And then they said they just split it. And then now in Impoho constituency, the NDC has won it for the first time as well. Did you see that coming?
That we didn't take a critical look at that. We used an MRP model, which for certain places we thought they were given. MP. I think that's where we got it wrong. Because the margin that MP used to win in those areas were so heavy that we thought, okay, even if it gets rough, they can still retain it.
Right.
But with the secondary area, it was a unique situation, so we kept that in check. But we didn't look at Impoho, but shockingly, Impoho too went. I was quite worried for NDC for
Evaluation.
Yes, because of
Catherine Afeko.
Yes, she was pulling very well there. And I think, you see, she was doing well. And towards the last end of the campaign, MPP just lost grounds. And she lost.
What, Catherine Afeko's constituency?
She was doing very well.
Proud to the election?
In fact, about 2 weeks before the election, she was doing pretty well.
And then just...
Suddenly things just disappeared.
The economy, you thought played a key role?
The economy, and sometimes the antics of the national campaign and how things were unfolding in the national campaign, it tends to have a down ballot effect.
So a lot of the NPP candidates who lost suffered from the national issues.
Yes.
That caused their presidential candidates defeat.
Absolutely.
So that trickled down to the parliamentary candidates as well.
Absolutely.
Interesting stuff. But for the Upper East and Upper West, it was a given, right? 11 seats all gone for the NDC, 15 seats all gone for the NDC. What about Northeast?
Northeast.
They shared the spoil.
They shared the spoil. I was expecting them to lose, NDC to lose Bunkulugu.
But it's 3-3. They still...
Yeah, so they managed to hold Bunkulugu. And I said, okay, if that's the case, that means nothing will change much. Then you have the northern region.
Yeah.
That was really a disaster.
You didn't see this?
No, I saw. Look, Tolong was almost lost. From our polls. Yes, from the polls, he was in fact losing in the polls in about 2 weeks before the election.
2 weeks.
Yes, and then Zabzugu was a tie, and I said, look, if it's a tie here, then I think NDC will take Zabzugu.
You know, one person died in Tolong, was shot.
Yes. Myong, we knew NDC were going to take Myong.
And it happened.
Yes. Yendi we didn't see.
But they took it.
They took it.
You know, so when you look at, let's look at Savannah as well. Savannah, the only seat the NPP is holding on to now is the disputed Damongo constituency, right? But the rest of the 7 were taken by the NDC. Did you see that coming as well?
No, look, to be very honest with you, we have polled Savannah as well, and we've seen what was going to happen in Savannah. So, look, Jinapor was in a very strong position locally, and we saw signs of skirt and blouse.
I see.
So Mahama was winning the presidential, and we see Jinapor doing well in the parliamentary. So when he won, I wasn't quite surprised, but I don't know the actual final numbers. Things could have been different, but I believe that from the poll we saw, he was slightly ahead.
Well, that's been disputed now because Adam Otawakilu, the NDC candidate there, has gotten the support and backing of some of the traditional leaders there. No, they're going to go and
the issue is, do they have the right pink sheet to challenge? That's where the issue now is.
Well, we'll see how things play out in that constituency as well. But then again, let's look at Greater Accra. I mean, that's the fulcrum of this election. Right? If you want to understand what happened, let's look at Greater Accra. 34 constituencies, and the NDC has won 29 so far. Correct?
Yes, I think they're saying 31.
31. Well, but there are 2 of them that have been disputed. You know, that's Okaikwe Central and then Tema Central.
Look.
So if you add that to it, you effectively will see 31 out of 34.
Look, we knew Tema West was going to fall. We knew Tema Central was going to fall, even though it's one of the regions, areas with the largest margin. You see, Tema Central gives you the largest margin, not of vote. There's a percentage in Greater Accra, and then followed by, I think, Ablekumanov, and then Kwabenya. All were supposed to fall, all of them, except Trobu. Trobu MP was going to retain it because Trobu is a very solid, but there was a huge reduction in the number of votes that MP was going to get, and I think we saw that. And then you have Anyaso Otrum. Anyaso Otrum was one of the, I think, best case for MPP because a very solid blue. And you have Elder Tobin, you know, Elder of the church. Come on, you will not lose. Then you have Wedagbawe. Wedagbawe, I think if NDC had got a good candidate, that seat would have fallen.
I see.
Because in the last poll we did, the gap between NDC and MP was about 2%. And if you are an incumbent, you're leading by 2% as a party, then the remaining 3 months you should be worried. Yes, you'll be worried. Ablekuma West, easy for us to predict.
Ablekuma West. You say it was easy for you.
Yes.
You know, we had a banter.
Yes.
About almost 2 months before the election when you told me Eslohusu was going to lose.
Yes.
I almost put my salary that month on it. I would have lost.
I
mean, I think I was God's
lost.
You know, but why were you so sure?
No,
2 months to the election that Eslohusu was going to lose.
You see, we've been there about twice, and the difference between the first poll and second poll was less than 1%. So if within 2 months you have gained only 1%, there's nothing the remaining 4 weeks will do for you. You will not get anywhere. Because when it comes to election, unless something dramatic happens, you don't make a huge recovery. And you are incumbent government who is unpopular.
And a minister.
And a minister. So this is not going to go your way.
Wow. How about Dom Kwabenya?
Another easy prediction for us.
It was easy for you?
Yes.
What made it so easy? Because the margin of victory for Faustina Akurugu was just a little over 1,100.
Yes. And that was exactly what we found her to be leading, even the first and second poll. Even in the exit poll, she won by the same margin.
Same margin?
Yes, in the exit poll.
Oh, no. So what are the dynamics in that consensus that really made you so convinced?
There are a number of things that are not political. First is the demographic changes.
Okay.
The Dominic is expanding.
Right.
The Abokubi side of town is settling in. People are moving in, settlers.
A number of estates moving in.
So
there.
People are moving in. So they are moving into the area that is MDC stronghold.
Right.
And when they come and see low development, they get angry with the MP. So
bad roads.
So they come in to live in the area that is NDC, and then they get angry, automatically become NDC.
Oh, right.
Then you have a growth of the population happening in that area. But in the area where MPP wins, there's no growth happening there, except the natural population growth of moving from 17 to 18 years, which is about 3% or sometimes less. So you could see that with time, the other parts of the electoral areas would outpace this side. Right. So that was bound to happen. Then you have Ajosafo and her issue. Look, I've said that over a year ago that for Makokwe to win the seat, he must have Safo on his campaign.
Well, that didn't happen.
That didn't happen. Because look,
but in the last minute, we saw a delegation going to Apostle Kojo Safo, Sarah Safo's father.
Maybe it was too late.
Because Michael Kwe, they were going to seek his blessing.
Look, it was quite clear that Taifa North and Taifa South, they account for 45% of MPP's winning margin last time. So you can't afford to lose grounds in Taifa North and Taifa South.
Because that's where the Christian Safo people are.
Absolutely. And in the last poll we did before the election, Akurugu was leading in Taifa North. 52%, Makokwe around 48%.
And that's the stronghold.
And that was when I knew that this election is absolutely. The signs were there because there's no way Akurugu should be doing 40% in Taifa North and Taifa South.
Because of the MPP base there.
The point is that the people of Taifa North and Taifa South were loyal or are loyal to Safo, not MPP. So once Safo is not in the race, the loyalty is scattered.
Because of the church.
Church, yes.
So Apostle Kojo Safo's churches around that area, you have thousands of his members living in Taifa North, Taifa South. So their allegiance is to the father.
And not the MPP. And that's what probably they misunderstood.
So how about Professor Michael Kwe? Because he is a former MP, his son is contesting.
No, in fact, that even didn't help. Because you see, they don't want the idea of father and son.
Oh, right.
They don't like father and son. And where you expect Mahokwe to do well among the Ga areas of the constituency is woefully performing.
How about the swing constituencies in the swing region, like the Greater Accra region? Where Adenta, the jinx was broken.
Adenta, there was no way NPP was going to win Adenta.
Really?
I didn't even bother polling there.
You thought that?
No, I didn't bother.
Ramadan was going to retain
absolutely,
the seat.
Absolutely.
Was going to break that one-year term thing?
Look, I have somebody call me. Say, oh, Adenta. I said, look, forget Adenta. I told him point blank, Adenta, forget it.
It was going to be for NDC?
Yes.
So you knew that trend was going to be broken?
It's going to be broken.
How about Lejikuku?
That one, in fact, I could sleep and tell you what is going to happen. Even though he was doing well related to some other MPs in other parts of the region, but the sheer anger in the constitution and in the constituency and the frustration, unemployment, and the economic issue, there's no way he couldn't survive it. He couldn't survive.
Well, but Dr. Bernardo Koboy, we saw some last minute
That's what I'm saying.
He was doing in there with.
Under normal circumstances, and the normal election, I think he would have won.
Under normal circumstances?
Yes. But
this election, if the party wasn't in power or things were going well for the government.
He would have won.
I see.
But this election was not normal.
A lot of abnormality.
It was so abnormal. People were pent up look, it was quite scary.
So it was the anger and frustration and the realities of people
that determined how the election went.
But let's look at the key issues in
exit
the exit poll.
Yes.
So this is the exit poll. We've moved away from what happened one way to the elections. The key issues that you say for voters in the Greater Accra, Central,
and Western region. And there are 3 regions that swept the country into green.
Economy.
Number one issue, 23% of the voters mentioned the economy as number one issue, priority for them.
It was priority for everyone.
For everyone.
Really.
And then jobs became number 2, 20%. So between the economy and job, which are interrelated, it is 43%.
Economy, jobs. But they go hand in hand. If the economy is good,
absolutely,
you obviously have jobs being created.
Absolutely.
But as a matter of fact, in this country, we've had jobless growth before. When the economy was looking so good and there were no jobs. But so you see 43% combined economy, jobs. So that obviously informs the expectation people have of the next administration.
Absolutely.
Get the economy to work.
And give us jobs.
And give us jobs. Next is education.
Education, 18%.
So what was it about education?
You see, education, people they misread the issue of education. There is one leg, which is the free element. Another leg, the quality. Right? For those who are at the bottom of the society, the low-income people, they focus on the free element. And the middle, upper class, they focus on quality. Now, the poll shows that there are more people who are concerned about the quality than those who want the free.
Right.
So you see that when you come to who would you vote for, those who mention education, even education, Mahama is leading Bawumia, but just that the gap there is a bit smaller.
So the free SHS didn't do the trick?
No.
Even with all the campaign around
No.
it? Because
it didn't do as much as they wanted it to be.
Because you realize, just a few weeks to the election, a lot of the MPP's campaigns switched from the digitalization to free senior high school because they saw some advantage in there. But based on...
But you see, we have three main issues, and education is number 3. It simply means that there are not enough numbers in education compared to economy and jobs. So if you focus your campaign and pivot on education, you are doing the service yourself. You are losing votes around jobs and economy.
Which were the top two issues?
Yes.
Roads.
Roads, 9%. Not much. Taxes, 8%. Healthcare, 6%. Corruption, see where it is, 6%.
Corruption.
People were hungry and they have no time to think about corruption. They want money in their pocket, they want jobs, and for that matter, economy, the corruption issue was not a banner.
As we saw in previous elections,
yes.
But the most important issues.
Yes.
So what's the difference between this and this?
Here, we give you so many factors, including manifesto, party performance, education here still, the jobs are still there. When you ask them that, look, we know you have so many issues. Pick one of them, just one. That is the most important. That look, if they strangle you, you use that to vote. Look at economic condition. My economic condition today, 37%.
37%
of all voters are saying that this is the most important thing to them in this election. Then you have the party's performance. How do they perceive MPP and NDC's past performance?
Right.
That was also number 2.
Precisely.
Manifestos of the two parties. How do you judge NDC and MPP's manifesto? 12% said they use manifesto to vote. Education comes in, what, 4th?
Interesting stuff. So if you look at the first 5 top issues, education is there, jobs, economy as well. That's what's going to lead us into our next conversation, as a matter of fact. We're looking into education, because free senior high school, and then for the youth as well, job creation. So we'll have a conversation on that as we go on. But I see Galamsey found its way somewhere.
Somewhere, yes.
So it's not a fight that is dying.
No.
I'm sure it still should inform the next administration's expectations.
It's almost on the same level as jobs for people who mention it as number 1 issue, which it means that there are some that are very much concerned about Galamsey, and it was their number 1 issue across the country.
When did you decide on your choice of who would vote for?
This is one of the, I don't know what should I call it, shocking data, but not surprising. And I think for the politicians, they will realize that they've lost their money.
Why do you say so? Because
look, they didn't spend much in the first 6 months. They focused on the last 3 months.
Yes.
And they spent money to convince 16% of the people.
So this exit poll in these 3 swing regions, in the last 7 days, only 3% of the voters, over 7,500 people that you polled, made up their minds in the last 7 days.
Yes.
So people, as of 1 year ago, had decided who they were going to vote for.
Yes.
And look, this color code you are seeing doesn't necessarily mean that 67% voted for MPP. No. It's just that it's a year ago or more.
Yep.
People had already decided
who they are voting
for. And nothing was going to change their minds.
That is why the polling numbers were stable.
Oh, over the last, at least.
Exactly.
From
because
April, I realized from April you started predicting John Mahama was going to win. And I thought that was too early.
It shows that, yes, we're correct, because way back in April 2022, Mahama was 53%, Bawumia 38%. These guys are saying that over a year ago, they made that decision. And then another 70% in the last 6 months. So if you add last 6 months to a year ago, you get 84%, which is consistent with the people who were polling even in the last November. They were saying that we've made up our mind, the minds are made up, mind is made up, mind is made up.
And to put it on record, you've been doing this post ahead of this election for the past 2 years.
3 years.
3 years,
yes.
Almost 3 years.
Yes, almost 3 years.
So let's look at it. Last 3 months,
last 3 months, 8%. In the last month, 5%. 7 days, 3%. If you add 8 plus 5 plus this, you are getting about 16%.
16%.
So they have spent millions and billions of money to convince 16% of voters.
Mr. Dankwa, let me put you on the spot. When did you make up your mind?
In the last 3 days.
So you're part of the last 3%.
Yes.
You are not alone. Anyway, but which of the following parties offered inducement? As in bribes.
Vote buying.
Vote buying.
Yes.
They call it treating. We saw some packs of food, fried yam,
branded
pork
stuff,
and fridge. We saw a lot of things. You say that based on this over 7,500 people you polled, how many said MPP gave them something to vote for them?
56%.
56%?
Yes.
Did they give you the items they were offered? Any detail?
No, we gave money, food items, and whatever it is that is deemed to be inducement, yes.
I see. And did he give you the regional demarcation? As in, if we can drill down?
Yeah, we can drill it down if we want to. Yes, we can drill it down.
Super. That'll be
by
good.
regions.
That'll be good. To
you can see which regions were the most recipient of this bribe. And then look, NDC, 23% of the respondents said they got money from NDC or things from NDC.
Anyway,
both parties. Achabe, 15%.
So both sides. There are people who got from both parties.
Yes, yes.
So NDC, even though the opposition coming to power, you have 23%.
Yes.
The government or the party in power, 56%. And there are people who, the Atrabi, as we call them,
yes.
They got
15%
of the respondents
got money from both.
They got money from both MPP and NDC.
And then the other 6%.
So in that case, is the highest bidder.
The highest bidder. Did the highest bidder win?
Obviously not. At least with what we're saying. 6% say other candidates give them money. So that's, the other ones.
Yeah, it could be any other. Yeah.
How did they vote in 2020? And this is interesting.
The people who we spoke to, we asked them to tell us who they voted for in the last election. And John Mahama was 49.1%, Nana Akufo-Addo 49.2%, 1.7% other candidates. So virtually tied in the three swing regions put together in 2020.
And at least with what we saw in 2024, this is just throwing this off of the whole.
Now look at it.
58% of the respondents. This is 49.
Yes.
You round it up. And look at this.
58.
So effectively, you had the...
John Mahama going up almost 8 or 9%.
9%. And then
Baumia collapsing.
Within the same margin. And the others as well. Okay, so that really gives us a clear idea. But Mr. Dankwa, so when is the next exit poll coming?
Next election.
The next election.
But we'll continue to do
the regional
periodic polls. Maybe we're hoping to start maybe after April. If not, it will be June. We want to give Mahama some time before we begin to track his performance. We will not stop.
You're not going to give him any honeymoon?
No, there won't be any honeymoon.
Musa Dankwa is a man that a number of you have been celebrating for his projections, not after dreaming at night, but based on data that he had people go on the round to collect for him, and then also all the modules that he used over time to make these predictions that in some cases sounded insane to many, but you knew exactly what you were talking about.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, because you've been with us all throughout, every step of the way. Prior to this election, Musa Dankwa was with us on Ghana Tonight, on Key Point, on all our programs, and he was consistent. And that's why we have institutional memory of some of the projections that he made. I know that Kemini and her guests have some questions as well for you on some of the issues. So we're going to go for a quick break. When we are back, we'll get the conversation going on. Stay with us.
On Ghana Tonight, it's our utmost priority to bring you insightful conversations on the economy, break down the biggest issues while setting the agenda for transformation and national development. The big and important stories are treated from the human interest angle, while the facts and the figures are painted with precision. So now, let's cut the convention and start the conversation here on Ghana Tonight. I am your host, Alfred Okamse.
Ghana Tonight shows Monday to Friday at 10 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Flamingo Paint. Superior durability, superior hiding, superior coverage, simply superior.
At the helm of Ghana's education sector, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman stood out as a visionary leader, transcended boundaries and surpassed expectations. A beacon of resilience and foresight, she left an indelible mark on Ghana's educational landscape. Breaking through the glass ceiling as the first female vice-chancellor of a major Ghanaian public university, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman didn't just open doors, she held the door open for many behind her. And her odyssey didn't halt at academia. Ascending to the role of Minister for Education under the National Democratic Congress government of President John Dramani Mahama from 2013 to 2017, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman embarked on an audacious mission to reshape the very fabric of Ghana's educational landscape. Her vision? A future where education ceased to be a privilege but a birthright. Where every child, regardless of his or her background, could grasp the reins of their destiny and steer it towards greatness. For Professor Opoku-Agyeman, this wasn't just an act of service, it was her calling. As Minister for Education, she embarked on an ambitious project to transform learning and empower Ghana's youth, orchestrating a symphony of initiatives aimed at democratizing access to education for all Ghanaians. Recognizing the pivotal role of foundational education, she set her sights on fortifying its bedrock. Under the Early Childhood Care and Development Program ECCD, her administration established 1,347 kindergarten blocks and distributed 1,875 desks. With unwavering resolve, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman ensured that textbooks became more than mere tools. They became portals to knowledge, accessible to every eager mind. Over 1.2 million core textbooks and millions of dictionaries were distributed. Under her stewardship, Ghana recorded an historic performance in the Basic Education Certificate Examination (BEC) results, a testament to the efficacy of her strategic vision. Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman also introduced the private BECE to expand opportunities for Ghanaian children. Understanding that a nurturing environment is as vital as the lessons themselves, she championed safe and conducive spaces where potential could flourish. She ensured that 2,031 schools under trees were replaced with modern child-friendly school infrastructure and worked hard to abolish the obnoxious shift system which had plagued Ghana's education for decades. Under her leadership, the Ministry of Education carried out a massive distribution of 151,154 school desks and chairs to bring dignity to the learning environment. Her commitment to foundational education was unyielding, opening the floodgates of opportunity for countless Ghanaian youth. At the secondary education level, Professor Opoku-Agyeman's vision soared to new heights. Introducing the groundbreaking progressively free senior high school program, she revolutionized access to secondary education, bringing dreams within reach of thousands. Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman rolled out the construction of 123 of the famous E-blocks to underserved communities. The E-blocks emphasized STEM education with 4 labs for general science, biology, physics, and chemistry. They were also equipped with computer labs and well-stocked libraries. Under her stewardship, Ghana was adjudged the best in the West African Senior Secondary School Certificate exams for 4 consecutive years. Championing the transformation of polytechnics into technical universities, a vision of President John Dramani Mahama, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman bolstered the quality of higher learning and created the conditions for Ghana's industrialization. $1 billion remarkable TVET interventions across all regions and all levels have won her global praise. Pursuant to NDC's policy of establishing a public university in every region, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman successfully completed the University of Health and Allied Sciences in the Volta region, the University of Energy and Natural Resources in the then Brong-Ahafo region, and secured funding for the University of Environment and Sustainable Development in the Eastern region. Her key legacies include the establishment of 3 African Centers of Excellence. These are the Regional Water and Environmental Sanitation Center at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Kumasi, the West Africa Center for Crop Improvement at the University of Ghana, and the West African Center for Cell Biology of Infectious Pathogens, also at the University of Ghana, which instructively became Ghana's saving grace in the fight against COVID-19. During her tenure, she handed over new office complexes to the West Africa Examinations Council and the prestigious Academy of Arts and Sciences, respectively cementing her as a visionary of our time. In the tapestry of education, teachers are the weavers of destiny. Professor Opoku-Agyeman recognized this truth, placing the welfare of educators at the forefront of her agenda. She provided teachers with laptops and enhanced the National Teacher Award Scheme. She distributed 100 units of 66-seater buses, 200 units of 33-seater buses, and 200 double-cabin pickup trucks to educational institutions across the country. Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman's intervention led to teacher absenteeism decline significantly from 27% to 7% in 2016, paving the way for resurgence in educational standards. Professor Opoku-Agyeman constructed 25 new district education offices and negotiated a $102 million Transforming Teaching Education and Learning TTEL initiative for all colleges of education. She abolished the quota system in the colleges of education and ensured the automatic posting of teachers without licensure examinations and national service, received prompt promotions, and were treated as partners in education management without fear of victimization for speaking out. Equality isn't just a dream. It's a cornerstone of Professor Opoku-Agyeman's legacy. From free sanitary pads to targeted initiatives, she waged a relentless battle against gender disparities, empowering Ghanaian schoolgirls to reach for the stars. During her tenure, Ghana attained gender parity at the basic level. Through her tireless advocacy and unwavering commitment, she left an indelible mark on Ghana's educational landscape, a beacon of hope for generations yet to come. As we journey through Ghana's educational history, she emerges as an innovator whose legacy shines bright. Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman's tenure as Minister for Education under President John Mahama's administration from 2013 to 2017 was nothing short of transformation and triumph. From the corridors of academia to the halls of policymaking, Professor Opoku-Agyeman blazed a trail of innovation and inclusivity. There has never been a scandal or adverse audit finding anywhere she has served. She never engaged in photocopying of past questions for 68.5 million Ghana cedis. Professor Opoku-Agyeman was never embroiled in the 75 million cedi mathematical set scandal. Neither was she ever indicted in an SHS placement scandal. Professor Opoku-Agyeman stands ready not to rest on her laurels, but to embrace her next challenge as the Vice President of Ghana. The final stanza of her story is yet to be written, and the promise of tomorrow shines bright. Professor Opoku-Agyeman is a selfless leader with impeccable integrity. A clean, transparent, and modest leader who quietly gets the job done with great respect for the people she serves.
It's 6 p.m. Ghana. This nation is holding its breath. The numbers are pouring in, and the stakes couldn't be any higher.
From the streets all the way to the seat of power, we bring you all the twists and turns and everything you need to know here on your Election Command Center.
We will be here to interrogate the stories and analyze the numbers each evening.
Election Command Center. Facts, analysis, results.
This is Hot Issues, your passport to the most compelling conversations of our time. We go one-on-one with the movers and shakers, the thought leaders, and the game changers. We ask the questions that matter, and we don't back down. Tonight on Hot Issues, I sit with the man at the center of corruption investigations. Join me on Hot Issues here on TV3.
Hot Issues shows Sundays at 2 p.m. on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
Elevate your Sundays with the ultimate mix of entertainment that will get you moving. Touching stories that will inspire.
When you were going through this,
I have to be a divorce.
Why?
Because it got to a time that I have to choose my life over my marriage.
The latest in current affairs.
If you stop liking my music because of my political affiliation, you never liked my music.
No minister or party person can say that they gave me cash in my time of work and none of them.
Fun games for the whole family.
The Day Show, Sundays at 3 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Cowbell Coffee, Onga.
Mentor is back like it never left with the Switch the Genre episode. This week, the contestants will pick a song and give it a genre twist. Would it be R&B to reggae, reggae to soul? The possibilities are endless. Remember, you have 40% of the power. Voting closes on Sunday, December 15 at 7 p.m. At least one talent will exit the competition. Mentor 13, the rising star.
Mentor 13 is powered by Shaltox Lozenges.
Sponsored by Darlin Lemon Drink, Darlin XYZ Wine, Blue Jeans Energy Drink, Enapa Foods, Frutelli Calipo, Obuasi Nubunawum.
Family. I have some of my best and greatest friends in the church. And in every step that I've taken, I know that the church has followed me with prayer. And especially in the run-up to this election, I know all the prayer networks and chains that were.
Welcome back to your Election Command Center. Let's cross over straight to the Electoral Commission office where the EC chair is addressing the press right now.
You open it up the font a bit. Yes. We are doing my style. Of course.
It's only this one which is a bit smaller, but it's okay. I'm comfortable with it.
We should find a way. God should make a way from about this thing.
Oh, yes.
The Electoral Commission, as we indicated to you earlier, had given notice of addressing the press on the issues that we've been talking about at this Tessano Police Training School, where some 4 constituencies' results are being recollated or recounted at that venue. And earlier, the communication was that that decision to relocate the entire process to the police training school was for security considerations. The National Peace Council has made recommendations that that process be halted, and then also the NDC as well. And the Peace Council is also, together with the NDC, making a call for the consideration of an emergency IPAC meeting to be called, an emergency inter-party advisory committee meeting to be called. As we speak, we don't know if that's what the Electoral Commission will be speaking to right now, but the EC also issued a statement just about an hour ago, which we brought to you on that breaking news here on TV3, that they had halted until further notice the entire exercise at the Tessano Police Training School. So there's nothing happening there right now. That's the decision that was communicated in that statement that they issued about an hour ago. Then we got indication of this press conference, which we're about hearing from the Electoral Commission right now. So there's no clear agenda as to what they're going to speak to, but based on the statement that they issued just about an hour ago, we do know that there has been a decision taken on the process and all the issues taking place at the Tessano Police Training School, a decision to halt the entire process until further notice. What that essentially means is that the Nsomadrejuri constituency results and every process of recounting has also been halted until further notice. And this decision came way before the Electoral Commission also giving us this indication about the press conference that they are about addressing. So that's the information that we have right now. What you're seeing on the screen is a conversation right now amongst the EC chair, Jane Adokwe-Mensah, and then Isaac Tete and Dr. Bosman Asare. And we have also some officials seated around the table having a conversation with the EC chair. Earlier, that statement that I read to you was signed by Samuel Tete, who is the Deputy Commissioner at the Electoral Commission in charge of electoral services, giving us in charge of operations. Samuel Tete giving us details of what the Electoral Commission had decided with respect to the happenings at the Ghana Police Service Training Institute in Tessano. So we're waiting to hear from the Electoral Commission exactly what decisions they have taken beyond the statement that they issued just about an hour ago, which we read to you here on TV3. And so what you're seeing right now are live videos of the Electoral Commission's conference room, where normally the Inter-Party Advisory Committee meetings take place. As we speak, the AC is getting ready to address the press on the issues at play. We also have Sebano Bio seated alongside other officials of the Electoral Commission, getting ready to address the press on the issues that have come out so far. What you're seeing are live videos from the Electoral Commission conference room right now. And in a moment, we'll hear Samuel Tete set the ball rolling on what the Electoral Commission is ready to tell the nation about the results that were being collated after the decision was taken to have that process relocated to the Greater Accra region. Remember, those 4 constituency results in the Eastern region were originally supposed to be recollated at the Koforidua Sectec Hall. Then a decision was taken yesterday to have it all brought to Accra. to have the process done. So just bear in mind, in the next few minutes ahead of us, the Electoral Commission will be addressing the press on issues. Kemini? So there's a lot at play right now. At least the good thing is that your heart is not going to be broken. We're getting to hear from the Electoral Commission after the statement they issued.
Absolutely. You see, I look forward to them answering some of the questions we have raised here. I hope that it won't be one of those news conferences where they tell us things we already know, things they have already put in their statements, and refuse to answer the questions that we have. And then also, I hope they don't do that. And then also, I hope that when they answer our questions, they answer them succinctly, so that we bring an end to the chaos that has surrounded the parliamentary elections.
Let's go back to the Electoral Commission. The press conference is underway.
On behalf of the chairperson and the commission, I welcome you all to this evening's press briefing. The purpose of this press conference is to provide an update to citizens about the collation of results in a number of outstanding constituencies. As you may be aware, at the time of the declaration of the presidential results by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the presidential results from 9 constituencies had not been received. In addition to that, parliamentary results from 12 constituencies had also not been received. The facts are as follows. After close of polls on Saturday, the 7th of December, the collation at constituency collation centers began in all 40,648 collation centers, as expected. The Commission had put in place a robust mechanism enshrined in CI 127 to ensure the accurate but timely collation of results. Our well-trained staff were proceeding along the procedures enshrined in CI 127. Halfway through the collation, supporters of some political parties entered into the collation centers and disrupted and impeded the ongoing collation process. These supporters destroyed and tore the pink sheets being used for the collation, as well as ballot papers which could be relied upon in case of a dispute. In some cases, constituency results collation forms which were being collated were destroyed. Additionally, computers being used for the electronic collation of results were also vandalized. This brought collation in those constituencies to a standstill. It is important to note that in most of the collation centers, it is important to note that in most of the collation centers, our staff were issued with death threats and beaten up. This is the reason why collation for the outstanding constituencies could not proceed as envisaged. We wish to place on record that the delay in collation of results in those outstanding constituencies was in no way the fault of the Commission. It was simply because supporters of political parties besieged our collation centers and disrupted proceedings, bringing collation to a standstill. They also destroyed the constituency results collation forms and pink sheets required for collation and ballot papers which relied upon in case of a dispute. In our bid to ensure the prompt collation of results in these centers, the Commission took immediate steps to liaise with the IGP to provide adequate security to enable our staff collate the results. To date, out of the 12 constituencies requiring recollation of parliamentary results, 3 have been completed. The 3 constituencies where collation has been successful are Suhum, Akwetia, and Fantiapa North. Recollation is yet to take place in the following constituencies, namely Ahafo Ano Southwest, Ahafo Ano North, Obuasi East, and Techiman South. It is imperative to note that the recollation in the following constituencies, namely Domi Kwabenya, Okakwe Central, Ablikuma North, and Tema Central constituencies did not follow lay-down processes as enshrined in CI 127. Despite police presence at the collation centers to enable the Commission staff undertake the recollation, the centers were again besieged by party supporters who took over the process and forced our staff to declare results of their preferred candidate. In all 4 instances, the processes enshrined in CI 127 were not followed, and our officers were threatened to declare winners without following the laid-down processes and procedures required for collation. It is therefore the conclusion of the Commission that the collation and declarations which did not follow laid-down procedures are illegal and cannot be upheld by the Commission, since the processes for collation and declaration as set out in CI 127 were violated and not followed. It is instructive to note that as a result of the disruptions that took place during the recollation and to ensure the safety and security of our staff and the collation and declaration processes, the Commission agreed with the Ghana Police Service to relocate the collation center to the Tessano Police Depot. The Commission duly informed the political party leadership to provide the names of 2 agents as required by law. The collation at the Tessano Police Depot was observed by party agents for the 4 constituencies, namely Fantiapa North, Akwetia, Suhum, and Nzawam Adwejiri. With the exception of the Nzawam Adwejiri constituency, the collation was successfully concluded in the other 3 constituencies. The collation process was far advanced for Nzawam Adwejiri constituency. However, the political parties agreed to return today, Friday, 13th December 2024, to continue with the recollation. The process, however, stalled because the police indicated that the environment was not conducive to enable them provide the needed security in light of the impending threats by the political party supporters. They indicated that per their situational analysis, there could be loss of lives if the recollation was allowed to continue. The EC has maintained, however, that the recollation is not illegal and it is within its mandate. Some have alleged that the choice of the Tessano Police Depot as the venue of the recollation is illegal. This is false, as the Commission is not required by law to gazette collation centers. What is important is for the Commission to inform the parties about the collation centers, which has been done. This was done in the case of the Tessano Police Depot, and the agents of the political parties were there to observe the collation and declaration. We urge all stakeholders, especially the political parties, to cooperate with the Commission to complete the process in the following areas: Zawam Edweji, Ahafo Ano South West, Ahafo Ano North, Obuasi East, Techiman South, Domi Kwabenya, Okaikwe Central, Ablekuma North, and Tema Central. And these are the details of the destruction of the collation centers in these constituencies. In Zawam, the collation center was besieged by hundreds of party supporters who violently impeded the collation process and brought it to a halt. 2 ballot boxes and 1 BVD were destroyed at the collation center.
Ballot boxes containing ballot papers.
Ballot boxes which contain ballot papers. In our North Southwest, party supporters invaded the collation center and disrupted the collation exercise. Ballot boxes with ballot papers kept at the district storeroom were burnt, and officers were also severely beaten. In Havana North, party supporters also attacked the Commission's vehicle carrying ballot boxes with ballot papers and the declaration of resource forms to the collation center. The ballot boxes and the declaration of resource forms were burnt by the party supporters. The presiding officers on board the vehicle were also beaten. The supporters invaded the collation center and started beating the election officials. The DO, the returning and deputy returning officers, fled the collation center and went to hide at the police station. All materials in the district office were brought outside and burnt. In Obuasi East, the collation center was attacked by party supporters. The returning officer was forced to declare the results when he was threatened with an axe. 1 BVD charger was stolen. At Domi Kwabenya, the collation center was besieged by party supporters. They offloaded the ballot boxes which contained ballot papers in the Commission's vehicle and set the ballot boxes ablaze. This disrupted the collation process and brought it to a halt. The driver was also beaten, and a policeman drove the Commission's vehicle to the police station for safety. In all, 14 ballot boxes were burnt, containing ballot papers were burnt. At the collation center, the following items were destroyed: tables and chairs hired for the collation, 2 BVDs, a wooden door and panel, and slight damage to the bonnet and the left back door of the official vehicle belonging to the commission. In Okakwe Central, the collation center was also attacked by party supporters and vandalized, bringing the collation exercise to an abrupt end. The returning officer was forced to declare results using 110 polling stations instead of 141. The following election materials were either destroyed or stolen: projector lens broken, the hard drive of the system unit was stolen, the desktop was also broken into pieces, the keyboard also broken, the computer mouse was stolen, Wi-Fi router stolen, the presidential collation form 9 was also destroyed, and then about half of the parliamentary results summary sheet was also burnt. In Tema West, party supporters invaded the collation center and manhandled Tema Central. Sorry, in Tema Central, party supporters invaded the collation center and manhandled officers, including the district electoral officer. The DO managed to escape with the assistance of the police. The mob, however, attacked the policemen at the entrance of the collation center and destroyed the glass door and windows. The Tema West district officer was forced to declare the results, which excluded 2 polling station results. So instead of the Tema Central district electoral officer, or let's say the arrow, it was rather the Tema West district electoral officer who was forced to declare the results, which did not include 2 polling station results. The 2, if added, would have changed the results in favor.
No, don't say it. Leave it. Leave it.
So, excluding the 2 polling stations. In Techiman South, party supporters invaded the collation center and molested the returning officer and other staff. The returning officer was forced to declare the results at gunpoint. The following items were destroyed: ballot boxes, including ballot papers, BVDs, voting screens, and power banks. In conclusion, the Commission wishes to inform the general public that the exercise to conduct the collation in accordance with the provisions of CI 127 is not illegal. It is within its mandate, and the Commission would work with the parties and the Ghana Police Service to bring the processes to a conclusion. Thank you.
If you can get us your copy so that we can work on it over the weekend.
Okay. I have this one.
Thank you all so much. We look forward to hosting you at the EC Media Party shortly, so you will be informed. And sincere apologies for the late start. We trust that you will bear with us. Would you do a closing?
Shall we close with prayer? Our
grounded in your presence. May you guide us into our homes. Any place that will be in this night. May you allow the good man to be with us throughout the night. And you will usher us into a new day. This we ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
So that's the breaking news there from the Electoral Commission live here on Ghana Decides on your Election Command Center. As we indicated to you, the Electoral Commission giving details of what they've decided to do going forward. As Samuel Tete is the Deputy Commissioner in charge of operations for the Electoral Commission, outlining 12 constituencies whom, according to the Electoral Commission, they say that the results of these constituencies have not yet been received. And the 3 out of the 12 were completed yesterday and declaration done. Those ones, the EC says they recognize, even though the NDC has raised concerns about that, they do not recognize what happened yesterday at the police depot, that's the training school. Suhum, Akwatia, and Fantiakwa North. Those were the declarations that were made by the Electoral Commission yesterday, out of the 12. So the 9 outstanding, here are those that the Electoral Commission says, that because of the death threats and some of their agents being beaten up in some of these areas, the outstanding results and the polling stations was really no fault of the Electoral Commission, but because of the events that happened. And so they talk about Ahafo Southwest, the results outstanding, Ahafo North, also in the Ashanti region, the results outstanding. Obuasi East. And remember, Obuasi East, a declaration has already been made. The NDC candidate in Obuasi East 3 days ago was declared as the winner for that Obuasi East parliamentary elections. The NPP says they are not going to recognize that declaration as well. That's the same with the Fantiakwa North, that the Electoral Commission declared the NPP candidate as winner yesterday. But as far back as Monday, the NDC candidate had been declared winner for Fantiakwa North. Then Techiman South, there hasn't been any declaration at all. It's one of the other concerns that recollation was supposed to be done at this same police training school in Tessano. That has not happened. That is the constituency of Martin James, of course, the Minister for that's local government. That's also in there. And then they talk about Dom Kwabenya. Now, the other 4 constituencies you're going to be hearing, they say the constituencies that the declarations of the winners of those constituencies did not follow the lay-down processes in the CI, according to the EC. So they say the Dom Kwabenya constituency, Faustina Akurugo, has been declared winner on the ticket of the NDC for the Dom Kwabenya constituency by the Electoral Commission. The EC has come back and said that process of declaration did not follow lay-down procedure. Then Okaikwe Central, Baba Sadiq has been declared winner. The EC says that declaration is illegal That's what Samuel Tete said. It's illegal and null and void because it did not follow laid down procedure. Then Ablekuma North, that's Irabina Auburn, declared winner as well on the ticket of the NDC. Electoral Commission says they did not follow their processes because the officers there said they declared these winners, the NDC candidates, under duress. And some of them were threatened, according to Samuel Tete, in some instances with an axe and so on. This is coming as news. And then Tema Central as well, Ebi Bright declared as winner on the ticket of the NDC. The Electoral Commission, we're just hearing saying that that declaration of Ebi Bright did not follow laid down procedure, and so it's illegal. And so per their records, they don't have a winner for these 4 constituencies. That raises some fundamental legal questions we're going to be getting into. And then also the 4 constituencies, let me just mention them again. Those 4 constituencies that the Electoral Commission is saying, even though declarations have been made, the Commission doesn't recognize the declarations of the winners because it does not follow laid down procedure. That's according to the Electoral Commission. 1, the Dom Kwabenya constituency. Then 2, Tema Central constituency. And then Okaikwe Central constituency and Ablekuma North. All these 4 NDC parliamentary candidates were declared winners of the 4 constituencies. That's Ebi Bright, Irabina Auburn, Baba Sadiq, and then also for Dom Kwabenya, Faustina Akorogo. So that's what's happening with the Electoral Commission. They talk about the CI 127 they make reference to, and then also to the extent that all these instances they outlined to justify their decision that these 4 constituencies results, they don't recognize. You heard Samuel Tete outlined. But if you recall, earlier in the day, the NDC chair had also raised questions and indicated that the Electoral Commission had no mandate to do the recollation that we're seeing at Tessano, the Police Training Institute. Let's just recall what Johnson Esiedu Ketiak said at that press conference earlier today. Take a look.
In fact, I advised some of them not to appear because what is going to happen there has no basis in any of our electoral laws. Now, checking from the police about what was happening there, we were told that Electoral Commission had informed or misinformed the police that the political parties have come together through consensus that we must establish this center at the police training school and then bring all the areas under contention for these issues to be addressed. And we said that sorry, because we tried to find out why would the police accept to protect people who are engaged in some illegality to go about their business. And this was what they told us. We have since told them that we are not part of it. We have never discussed any of these things with the Electoral Commission anywhere. And so we, whilst monitoring, we heard yesterday that Fantiakwa North constituency, whose results had been collated and declared at Begro, had now been recollated at police training depot and declared by somebody who is other than the returning officer. Yeah, in fact, it doesn't amount to redeclaration because the person who was forced to declare at Tessano is not the designated person who has power or authority to declare any results of Fantiakwa at all. So, and that person was standing by the returning officer in Begro when the returning officer was declaring the results. And then he is now invited to come and redeclare. And I'm not surprised. You know, it reminds me about your drama in Parliament where Mr. Speaker presides and takes a decision, and then the following day MPP forces a deputy speaker to go and reverse the decision of the speaker. So this is the hallmarks of MPP's impunity. So we don't want to, engage in anything that will escalate tensions. So we have proceeded to court and have applied to injunct the process that is going on there. And we hope we are putting the Electoral Commission and all other people involved in that illegality on notice that what they are doing amounts to an illegality. If they choose to proceed, then they will be ready for the consequences. The staff of the commission who are engaged in this illegality, there will be consequences for them in future.
Well, so that's Johnson Esedun Ketia, National Chair of the NDC there. But besides this point that he makes, quite critical there, you heard the Electoral Commission, they made no mention and reference to the NDC's injunction that they secured against the process at the Tessano Police Training Institute. They say, with specific respect, with reference to the Insoma Adregure Constituency recollation, they say it was upon advice from the Ghana Police Service. So it was just security considerations that led to they halting the process until further notice at the Tessano Police Training School. But Samotete says the relocation, contrary to what Johnson Esedun Ketia said, is not illegal, and that it is within the mandate of the Electoral Commission to do so, and that the choice of the Tessano location is not illegal. That's according to the Electoral Commission and their position on this matter. But this issue and what we have just heard the EC say to us right now raises a lot of questions we're going to be getting into. Some optics, some legal, and some obviously based on what the people and the mandate of the people really will be in this constituency. Kemini, if you look at the 4 constituencies that the Electoral Commission says they do not recognize the result, even though declarations have been made, that's in the Greater Accra region. All of them, the NDC candidates were declared as winners of those elections. And then one in the Ashanti region, Obuasi East, the NDC candidate was declared as winner of that particular election. So if you look at 5 out of the 7 that the EC says they don't recognize, there's been some declarations that they say did not follow the procedures. And all of the persons declared there were NDC candidates. Indeed. Who won. But for the other 3 that the Electoral Commission says they recognize, that's for Fantiakwa North, Suhum, and then also Akwetia. The MPP candidates were the ones who were declared as winners for the election.
Indeed. And I think the Electoral Commission should worry about the optics of it. Then again, it would have supporters asking more questions. It would have supporters, having risen suspicions, because of how, the dynamics you have just put out there. The fact that she didn't also talk about, or the commission didn't talk about Damango, for instance. Why wasn't Damango also? Because in Damango, Mutawakilu is contesting the results.
True.
So why wasn't Damango on the list? Now, even for those that they recognize, the 12 cases, why didn't they tell us when it would resume if it is not because of the application to injunct the process? When are they resuming this entire process? Why didn't she tell us for those 9, right, that they decided that they didn't follow due process, especially the 4, Tema Central, Okankwe, Ablekuma North, and I think Obuasi East.
That's Dome Kwabenya.
In fact, yes, Dome Kwabenya. Why didn't they tell us then what the next, next steps will be? The Electoral Commission has told us a lot of things, but has also left out very important things. And I don't know how it even helps the political parties involved. But Alfred, let me send the conversation to my people here on the desk.
Perfect.
Senor Hosi, One Ghana Movement, has just joined our conversation. Lawyer Jantoa has been here with us since the beginning. If you're just joining us, he's a legal practitioner. Lawyer, I think I'm going to start with you. Hear your thoughts on what the Electoral Commission has told us tonight. Good enough?
I think there's more confusion, and the political parties should settle this thing in court. Clear and simple. Because I don't understand how the Electoral Commission indicates that some constituencies were legal, but don't tell us what they're going to do about it. They just leave it. They didn't also even mention the fact that the pink sheets went pasted at the polling booths, polling stations. They didn't say anything about that. And, it makes you wonder. And then those constituencies that were flipped, so far as they're concerned, that is fine from what they're saying. So definitely, to solve this matter, to go to court. Straightforward and simple.
Indeed, and lawyer, you would also remember that some of the questions we had asked earlier about why Tessano police station for the recollation, they say, they are not required by law to gazette any recollation center and that it is not illegal. How does that come to you?
Well, I don't see anywhere in the law where it says so, but this recollation centers, who brought it up? Isn't it the Electoral Commission? What is it? What was the reason for it? We discussed it earlier. What's the reason for that? I believe that the results should have been electronically sent to Electoral Commission from the polling station, straight, electronically, goes there. And then, as I said, initially when we were starting this whole process, before even the voting started, we should have had a giant board at Black Star Square. We should have had it. So that as the figures are going to, the Electoral Commission, it's also showing on that giant board. I think there has been lapses. The lapse of not pasting the red sheets.
Right.
The lapse of the collation center where things went awry. And the lapse of not putting up a board. It looks as if they are trying to find ways of getting seats for the MPP. That is how it looks.
Let's take that, which you have just said, to Zoom now. And Senor, I'm going to come to you in a tad. But let's go to Zoom now. Peter McMahon is former chairman of the NPP. He's also a key member of the campaign team that went into the 2024 elections. Thank you, Chairman, for joining us here on our election coverage. You heard the Electoral Commission. How do you feel about what the Commission has told us so far?
Thank you very much, Kemini. I think that we don't need this brouhaha. We've had a very good election. I mean, a lot of the observers, the international and the domestic, are praising the electoral processes up to when Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia considered defeat. We shouldn't allow these petty parliamentary results to mar the beauty and excellence Ghana has achieved so far. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why? I mean, I don't understand.
I see. If you could kindly turn on your video for us so we can see you. We can hear you. We can hear you, but unfortunately we can't see you.
Okay, now you can see me.
Yes, very well. So then you make the point that this process is absolutely unnecessary and is marring what could have been or should have been a very beautiful electoral process in this country.
Very well so.
But some of these people who are doing that are also members of your party.
Kemini?
Yes.
If it comes from my party or from NDC or from the Electoral Commission or from the election security, it's marring Ghana's image. That's what I'm saying. I'm not being, don't go there. Don't be partisan in your questions and comments. It is Ghana. We've had a very good and beautiful elections. I have seen the interim report of Commonwealth observers, ECOWAS, AU. I mean, they're prisoners. Why do we allow these parliamentary collation to mar the beauty of the entire election? Why? Why?
In fact, very germane question you asked there, why we are doing this. But then, you know, it brings me back to what the Electoral Commission has done and the kind of optics it's putting in the minds of people. Because when we look at the recollated constituencies that the Commission has accepted, it would appear that they were all flipped in favor of, or, you know, stamped in favor of the NPP. But those that were already announced in favor of the NDC, the Commission says no. What do you think about that optics? Or is there a germane case in that?
The Electoral Commission relies on the CI 127, which under Regulation 43 talks about declaration and publication of parliamentary election results. You are supposed to get all the polling station results, or what we normally refer to as pink sheets, and add them up in the presence of agents or candidates of the elections. This is very simple. Then after that, you give a summary sheet of the results, get them to sign, and you forward a copy to the Electoral Commission for it to be gazetted. And after gazetting, they will write to the clerk of Parliament so that individuals whose names appear on the letter from the Electoral Commission will be sworn in. This is the process. Why are we doing this? To make it look like Ghanaians, we are not capable of understanding and processing this process as enshrined in CI 127. Why?
Very well. Chairman, do you worry about the optics right now that it would appear the Electoral Commission is working in favor of the NPP?
The Electoral Commission is not working in favor of any party. It is working in favor of the law. It is working in favor of the law. So there's no political party who's benefiting, but they are going to what the law or the CI 127 says. And that's simple. That's simple.
Let me give you an example that worries people. In the case of Daman,
I was in the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center.
Indeed, you were.
Yeah, I was at the Greater Accra Collation Center.
Absolutely.
And what I witnessed, I was interviewed by one of the media houses. And I told them, do you call this a collation room? Do you call this a collation center? Where are the tax and accreditation of all the people who have massed up here? You have to be accredited as either an observer, an agent, or a media person before you enter the collation room. And that's not what I was saying. Oh, come on.
Very well. So let's look at two things, right?
Let's be frank and move on as a country.
Indeed.
What are you saying?
Chairman, we'll talk about moving on. But two things before we go there, right? In the case of the Greater Accra Regional Office, you were there, where Okankwe Central was declared. Our understanding that both parties had come to the conclusion, and particularly you and Fred Owari were mentioned.
That is absolutely not true.
What is not true? I haven't said anything yet, Chairman. Let me finish.
Whatever you are saying, Fred Owari didn't utter or agreed with anybody. And that's not in the law anyway.
Okay, so let me go full on the question, and then you can tell me. So this is what the NDC had reported to us, that some some pink sheets, right, were being contested. Both your side, the MPP, and the NDC had come to the conclusion, and you say that Fred Owari didn't utter any words, but your names were mentioned.
Never,
but no, hang on. I'll put that aside. I'll put that aside, right? I'll put that aside. What we heard was that there was some form of agreement, consensus between the NDC and NPP over there, that you deal with only 111 pink sheets and leave the remaining that were being contested. And that was how
you that is not a fact.
I see.
Fedowari was sitting beside me. Oh,
right.
What is this?
What is the fact of the matter?
The fact of the matter is that no collation, and that the in quotes returning officer was dragged, harassed, and intimidated to do what he did.
I see. From there, right? In fact, the question also is who forced the returning officer to declare the results, and your side allowed the the untrue the untrue results to be declared.
Am I a security officer or a force? I don't have that force either by my hand or whatever to restrain anybody from doing that. The police are supposed to do that. It's not me, McMahon. No. So why are you putting that responsibility on me or Fedowari? We are not responsible for that. And it's unfortunate your reporter didn't interview me. Another reporter from I think Channels TV interviewed me, and I told him that look at my badge. I'm here as an observer. I'm not here to engage anybody in fisticuffs. No, that's not why I'm here. So you, Kemini, you want me to engage people in fisticuffs? No, I'm above that.
I see. I want to talk about the other one, right? When we brought up the issue of optics. Damango, where Samuel Abu Jinapo was declared, the MP-elect for the area. We know that Muta Wakilu of the NDC has also raised objections about that. In fact, the report was that the person who declared is not the actual returning officer. This person was sent into a room and a declaration was made. The Electoral Commission didn't mention that. Again, another optical issue for the Electoral Commission and the NPP. How does that come to you?
Why are you asking me Electoral Commission questions? The Electoral Commission just finished a press conference. Your reporter should have asked them those questions.
But are you happy with that? You are not happy with Okankwe Central.
I'm not happy.
Are you happy with Damango?
I'm not happy with what I saw on television when the Electoral Commission offices in Damango was in flames. Was in flames. I was not happy. That how is this happening in our country after a presidential election has gone on successfully and the defeated candidate has conceded defeat and congratulated the winner? What a beautiful election. Why should these things come up? Why? That a whole Electoral Commission offices in Damango is in flames. It's been bent down. Why? Oh.
I see. Oh. The issue of recollation has also come onto the table for discussion. The Electoral Commission says this isn't illegal, but you are a long-time politician. Is this new? Is this novel? Is this wrong?
Germany?
Yes.
If they were unable to finish the collation and they have to continue, and the circumstances at the original place for the collation is such that it cannot continue because of violence, chaotic situation, they can take it to another place. And it has happened in several jurisdictions and even in Ghana. So what is it? It's not if the business of collation, because under the CI, all the polling station results have to be assembled. And then one by one, the results are announced and collated. If the environment of the collation center is such that it cannot be done because of danger, because of the chaotic situation they find themselves, because of intimidation and harassment, they can choose to move to a more serene atmosphere in a place where the collation can be done and continue. So I'm not using the word re-collation. I'm saying continuation.
But Chairman, the reason recollation has become even a word for the Electoral Commission is because in some of these areas, declarations have even been done. Declarations have been done.
Why are you using the word? You and your colleague, I've heard you use that word. Collation has been done. Collation has been done. Tell me the process of collation. Tell me.
No, I didn't say. Chairman, hang on.
But I've heard you about
Chairman, hang on.
And your colleague, I've forgotten the name, also will say we have finished with collation and the Electoral Commission. Tell me the process of collation.
In the case of Fantiakwanos, declaration was done. It was then brought to Tessano, and recollation was also done, right? It is not the only one. Obuasi East, declaration had been done. It was brought to Tessano for recollation, still outstanding. Is there any other that didn't have such a situation? There are so many of them, even including in Sawama Adwejuri, where it had become clear to the NDC supporters that the NPP candidates and the incumbent was losing, but things were destroyed. And then at the end of the day, it was also brought to Accra, and it's still outstanding. So I guess that's where the term recollation is coming from. And then I'm not the one using it, Chairman. The Electoral Commission even identifies that as recollation. What I have asked you is there recollation, any provision for recollation, and not recounting, recollation in our laws?
There's nothing like that.
Then why are we doing it?
But it was not, the collation is a process. The collation is a process. So if the process has not ended for you to get the result, and it's truncated because of violence, what do? How do we get the results? Tell me. The collation is a process. Because the CI, what I know is that under the CI, all the polling station results have to be assembled. Okay? So if you have 150 polling stations and you get 130 and you decide to collate, it's wrong. Unless, and the emphasis is unless, the outstanding 20 polling stations, even if the entire voters on that roll of the 20 outstanding polling station is given to the losing candidate, he can still not overtake the winning candidate. Then you can declare, because certainly it amounts to the leading candidate not being able to be overtaken by the losers. That's how it is done.
I see.
And listen to me carefully. Let me repeat myself.
Right.
If you have 150 polling stations and you have 130 in the collation room, leaving 20 outstanding, if you add up the 130, if you add up the 130, and the leading candidate is winning by a difference of, let's say, 200, and the outstanding 20 polling stations, if you add the total votes, it cannot reach 200, then you can say the leading candidate is the winner. Because whether you give him all the, you give the trailing candidate all the votes, it cannot match up. Otherwise, the law says, bring all the polling station results. Assemble all the results from the polling stations before you do the collation.
Right. So Chairman,
have they the issues you are raising? Did they assemble all the polling station results as in the CI?
Chairman,
did they do that?
I'll let you catch your breath, and then just hold the connection for me. I'm going to bring in now Roxanne Nelson Dapiamokpo, who is a South Dai MP, but he's also speaking for the Tema Central PC for the NDC, Abi Bright. She was declared winner of that contest. Today, the Electoral Commission is telling us that even that was also not properly done. It's illegal. It didn't go through laid down procedures. Honorable, good evening to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on our election coverage. Your reaction to this?
Thank you very much. I'm privileged to have joined you. First of all, find out from Mr. McMenu which provision in CI 127 mandates the Electoral Commission to do what it is doing, i.e. ordering for recollation. There's none. There's no provision in the law. And you see, let us take these matters in context. Let the Electoral Commission know that it does not organize general elections or public elections in this country based on its whims and caprices. Public elections are supposed to be organized in accordance with CI 127, simpliciter. And so if you read CI 127, there are provisions in terms of procedure as to what should happen at every stage of the electoral process. That is why, for instance, when you, Kemi, is that Kemi?
Yes.
When you, Kemi, you go and vote and you tamprint a ballot, the EC has the mandate to determine whether that ballot is valid or not. That power to determine the validity of your ballot does not lie in their whims and caprices or their wishes. It is based on law. So that, for instance, when your campaign does not fall within the space provided beside the name of the candidate or the image of the candidate and the symbol, that ballot can be rejected. Asking whether that rejection of ballots, which we subsequently will call rejected ballots, is not in accordance with law. But NPP wants to tell us that where things have clearly been fabricated by EC officers, which favors NPP, they should not be rejected. They should be accepted. That is the kind of argument they are making. In any case, we are saying that the Electoral Commission, in respect of constituencies where declarations have been made by their own officers who have sworn an oath of office, to perform their functions to the best of their ability in accordance with law. Once that is done, the EC is obliged. The only entity under law that can declare whether the declaration by Electoral Commission, and mind you, the Electoral Commission cannot be personalized. It is a creature of the Constitution, and we have officers acting at various levels of its spectrum, so that when, for instance, the returning officer for Ablekuma North announces a winner for a parliamentary election at the close of polls, the EC cannot sit in its headquarters and say that they do not recognize that. That is not how the law works. It is only a court of law pursuant to Article 99(1)(a) that can declare that that process was unlawful. The legality or otherwise cannot be determined or pronounced upon by Electoral Commission officers. And with all due respect to Mr. Samuel Tete, he has been goofing, he has been making all sorts of comments and issuing statements for the past couple of days. You recall that a couple of days ago, he issued a statement to say that the EC will annul the Ablekuma North election. You recall that? He used the phrase to annul. Today he's talking about recollation. The EC cannot be a law unto itself. With all due respect to them, we're all subject to the same laws. And the officers of the EC cannot do what they think they like. And they demand that we should comply. For instance, Tema Central, you have a pink sheet that has been filled or that was completed in the premises of EC.
Right.
After polls are closed. And they tell you that, yes, you are reciting the provisions in Regulation 39A, Regulation 39, 2 and 3 of CR 127, which demands mandatorily that at the close of polls, the presiding officer must, in the presence of the candidates or their representatives, complete the pink sheet and declare the results and issue duplicates to agents of the candidate or the candidate himself, and additionally mandatorily post the results at the polling station. They won't do this. The law that demands that they should place their name on the pink sheet, their signature, the year of the elections, and the hour that the polls close at the respective polling stations. They won't do this. Then they go and sit in the comfort of their home and craft this. Hold on. Let me put these matters in context. When you challenge them based on the law, they say, oh yes, that is what the law said. But you see, when we closed, we were tired. So these things, we ignored them. But when we came to the office, we were reminded to do them. How do we accept things like this?
Very well. So Honorable, just a few things. Chairman McMahon did not say that the recollation is a legal exercise. He said that it has no provision in the law. He agreed to that.
No. He opened his comment by saying that the EC is not favoring any party. And that
but he has the right to think that the EC is not favoring any party.
Let me make this point. He opened his comment by saying that the EC is acting in a manner that is not favoring any party, and that the EC is acting in accordance with the law. But there's no law that supports what the EC is doing.
And he's admitted to that.
Hold on. What the EC is doing is favoring the NPP. Because the EC has just declared that 4 declarations in favor of the NDC it cannot be recognized. Where did they even get that language from? Ask them the declaration is Damongo. Is he aware of the manner in which the Damongo declaration took place? Look, they shouldn't dare.
Oh, what does that mean?
What I mean by that is that they are daring the NDC in this matter. When we became very watchful and vigilant.
But Honorable, that is not temperate language in a condition like this.
Hold on. When we were watchful and vigilant, they were crying foul and said that we were applying violence and therefore the president-elect should call us to order. Suddenly, the NPP is on a rampage, asking that ballot boxes be transferred from Fantiakwa, for instance, in the eastern region to Greater Accra. How do you do that? Under what authority do you recount ballot boxes from another region in another region?
So Honorable, let's talk about the declaration in Tema Central, right? The Electoral Commission says that an officer from Tema West was the one who declared A.B. Bright winner of that contest, and that is wrong. Why did you allow that?
How is that wrong? Show me why that is wrong. The law says that. The law says that the collation that took place, was an exercise of the Tema Metro Electoral Office, which involves Tema East, Tema Central, and Tema West. It was not an exercise involving only Tema Central. So if Ofosu, who is the Metro Director of Elections, he was not even the returning officer. The returning officer is called Brobe. He sidestepped Brobe. He didn't allow Brobe to organize the collation. It's Ofosu who took over. Was he the mandated officer to do the collation? He has written a petition to his bosses, but he has refused to say that he did not allow Brobe, who is the recognized returning officer for Tema Central, to handle the collation. He refused to declare. For 3 hours, he told us that he would not declare the results, even though he was aware of the figure.
Yes, but you see, if you have a candidate who was declared by another arrow from a different constituency, you and I know what the law says, that it should be the returning officer of your constituency, Tema Central, that is declaring A.B. Bright as winner.
Exactly. So let us go to court with this matter. Let the court determine that in the circumstances where the officer has been refused the opportunity to make the declaration, another officer of coordinate power has no power to make the pronouncement. Let the court make pronouncements on that.
Does this find home in the CI?
It may not find home in the CI, but the law permits that, for instance, an officer of coordinate powers can, mind you, the EC is not a personal entity. It is a constitutional body. And if a public function ought to be performed, any officer of coordinate powers can perform that function and justify it.
So then you are not admitting that you took an irregular action that does not find basis in the CI 127 to rectify, so to speak, another irregular action against your candidate.
So let the court pronounce on that.
I see. I'm going to move over now to
because as for the pronouncement, the declaration has been done by EC. We, according to us, declaration has been done by EC. Let the person who is making the allegation say that it is not the proper officer who has made the declaration.
Well, they've already said this. The commission said you didn't follow laid down procedures. So what you have done there is illegal. Do you plan to take any action?
It is the commission. The commission cannot say that. So we'll sue the commission. We'll sue the commission.
Okay, hang on a little bit for me. I'll move on to Chairman McMahon now. Chairman, you were talking about the fact that this shouldn't be going on at this time in this country, considering a largely successful electoral process. But the question then will be, what should we have done from the beginning? It is you, the parties, who agreed that it's okay, based on what the commission has told us, that it's okay for us to gather somewhere and look at those contested areas. So what should we do now? What's the next step forward?
Thank you, Kemeni. I think that if you go into an election and you have won, and we say either the word in quote, recollate, or continue with the collation if it wasn't finished. If you have won generally based on your pink sheets, this shouldn't be a problem. Because in this country, I haven't seen a constituency with 500 polling stations. I haven't seen one. So if you are adding or go back and add 500 polling station sheets or results at a collation center, it shouldn't be a problem. So why are they beefing about?
Well, because some of them say they can't find their pink sheets. Some of them are presenting wrong pink sheets that they cannot agree on. In certain cases, even based on what the Electoral Commission has said today, the commission themselves don't have pink sheets. How do we tackle such a situation?
I recall, when was it, 2005 or thereabouts. There was a case in Papa Jamal's constituency, Akwatia, where the Supreme Court ordered that we should go and rerun 5 constituencies. I mean, we should go to the courts and then the courts will decide. The Supreme Court ordered that we should go and rerun 5 constituencies in Akwatia, and we went and did. So if we think that we cannot get the pink sheets to affirm the collated sheets or the ongoing collation, then the courts may decide whether we should go and rerun the elections at those polling stations. It has happened before, and I'm quoting that to you in Akwatia.
Very well.
Akwatia constituency. So it's not a big deal. But what I'm saying is that we must assemble all the polling station results, or what we call pink sheets. There shouldn't be any violence or intimidation or harassment and people's life being threatened. We don't need that. We are only adding maybe 300 sheets of paper from all the polling stations in a constituency. Is this a big deal in these modern times when you have Excel and all that various applications to do this easily? It shouldn't. It shouldn't. So we shouldn't disgrace ourselves. I mean, it's a disgrace. We are disgracing ourselves and our institutions. We shouldn't be doing that as the people.
Very well. I'd have both of you hold the line for me while I bring the conversation to the desk here. Senor, you haven't spoken today, but you've heard how the conversation conversations have gone, and then we've also heard from the Electoral Commission. How are you putting all of that together?
I agree with Mark Meno that it's a disgrace, it's an embarrassment, and I think that as a key person in his party, he should be calling his part of his people properly to order. I've told you all that's going is very dishonorable. All of them know who's won, who's lost. Everybody's just trying to find a way to adjust things. So this is a very simple game. If you know you've lost, you have to look for how to have the pink sheet altered. And the only person who can do it for you now will now be the EC. Unless you can get your opponent's person to adjust it jointly with you, it all comes back again to the EC. If you can't do that, create some confusion there, get some EC papers bent so that there'll be some. So everybody you are seeing initiating that process is likely the culprit in there. Because if you've won, you don't want to interfere with this process. You want the process to go. The other thing is the pace at which the process gets resolved. If you don't collate early, there's no reason why we still have to wait till next day and then they say they were still collating. It's a lie. Mark Medu knows the results, the original results in every single one. If he doesn't know, his colleagues know. Nobody here should be dishonorable about this part of it. Right. But what I like is that Mark Medu agrees that there's no room for recollation in this particular process. The EC, you see, hurry up and go. The EC commissioner must just quickly leave. You don't hear their language. They use collation, recollation, collation, recollation. Aren't you facilitating more of the confusion? If you know that it's a process that has not been completed, you talk about completing collation. But you come and use the word recollation that we've all come to consensus hasn't got any place in this electoral process as of now. In addition to this, declarations have been made. The provisions are clear. If you do not accept what's going on, go to court. Mark Meno has reiterated that in one breath, in another breath, he has to be an MPP man and not go and douse any kind of energy anywhere and then try and suggest that was the process complete. Once you had the declaration made, what are you telling me? If you think that the declaration process was wrong, again, that is why you have the remedy to go to court. If you think something was done under duress, that is a basis for you to want to go to court. The EC hasn't got capacity to determine what is called duress and what is not duress. He hasn't got a capacity. Your basic job, you're not doing it well. You now want to come and accrue to yourself the powers of a court to determine duress or not to determine duress. I mean, look, go to court if you have problems. And one of the things, you didn't realize what happened. I don't know who was reading. It is not Bossman. Was it Tete? Whatever. Yes, Bossman, we're all in school. You see, he nearly slipped. And he was reading his thing that was written, and talking about Tema Central. And that if those two pink sheets were added, it would have, what's the name, flipped. He completed the scene. Then I think Gene or whoever around, he stopped the car. Don't say that one, don't say that one. I mean, what joke is this? Those pink sheets, how do you know whether it's legitimate or not? It means that the contest by the NDC about even those pink sheets, you've already made judgment on it. How do you build a process of trust with this kind of conversation? Now, you talk about duress. In the case of Tema Central, a police station was Chemu. The EC and everybody moved it to the regional police station. Who is duressing who at the regional police station? How do you explain that, even if you have to just judge while you were not present? Now, you talk about access and things. You say, we should stop this thing. The EC's conduct, marks of compromise. or total incompetence. Incompetence, capital incompetence. If McMenu can tell you and admit that there's no recollation within our process, how do you come on live TV and come to start discussing recollation? And Uncle Pete, you know, we all of us, we love you and love the work you've done before, you know, but don't get dragged into this because the statesmen in this country are reducing. You are one of the few who get, and I love your submissions about the fact that it is Ghana at play. Yeah. I saw your conduct at the regional, and I really respected your conduct. He had kept us calm. So I compete. We need you to keep the thing for us because Ghana, the hope is lowering. One of the things he just said, whilst he agrees that the pink sheets should not, I say pink sheets, the recollation is not there. You see him trying to put in energy to still justify affirmation. He talks about affirmation. Affirming what? There's nothing to affirm. If you have a problem, the only place to affirm your position, contrary to a position that has been declared, is to go to court. I think this matter is settled. All of us in this conversation have agreed. If you have a problem with what has been declared, go to court. Stop creating new problems that don't exist. But you know why all this happened? Again, incompetent EC. Unfortunately, I have to come after them. From the deployment of monies we've given them, using archaic technology to really deal with this. You know, Uncle Pete even agrees there's Excel, but there's easier and simpler technology to reduce all this kind of matter with the amount of money that was delivered. If MPP and NDC, in fact, it's MPP who showed the way with how to use technology. NDC has learned and maybe learned better or done the same, I don't know. But they did. How is it that an EC today could not have actually managed a process with better technology and deployment of resources for us to get a better story? People like Okoboy, and I love my heart to Oko. Oko, you're my friend. It pains me part that he lost. You know, he's a nice, good guy. But the people still have a very good one. Ayiku is a fantastic man too. All right? Oko Boy was one of those who were complaining about this entire collation process. That we would definitely have chaos in this space if we do not put a time limit in resolving any dispute that is brought. The only reason why, the main reason why they are all fighting is the same. It has to do with what they all used or learned from the South story. The South people were not represented well. What happened? It took them over 4 years, and still they tossed them back and forth, back and forth. A whole 4-year period went without any representation. Amu, remember Amu? George Amu? I was West, the MPP MP. The same problem. He was cheated hands down. And the declaration was done in favor of an NDC, was the contestant. When they gave judgment on Amu's thing, the tenure of the parliament was gone. So all that is going on, the Takashi you are finding there, is because there's no speedy process to resolve and bring proper finality to the parliamentary thing, just like, I mean, unlike what we now have with the presidential one. If we dispute the presidential one, that's fine. A very short term, within a short period, all these things are cured. But these things were raised. The ECs had ears, failed to listen. And the politicians too, who had weight, also failed to put proper weight to potent arguments by Dr. Okoboy, only because, in my opinion, people want to have a loose system that everybody can manipulate. And that is the manipulation that is going on today. So if we all be honorable on both sides, please listen to Uncle Pete. Ghana is on the table. So Uncle Pete, call your people into proper order. The NDC, Ghana is on the table. Call your people into proper order. This matter has no basis going anywhere. If you haven't finished collation, that's a different conversation. But if some collation was done and then there's even an error with that process, but a declaration has been made, stop wasting our time and creating unnecessary tension in our country. Joe, please, let's move on.
Very well.
It's just one Ghana.
Lawyer.
Are we enemies?
Not at all.
Is the MPP an enemy to the NDC? Is the NDC an enemy to the MPP?
No.
So why can't we work together? If the Electoral Commission is not doing its duty, MPP, NDC, sit down, go through it, call IPAC, confront the EC. Simple. So that it doesn't even have to go to court. You've got your figures, they've got their figures. Let's sit. Okay, we calculate it. It's not so. Go to EC, confront them, let's solve this matter. Because I don't understand it. You've got a regulator who looks after elections, and we are going through this. He says, if you didn't have a regulator, then that's fine. But you cannot allow your incompetence to now feed into an election. You cannot. And so if the Electoral Commission is not doing its job, political parties, both of you, sit down. Put your heads together. We got A, we got B, we got... No threat from anybody to anybody. Let's see how best, as political parties, we can solve this and then confront the EC. If you are not happy with what the EC tells you, then you proceed to court. Let the court decide. It's simple. As McMenu said, we've had a beautiful election, haven't we? Everything seems to have fallen in place.
Right.
And we have been able to what? Stop any violence happening through declaration. And even the declaration was done based on figures from the flag bearers, the MPP flag bearers' own calculation.
But you see, the issue of going to court, I'm trying to understand how it would work, because perhaps if from the beginning, say in a place like in Sawama Duedri, or in a place like Fantiakwa North, where the declaration was done in favor of an NDC candidate, and the NPP candidate then was told to go to court, right? It would make sense. But when the declaration or redeclaration at this point has been done in favor of the NPP candidate to flip the earlier declaration.
You can't have a redeclaration.
Hang on. And now you are asking the NDC, just look at the scenario, to go to court.
No,
how would that work?
The point I'm making is that let's take the flipping. So the first call was for NDC. Then it came, the second call was for MPP. Both of you sit down, take your papers, collate it, go to EC. You flip.
It will work.
Wait, why won't it work?
No.
You go to EC and you tell EC, this is what we got for this one. Now you've gone here, you've flipped this one. Tell us, how did that happen?
You know, we've created a problem that did not need to happen. A declaration is made. If you think it was improper, it was unjust, go to court. All right? If you want to call the EC as a witness, the EC in this matter clearly has a position. He can be a witness in there.
The point I'm trying to make is that there's IPAC.
Yes.
There's IPAC. Let's go through that IPAC system first and clear it. If we are not happy with that, then we proceed to court. Because
how will IPAC clear this?
We confront the EC with the figures we've got. One party got it once, the second party got it second.
Why do you think it will happen?
Let's put that bitterness aside.
It's easy for us here to say the bitterness, we should put it aside.
Why can't we? Are we not human?
No, we are human.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen. I want to be as practical as the word.
Why can't it happen?
You can see the level of enmity that's gone on so far. The fierceness of the battle. It's not going to happen. So we can only cure it through our legal processes.
Listen to what McMenu said.
McMenu is not wrong, but you can realize that McMenu's representation in this matter is not the popular representation you generally have across, because even in his speak, he's balancing the thing. The man is a wise man. He says one thing, he knows what is right. He also has to be politically correct.
Well, that's not fair to him. That's not fair to him. So let me bring Chairman in.
Hold on. Chairman said, and Chairman to tell us if we are wrong. He said clearly there's no place for recollation. When collation is done and if you have a problem, go to court. He said go to court a number of times. At the same time, he talks about affirmation, use the word reaffirmation. Why should you have a problem for you to bring it back for us to reaffirm? Isn't that recollation? Isn't that conflicting?
Let's hear from Chairman. Chairman.
Yes, madam.
You've been listening to the conversation, and some of it, targeted at you.
Well, there are two other things that I need to bring on board.
Okay.
I'm saying collation is a process. Okay, so when you have gotten all the pink sheets and you add them up or you collate and know who has won, you under CI 127 regulation 43 DEF. D says publicly declare as elected in a parliamentary election the candidate who has the highest number of votes. Then E says request candidates or their representatives or counting agents together with the returning officer, signed parliamentary election results collation form. Were these forms signed? Ask them whether these forms were signed and copies given to the agents. Then F, give each candidate or their representative or counting agent of a candidate of a completed and signed copy of parliamentary election results collation form as set out in Form 1C. Was this done? It wasn't done.
Are you asking in all of these cases we have now, in all of the 12 cases?
I was at the regional office in Accra, Electoral office, and I witnessed Okaikwe, Patrick Boaman's constituency.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing of these were done, apart from the returning officer announcing the result. But if you announce the result, you must follow the other part of the procedure.
No, hang on.
Eh? There are other parts of the procedure, so it's incomplete.
Mm. I see. Let me take a word from Honorable Dahuamepo, and then we'll come back to the studio briefly and take the conversation around. Honorable, you've been listening to us, but while you are responding to anything you have heard so far, I'm trying to understand why, as political parties, you knew that this exercise the Electoral Commission was trying to engage in, it didn't have a place in the CI, and yet you sent agents there and allowed it to happen. You are to blame for where we are today. Both parties.
Hello.
Yes, Honorable, we can hear you.
Yes, if you listen to my chairman this afternoon,
mm-hmm.
he made the point that if you saw some NDC executives there, they were not there on the authority of the party, because such a process ought to come with accreditation issued by the Electoral Commission. So you see, the Electoral Commission is working itself into illegality, a lot of illegality. Why the EC is entertaining these things this year baffles me. Because in 2020, when we raised issues with Techiman South, after the declaration was made, Germansa told us clearly that she had become functions official. EC had become functions official. EC had no power to undertake any ex post facto declaration activity. So if we have issues, we should go to court. So we proceeded to court. It has been the practice all over. If you like, check all the parliamentary election petitions that went before the High Court in this country all over the years. It was after declaration and gazetting of the results. No such process called recollation, retabulation, and moving ballot boxes from, for instance, Eastern region to Greater Accra region to come and count. Who monitored the movement of those ballot boxes when they were moved from Eastern region to Greater Accra? So EC is the one creating the problems, especially through their officers. EC officers are behaving like they are king gods. Meanwhile, they don't want to conduct themselves in accordance with the law that governs this election. So it is only a court of law that can make pronouncements on this matter. EC has no such power. And we will insist that if anybody is agreed with any of the declarations in issue, the forum convenience is the law court, pursuant to Article 99.
If there are attempts to recollate Tema Central, will you agree?
How would we agree? How would you agree to a recollation? What exactly is the recollation supposed to establish?
Follow laid down procedures.
A collation has been done and a pronouncement made pursuant to. So if somebody is in disagreement, the issue is not about recollation, because we know the figures from the collation. So if you are disputing that, a certain things it ought to have been added, but was not added, it is the court that will make that order. The EC cannot say that this thing must be added willy-nilly. They don't have such power. Because it is in contest. It is being contested. The content is being contested. Why is the EC turning itself into a monster? Why? The EC is supposed to be act in accordance with law. And the actions of EC officers is bound on EC.
I see. Will Ebi continue to hold herself out as winner of that race, despite what the Electoral Commission has said?
Because is the Electoral Commission a court of law? Is the Electoral Commission is it a court of law? Now let me ask you: did you read the petition from Fosuhini to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission? So Fosuhini says that, I was under duress, so I allow the member from the presiding officer from Tema West to make the declaration. How is that a problem for a contestant? The actions or inactions of an EC officer, how is that attributable to me? So only a court can evaluate these matters and make a determination. One, a rerun of the elections, for instance, a recollation of the results, for instance, making further orders that a certain things that has been rejected should now be admitted. Those matters, the EC is incapable. They don't have the mandate to make those pronouncements. It is only under Regulation 42 of CI 127 that the EC has the power to order a rerun of an election where contestants, two or more contestants, obtain parity of results, where their votes are equal. Apart from that, there are clear provisions as to what should be done. The path that they are taking, the path that they are on, is not supported, has no foundation in law, neither in the CI nor in the Constitution. So how unlawful can the EC be?
I see. Honorable, there have been suggestions, including from the chairman of your party, for an IPAC meeting over this issue. Does IPAC have the ability, could there be the tendency that IPAC would resolve this matter?
IPAC is incapable. IPAC has no authority in law. IPAC is only a creator of, it's an administrative creator. It has no basis in law. It cannot, because you see, the two contenders are the two political parties. It is not a church. There's no two churches that are contesting. Neither is it two labor unions. It is two political parties that are contending. You are asking them to go and sit around a table and do what?
Right.
Because it is holding on to its position. So it is only a court, it's only a judicial body, properly endowed, inherent with the appropriate jurisdiction to deal with this matter. Why are we trying to ignore the law and run ourselves into problems when the law is very clear as to what should be done? And yet the EC will come and open its mouth and say it lies in our mandate. When you ask them the law, they can't give you the law. Meanwhile, it is only the law that gives mandate. Go to the law that says that do recollation. You cannot go to the law, and yet you claim that it's your mandate. Can you conjure a mandate?
I see. Chairman, I'll give you the last word on the same question. Coach IPAC, resolve this matter.
IPAC, like Dafia Mako said, is an advisory body. The ultimate decision-making body, constitutionally enshrined, is the Electoral Commission. But I am saying that collation is a process, and that the process had not been completed. Because if it had been completed, then election results collation form 1C, and election results collation summary sheet, Form 1D, will be signed and given to candidates and copy posted at the collation center. So the process was incomplete. That's what I'm saying.
So where we are today, right? The process has halted. We do not know when it will resume, but should it resume?
Of course, it has to be completed.
Including places where the declaration has already taken place.
But the declaration is not complete. That's what I'm telling you.
No, but there are places, you see, Chairman, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
If you say,
Senor, hang on.
If you say the declaration is complete,
yes,
then the Form 1C and the Form 1D must also be available. The Form 1C and Form 1D and a copy posted at the collation center must be available. Where are they?
No, so that question should go to the electoral officers there about why they didn't do that and still lifted someone's hands. No, hang on. And still lifted someone's hands that you are the winner of the race. Post that, the Electoral Commission officer should go and fill the rate of elections.
So it's not complete.
Right, but if they didn't do it...
Yeah, it's not complete.
No, hang on. Chairman. Yes. The process is there.
Yes.
You have finished declaring somebody, lifted their hands and announced them. You, as the electoral officer, you have the duty to go and fill the necessary forms that need to be filled. It is not on the NDC or the NPP to go and do that.
Wait, the person whose hand was lifted must get a copy, a document to show that his hands had been lifted. And that's the Form 1D and 1C. Does he have a copy?
So the lifting of hand was for cosmetic purposes.
No, it's in the regulation, but it doesn't end there. It doesn't end there. You must have a document to support that your hand had been lifted. For that matter, you are the winner.
I was going to end the conversation, but perhaps I should take this back to Roxanne. Honorable.
Yes.
You heard the position taken by Chairman here. Chairman is saying that even if your hand is raised and the necessary forms are not filled, then you receiving a copy, then the process is not complete, which is why the collation is still going on.
Okay, let me ask Chairman. In over 50-something polling stations, out of the 141 or 42 polling stations in Tema Central, in breach of Regulation 39, sub-Regulation 3, C or D, results from polling stations were not pasted there. Where can Chairman therefore say that the process for filling and completing the procedure for declaring the results at those polling stations, some of which favored this candidate, was incomplete? Can you say that? So you see, hold on. So you see, some breaches are remediable. Some of the breaches in law, they are remediable, especially if it is not a material breach. Pasting the results does not go to the content of the figures obtained. So we can agree that the EC officers can go back and paste it in compliance with the law. Where a result is declared, the completion of from 1A and P is a matter of it's an administrative duty. Me, as a contestant, that is not my duty. So that, for instance, where an EC officer refuses to do that, and let me give you an example. Collation was to have begun Saturday evening when the polls closed officially. Ask him why collation continued from Saturday evening, Sunday, and Monday in Tema Central. Because a certain EC officer called for Suhini occasionally will tell you that, oh, the circumstances surrounding this matter today is such that we cannot continue. So he abrogates and goes home because he is the medical director of EC. The next day he comes, he works on some other things and says that, oh, today we are tired, so let's come on Tuesday. Then on Monday morning, he calls you down. Instead of Tuesday, let's go and meet on Monday. So these are administrative discretionary powers that the EC officers exercise. It is when he's supposed to do that, he doesn't do it. That perhaps I can go to court to pray for a mandamus order to order him to complete the writ of election. So the non-completion of a writ of election does not invalidate the declaration. That is the point we'll be making. We can even be ordered by a court of law to do that.
Very well. So again, Chairman, I'm trying to understand what you're telling us. So in the case of Suhum, Akwetia, and Fantiakwa North, which the Electoral Commission now says are completed, if the NDC agents chose not to sign it, your case is that then it means the process is not complete and we can keep counting. No. We can keep collating.
Emily, then you didn't get me right. You
Okay.
didn't. No. Failure to sign a result sheet does not invalidate the results. Failure to sign. What I am saying is that when your hand is raised or you are publicly declared as the elected person, there are other subsequent processes that has to be followed. You have to get the result sheets and take to your wife so that he will be happy that you have won an election. Where is that? So you go empty-handed that, oh, my hand was raised. Is that it?
So why should a declared candidate suffer the consequence of an electoral officer failing to fill that form?
That should tell you the environment under which the declaration was done. The environment under which the declaration was done. Duress.
I see. And that duress is declared by that officer. The officer decides that it was under duress, so I won't do the rest of my job, even if it's true.
But the officer was coerced in doing that. I mean, I sat down, I saw it.
Which is why I keep asking. You say that the officer was coerced under duress, and all the party agents there who were talking loudly at the top of their lungs decided to. But we can't go over them. But we saw some big wigs. Even at Tessano.
I'm not a party agent. I didn't go there as a party agent. I think initially I told you that I went there as an observer.
No, I'm using agents loosely. Don't pick on the words. I'm using agents loosely. But party representatives who were there. My point is that you are telling me that the Electoral Commission officer, after going through all the work that had been done there, take this, don't take that, take this, don't take that, collated it, and then decided that, I will declare this person, but later on I won't fill the form. And then we'll recount and then another person will win. How is that even fair?
Femini, I told you that under Regulation 43 of the CI 127, 43.1, and the heading for 43 is Declaration and Publication of Parliamentary Election Results. Declaration and Publication of Parliamentary Election Results. And it goes on to say that the returning officer must assemble the results from the polling stations, from all the polling stations, in the presence of candidates.
Very well.
So the results that was declared and somebody's hand was held, was it from all the polling stations?
Indeed. Chairman, because I made you speak, I'd give Roxanne the last word. Roxanne, any final words?
Yes, we want to urge the EC to allow the process to proceed with any grievances to a court of law pursuant to the procedure laid down in Article 99(1). Any other process that the EC want to engender in this matter will be unlawful, will be irregular and unconstitutional. EC should not be a party to this illegality. They have demonstrated in the past that where declarations are made, whether or not those declarations are challenged, it's a matter for the courts to decide. the EC is now on to issue in this matter in respect of declarations made. The EC is a constitutional body made up of public officers who vicariously act on behalf of the entity.
Very well.
So acts of officers are considered acts of the EC. The EC cannot now say that I am running away from my own action. They can administratively hold those officers who did not conduct themselves in accordance with administrative guidelines and law. But I mean an independent party or a party who has paid monies and participated in this matter, I cannot suffer for the inactions or the wrongful acts of EC officers. They should let us all go to court.
Very well.
And deal with this matter.
Honorable Roxanne Nelson Dapiamepo and Chairman Peter McMenu, thank you, gentlemen, for joining our coverage tonight. I appreciate your time with us. But my studio guests are still here.
It's interesting when you even hear the EC talk about gazetting location. The CI talks about constituency collation centers. And I'll take section 50, which talks about interpretation. It defines what a constituency collation center is. It says, means a location established by the commission in a constituency where all the results from the polling stations are brought for the purpose of adding up and declaring election results in that constituency. So why will you come and start in city and start talking as if you don't have a need to have this exercise done at a predefined collation center? There are conditions even here that collation center must be in the constituency. And it's been set up by the commission. Did they not set up collation centers? So all of a sudden, how did Accra become collation center for Fantiakwa North or wherever it is, and Suhum and all that? You see, I mean, look, we have to respect the roles and positions we are given. And we must bring in some honor. Don't subject the EC to ridicule. That is what happened this evening. A total charade. And to make things even worse, you don't even allow journalists to ask a question. Keep quiet and go. You're talking about party. It was journalists, the journalists we have are just hungry people waiting for party. Is that why the people who came there to ask you questions came there? Is that why you're going to discuss party? I mean, I'm very disappointed. IE8 boss pa, and this is what we got. No, not at all. This is not the IE I used to follow passionately. No, not at all. It's a total disgrace. Bossman and co. Bossman. No. It's not acceptable. The Constituency Collation Center is captured in the CI. It is defined. So we can't come and talk about it. There's no need. The EC is acting unconstitutionally. So all of us will become courts and pronounce things very authoritatively. Save Ghana from all this brouhaha. Uncle Pete has said it already. What is going on is a disgrace for this country. We are getting good reviews. This whole problem started from this CI. It started from the provisions we made about the right to redress. It started for the legal construct to support this election. If everybody would take the same amount of time that the presidential elections are required to take to resolve any dispute, we will not be here. There will be no takasi going on. Because all these parties are planning to frustrate the situation legally till the term almost runs. Should they be declared? You sat down and you agreed to deal with this defective thing because you all wanted to benefit from it. So we will live with it. It requires that when declarations are made, we go to court. That act by the EC to recollate in a place that's not a collation center is not even in the constituency. For us to even say our adjusted collation center is illegal, it's illegitimate. And it has created an unnecessary legal conundrum. Conundrum. You know, it's totally unnecessary. And we shouldn't be doing this to ourselves. We shouldn't be doing this to ourselves. And the MPP in particular, I'm disappointed. Because the level of election exposure that they had after the 2012 election petition, they prepared themselves very well. And they've been very careful about everything they do. We shouldn't be entertaining these things at all. We shouldn't be entertaining these things at all. Ghana needs peace. We need to move forward. We need to get things resolved. We need to prepare for a difficult future. It's going to be a hard 2025. Get it straight. Electing John Mama is not a magic wand. He hasn't got it. If he had it, he wouldn't be telling you that we are going to do national consensus or workers would say, ding. So please, let's all get focused on how we turn things around as a country. You know the laws, you know the rules. Move on. And I'm even surprised. The people who have more influence over the judiciary are running away from the judiciary. The lawyers are running away from the judiciary. All of you know what you have put there. That's why you are running away.
Lawyer.
I stick to what I said. If we cannot find a solution, let's go to court and let the court decide. Because I don't understand how. I don't understand how you say certain constituencies are illegal and you do not give us how you're going to resolve it and you just leave it ajar.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
And we don't know when the process
Exactly,
resumes.
we don't know when the process resumes. And
all.
then you come and tell us we are going to a party. Is that the most important thing? I don't understand it. There are situations that need to be sorted out. Easy, sort it out. Pronto, finish. And if they can't sort it out, let's go to court. Sue the EC, let's go to court. Simple.
There was something that was interesting. I think they suggested it was Tema Central. And they were talking about a different EC official announcing the Tema Central one. And were using it to justify their case.
Yes.
But they had forgotten that in that Mongo, we didn't have
the actual returning officer, yes.
doing it. They had to now commission somebody else to do it. At this juncture, I can't help but agree with my big brother. The conduct of the EC only shows one direction, that it wants to massage the process for the MPP. It's on unnecessary suspicion, but their deeds are feeding into it. You forgot about that Mongo, that it wasn't the same arrow.
Yeah.
Who did it? But you remember that for Tema Central. And you forget that your OCI, that you sat down and put together, defines the collation center and come and tell her that it's not required for you to gazette it. So it's okay for you to breach it. Me, the most important thing here, in fact, I like what's the General Mosquito's thing.
Yeah.
All right. I don't support the NDC's conduct itself in places like Mongo. It's totally whack. They know they lost. They move on. Anybody who is trying to bend things, is the one who has lost. Anybody trying to destroy evidence and then try to still say, I come from a pink sheet. Oh, no, worry.
There is no scientific
Because
measure.
all of them have the pink sheets. I'm telling you, after 2020, the NDC learned sense. After the MPP, after 2012, they learned sense quick. That's why 2016, it was an easy operation. 2020, they also knew what adjust, but the NDC didn't. This time around, they have learned, and they've gotten themselves where all of them have the pink sheet. Anybody trying to destroy a pink sheet for the EC wants to create basis for confusion so that he can get another chance to come inside. Stop what you are doing and let's all go.
Just to add, I thought that with this press conference, they would talk about the returning officers who weren't supposed to call what they were supposed to call. They will talk about the injunction by the NDC and its implications and what they will do about it. Nothing. Damango, they didn't say anything about it at all. So what was the use of this press conference? To say what?
Give us an update, maybe. The desk is now going to hand over to the gentleman on the other side. But, you know, Alfred, before we completely hand over to you, it remains the burning question whether or not this process should even be allowed to continue at all, injunction or no injunction. But I also like to tell the Electoral Commission, I don't think the Electoral Commission owes media people niceness. No. You don't owe us niceness. What you owe us?
Your job.
Answers. When we ask the questions, we need answers. Even when you don't create the opportunity, give us answers to the questions that you know we have. You see, this is not the first time she's talking about food. in the presence of media people as though it is food we are looking for. And quite frankly, it is insulting that this is the second time you are telling media people that instead of giving us the opportunity, one, to ask you questions, two, give us answers to the questions we are asking you. Stop telling us about food. We are paid, we are fed, and it is not because of food we come to the Electoral Commission at all. It is because we want answers. It's because we want to film you telling us why you're doing the things you're doing or not. Alfred.
Well, no, I mean, look, I think that point has been well made, and to the extent that she says that, Martin, the next time we're going to hear from them is when they're having the party. That clearly tells you that there's no plan to have any conversation again about this, and they want to leave the media, not just the media. In fact, the media is the medium of communication to the Ghanaian people. So essentially, Ghanaians are going to be left without any update or information on what the Electoral Commission is going to do next. But we are not in a banana republic. Section 43 of CI 127 stipulates exactly what has to be done. And that's what we're getting into right now.
Absolutely. And Alfred, you know, from all indications, the Electoral Commission has become reactionary instead of leading the conversations about the election. So it would have been thought that right from the onset, it is the EC that will take the initiative and get everybody to understand the processes. And if an issue comes up, they will step in and be actually first to address it before the parties even try to take sides. But it looks as though parties take sides, the issue becomes very hot and heated before the EC now comes to try and douse it. And so it has left a lot to be desired when it comes to the activities and the performance of the Electoral Commission in the just ended election. And a number of constituencies have come up for conversations time and again. And we're even trying to see if we can get even other candidates of some of these constituencies to also share what exactly happened on the ground. How come they do not have their pink sheets because they had agents there? And even if they do, some say they have it in soft copies. How come that an exercise that ended peacefully, we do not have similar numbers, or the numbers do not tally across the pink sheets of the contesting candidates? Very interesting conversation coming up, and it's good that you are staying with your election command center. What we also seek to do is to keep you, the viewer, a part of this national conversation. Very important, because we are building the democracy together, and it's high time that we all participate, and we are giving this platform. For many of you, we see your comments. We are happy that you are following and being a part of it, but we hope that the Electoral Commission will be a lot more active when it comes to some of these issues. The bone of contention, Alfred, has been what the dictates or the specific words of CI 127 say regarding collation or counting or declaration of results. And I'm going to take you through the exact text. It says, and it is headed, Declaration and Publication of Parliamentary Election Results.
This is Section 43.
Section 43.
Of CI 127.
And moments after this, we tried reaching Bossman Asari, that he even mentioned that the contention is in Regulation 43. So we'll come to 43, but let's start with 42, where it talks about declaration and publication. Simply put, the announcement and then the raising of hand of the winner when it comes to parliamentary elections. It says, subject to Regulation 42, immediately after the results of the poll for all the polling stations in the constituency of the returning officer have been given to the returning officer, the returning officer shall, in the presence of the candidates or the representatives of the candidates, or not more than 2 counting agents appointed by each candidate, A, assemble the results from the polling stations without recount, pay attention here, without recounting the ballots in the ballot boxes, except when there is a challenge by a candidate or a counting agent in respect of a specific ballot box. It goes on to say, 2, fill the parliamentary election results summary sheet as set out in Form 1D of the schedule. C, give public notice of the total number of votes cast for each candidate. And then D, publicly declare as elected in a parliamentary election the candidate who had the highest votes. So that's what 43 says in reference to 42. So we move on to E. It says that the returning officer shall request the candidates or the representatives or counting agents of the candidates to, together with the returning officer, sign the parliamentary election results collation form as set out in Form 1C of the schedule and the parliamentary election results summary sheet as set out in Form 1D of the schedule, and post a copy at the Constituency Collation Center. So it means that this is actually one issue we need to also follow up on. Following the kind of disturbance, have the results finally certified been posted at these constituencies for all to see? Anyway, we go on. It says that F, the returning officer must give each candidate or the representatives or counting agents of a candidate a completed and signed copy of the parliamentary election result collation form as set out in Form 1C of the schedule and the parliamentary election results summary sheet set out in Form 1D of the schedule. And then G, endorse on the writ specified in Form 1B of the schedule the name of the person elected and forward to the commission the endorsed writ and a note of the total number of votes cast for each candidate. So that just gives you an idea of what the processes are regarding when all the counting is done and it is brought to the collation center. These are the steps that the EC official must take the people through to ensure that everybody is aligned. And you know, of all that I have read in that particular CI 127 section 43, the word recollation has not been mentioned in it at all. The only collation is when all the polling station results are brought to a center, then the collation is done. When pink sheets of all the agents are tabulated, everybody's number put together, that is the collation. But the process of recollation is not mentioned in the CI. That is why, if you heard the two key gentlemen we've been speaking to have said that, yes, there is a concern about the recollation process, which is currently ongoing at the Tessano Police Training School. And it looks as though that process in itself may have some illegality, you know, hovering around it. But if all the parties are aligned, although it is not stated, there could be some allowance there. The EC says that that process, they actually called for the results to be transferred to Accra for recollation. We'll see how all of this pans out, because we have just brought you what the law says, and then to help you also put it in perspective to understand the conversations
so
on your
election. We're going to go for a quick break.
Center.
When we're back, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us.
I'm a Ghanaian, and I love the luxury accredited faith. And
It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace. It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace. It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace. It's another election, and as Ghanaians, we've been called upon again to go out in our numbers and vote. But there's one thing that stands out: peace being the only option. I am Mawena Igbeta. Let's choose peace.
We've waited 4 years for this, and now that time has come once again. 7 December 2024, another time to elect possibly a new government. Just go to the polling stations, vote, and then leave peacefully. What I would like to advise is no violence so that we maintain the peace here in Ghana and we have a peaceful and successful election.
This is a continuous coverage on your Election Command Center, Ghana Decides 2024. And this matter of recollation, as has been stated in there, it is illegal. It has no grounding or reference in the CI 127 governing our elections in this country. Then it stands to reason. The fundamental question is, on what basis has all the happenings at the Tessano Police Training School been going on? Because this electoral process is governed by law. Does that mean, essentially, everything that has happened there and all the declarations are illegal, null and void, and of no effect, essentially? Kemeni? So this is how things are playing out right now. And in fact, you had the Electoral Commission mention the Dom Kwabenya constituency, right, as one of 4 constituencies that they say they don't recognize the results that have been declared, and the person who was also declared as the winner of that particular election, right? But question is, the EC made that declaration. So then, what's the basis for that matter that Mr. Tete raised earlier today? But there's a conversation on that, is it not?
Let's take that question straight to the telephone lines. We're joined by Michael Quake Jr. He is a contestant, a candidate in that Dom Kwabenya race on the ticket of the NPP. Thank you so much for joining us here, Mike. But you have the question, but before you get to that question, my understanding is you have an intervention regarding the conversations that have preceded now.
Yes. Hello, Madam Kenny.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, good day. What is it you wanted to ask me, please?
Well, essentially, we want to look at your constituency and the fact that the Electoral Commission is saying that the results declared in that area are illegal. The question has been raised as to whether or not, once the EC official has declared the results, we can still go back and say that, you know, they didn't go through lay-down procedures, they are illegal, and we want to look at them again.
Well, thank you very much. I am very happy that you have resorted to looking at the law. Hello?
Hello, Mike, we can hear you.
Okay, because there seems to be a bit of a delay, sort of thing. So the issue is very simple, and I like the way that the previous 2 gentlemen took their time to read CI 12743. It says simply that, subject to Regulation 42, immediately after the results of the poll for all the polling stations in the constituency of the returning officer have been given to the returning officer, the returning officer shall, so that's the first word, in the presence of the candidate or the representatives of the candidate, or not more than 2 counting agents appointed by each candidate. Then it goes to list, assemble the results, fill the parliamentary form, give public notice, publicly declare, all the rest of these stages. And that is why I was very surprised. My brother, Senor, and my other brother, Kwame Gentua, were not focusing on this particular issue. The CI says that he must do this in the presence of the candidate or his representatives. And Dominic Wadenia is screaming that nobody called us to that center for reconvening to collate. We are not talking about recollation. Why is the focus on the word recollation? The focus should be on the word the rules were not adhered to. And Madam Kemi, what I want you to ask any decent Ghanaian is, would Ghanaians accept if NPP and EC go into a room, collate figures, and come and declare it, contrary to Section 43 of 127? I don't know why this is becoming a fight. All the EC is saying is that we told Mike Okwe and his team by the chairman through our legal representative, which is the district officer, that we were going to call them to come to the region tomorrow because the place was unsafe. Now, we are going to talk about that with the EC. But I am telling you on authority that the EC and even the police were afraid for their lives. They were threatened to continue in our absence. 2, we were not even given notice that the process had begun or continuing and to be part of it. So in the first place, the EC itself is reviewing the process and saying, because they were absent, let us redo it with them present. Where is the problem? So this is where we're looking at the fact that in Section 43, it says that this shall be done in the presence of the candidates and representatives of the candidate. And I'm telling them, me and my representatives were not there.
But
it's a simple issue.
But Mike, on the issue of absence does not stop the process. You know that.
No, you are not getting me. Absence does
try
not
again.
Stop the process. No, you are getting it wrong. It is non-attendance does not stop the process. So if you were to look at, for example, 48, right? And you want to look at 48.2, it says non-attendance.
Right.
Now, non-attendance means you have been given notice and you did not attend. So I hope you understand the difference.
That is the definition you are putting to it.
That's not the definition, madam. I'm telling you that they didn't say absent.
No, I'm only saying that because...
No, madam, you paraphrase. No,
I'm looking at 48 as well, Mike.
No. I want us to be clear. You use the word absent.
Yeah, because that's what 48 says. 48 says absence of candidate or agent. Then 48.2, which you just quoted, says the non-attendance of the candidate or the polling agent. But what I'm saying is that it doesn't define whether you were invited or you were not invited.
I want to make the point. The point is, you use the word absent. No, hold on. Let me make my point. You invited me. Let me make my point. I'm saying, madam, that you cannot use the word absence. The word is non-attendance. If you let me talk, maybe I should just stop because you want to hear yourself.
I am quiet, but it will seem you have the delayed feed.
No, let me talk. Kindly. I'm saying you use the word absence. And I just wanted to make the point. I'm not here to argue with you. I said that the law does not say absence. The law says non-attendance. Now, non-attendance, please, let me finish. Unless you want to do the whole show. Because you've been talking all day, let me make the point. Non-attendance means you were invited to attend and you refused to attend or you did not attend. We did not even have any notice of attendance. We had notice of the fact that we will be called to the region the next day. And lo and behold, we were called to be there at 8 a.m. to arrive for between 10 and 11. This is what I'm referring to.
Very well, Mike. Let's deal with the issue of the delay. It would seem you are listening to me on your device, maybe on a television set. Perhaps you should mute the TV set and then listen to me directly on the telephone so that we can deal with the issue of the delay. Because all the while you said I was interfering, I was very quiet here in the studio. It's funny, isn't it?
I was watching you on the TV.
Anyway, so I mean, let's stick with the subject of absence, right?
I think there's a bit of a delay.
Yes, so mute me on the TV and listen to me on the telephone.
I'm listening to you on the telephone now.
Very well. So your point is that because you were not invited to the exercise that declared Akorogo, Faustina Akorogo the winner of the race, it should be. It means that I didn't go through laid down procedures.
Most definitely, that's what I'm saying. And it's a very short issue. There's no argument because I'm sure even he, John Mahama himself, right? If his agent is told that due to the unsafe nature of the process, where all the people there were beaten up, everybody fled, the police fled, the EC director, call him today. He will tell you he fled for his life. He fled for his life. So if the EC officials are fleeing for their lives, and later on they are coerced to put together the figures in our absence, and we are giving no notice, has Section 43 been followed? No. That is our point. It's a very simple thing. We are just saying that the procedure should be followed. Both parties should be invited to sit with the EC and collate the results. I don't see how this is too much to ask for.
Very well. So what I was saying with the issue of the non-attendance, perhaps for the purpose of our viewers, let's go over it again. I was saying that the law does not define, the 48 that we have read, does not define whether or not you were invited to come. Because I don't even know who should give you an invitation.
Madam,
whether you were invited to come or you were, you should be there.
It's not about an invitation. You're not getting me right. I'm saying that the EC, they must, for example, give us notice where the collation center is, isn't it?
And you didn't have that.
Good. And after giving us notice, where the place was ransacked and everybody left, and we were told by the EC that because of the unsafe nature of the place, the procedure had been truncated. I am saying the EC and NDC alone cannot continue the process without informing us. That is what I'm saying. I hope you understand what is going on. We have been officially informed by the requisite EC officer, who is the director, that we are going to be called at the region because it's unsafe. Then all of a sudden, the EC officer goes to collate with NDC alone. It's not acceptable. That's all I'm saying.
Very well. Mike, hold the line for me. Let me bring the conversation now to the studio. I'll start with you, lawyer.
I'd like to ask Mike, at what point was he aware that this was going on? That they were collating without his knowledge. At what point?
At what point were you, did you become aware that this was going on, the collation was going on without you?
We were aware when they put it on the TV that they were about to do a declaration in Dominic Kwabena. And we're like, a declaration how? You know, so we were actually shocked. We didn't realize, nobody had informed us. And that is why my brothers, Jan Tua and Hosi, I want to address them on this matter that I've not heard them ask the question, why did the EC not inform us? Isn't that supposed to be fair and due process and natural justice? Why would the EC declare the results
without informing
you when we were not there to either verify or dispute the figures?
Has he asked the
this is just a simple issue. So all we are asking for
the question then is, have you put that question to the Electoral Commission to know why?
They are not getting me. we didn't even need to put it because the EC is seized with the matter. The next day, the EC invited us and explained to the NDC and ourselves that the collation had been, the declaration had been suspended because we were not there. They told them. They told the NDC, they told me, and the EC is seized with the matter.
Right. So Mike, if you are not happy, why are you not going to court? Because a declaration has been made.
Oh, no. No. You know, one thing about procedure, you exhaust the procedure and you go to court. In fact, as we sit here now, I've already drafted a petition to the EC. And that petition, in fact, we're going to go today, but for close of day, it is going Monday, 8 a.m. I have a draft here that I can show you.
I see. So Mike,
I'm coming. I am a man of procedure. Now, one of the things that have happened in courts, a lot of people have lost their cases because they did not exhaust the procedure. Mine is different from other ones where there was a problem with the figures or no. Mine is a question of we were not even there when the collation happened. So they need to put us both together for the collation to happen before the result can be declared. That is our issue. If that is not done by the EC, then the next stage is we'll proceed to court. And I'm sure a lawyer like Ravi Genswa or anyone would understand what we call procedural law.
But this petition you are sending to, hang on, Senor, I'll come to you. This petition you are sending to the Electoral Commission, which part of the procedure is it? No, essentially, I'm asking you which law backs that? That's when you agree with the declaration. You go to the Electoral Commission.
You see, remember, what we are doing is this. The EC is seized with the matter. And in our estimation, the EC is taking long. So what we are doing now is what lawyers call a demand. Do you understand? So we're sending a demand to demand that the EC should act with alacrity. If they don't act with alacrity, then we'll be forced to go to court for redress.
Very well.
That is the situation. Yes. Thank you.
Very well. I'll come back to you on a follow-up on that. Let me hear from Senor quickly.
One, I can feel Gabo's pain. Gabo's really worked hard. I'm sorry, Michael Kweji. He's worked hard. You know, I saw his hard work, so I can relate to that. It's not an easy thing, but it's difficult. But we have to call a spade a spade. I agree with him that for optimal processes, they should have been invited to be present. That is if they were not aware that they were supposed to be there. And that's where I also get confused. We all know the collation center. It's been declared. You are supposed to be there. What his argument is that there was chaos that caused him to abandon the site. At that one, he has to carry his cross. There's no way you should abandon that site in a certain form. Because that is where your the EC's pink sheets are. You have a responsibility to partake in that process. I still can't find the basis upon which there's a total abandonment by the MPP and Mike's reps. And I don't see who now has representation or responsibility to start looking for the other when you know you have to be around. Yeah, there's chaos. We've paused the situation. You saw Uncle Pete, Peter McMahon and co. with Frank Davis. They were quiet. They were sitting down there. They were not partaking in the chaos. All right? If there was time for them to go and collate, they will move. All his concerns, they are borderline issues, which can only be determined by a court, whether it merits, what do you call it, a recollation which is not provided for in the CI, or it merits a rerun. It does not lie in the hands of the EC to try and create a second layer process. The CI2 is very clear. Look at 43 and look at 44. You don't see a place where you must necessarily be there if you, for whatever reason, decide not to be there. What if you had a peculiar health challenge and you left at the time that collation was supposed to start, nothing invalidates what has happened over there. And if all of you will be kind to us, if you're all confident, and Mike, if you're really confident about this results, as in it favoring you, do us all a favor. Put up all your pink sheets. Put up all your pink sheets. And let everybody see it. Let the NDC also put it out publicly. But to keep going this way, and then the last time I heard from your team, and I stand to be corrected, that your pink sheets were lost. And you and I know it's not true. You can't talk about your pink sheets or access to a copy of it being lost. Your copies are there. Minimum, you have a copy in soft. So you know what? Do us all a favor. You believe you won. Put up your results. Put up your pink sheets to validate it. Collect it yourself and put it out there. And let's all see whether it will at least stand the test of time. We just need to move on. We can't continue this and keep creating new illegalities, create more chaos for our electoral processes.
Let's douse the fire a little bit. Dr. Tukuno has just sent me a message and he says, please ask Mike to go and ask Kapenyo Makin and Samyeuku why they got EC to collate and declare Akwetia at the police training school without the NDC. If indeed the point he is making is valid, the same law that allowed them to collate Akwetia is the same that allowed Dominic Kwabenya to be collated. Anyway, Mike, so many things, indeed, Mike, you have the last word on this conversation. Please go ahead. I
am a bit surprised at Senyor's explanation. Senor has left a key point in this, which is that the EC informed us that the place is not safe. And because the place is not safe, we will be alerted to meet at another venue. Senor, did you refer to this in your statement?
No, not at all. I'm not aware of that.
So why are you ignoring that part?
No. If that is
a different narration.
Mike.
No, I'm just saying that.
No, Mike is an important point.
No, let him finish, Senor.
No, Senor, hold on. You can't narrate what you did leading that. We are working with the EC to collate. The EC tells us officially, not any small boy, the director and the boss of even the man who pronounced, my brother, you understand? The boss of the man who he pronounced tells us that he has run for his life. In fact, he was not even there when the thing was being collated. Are you aware of that? So, Senor, I don't want any equation to what happened at Samit and what happened here.
I see.
Who told you that we didn't have anything sheets?
So, Mike.
So all your pink sheets are intact.
We had our pink, but Senor, you won't let me even go on the.
I was just responding to the issue you raised with me, and I agree with you.
No.
Maybe you should listen to the.
Mike, are you listening to us again on TV?
Listening to the TV again, I think.
Let me make it clear. I'm saying it was the EC who were rather also going to bring their pink sheets that got bent. Senor, are you aware that we had pink sheets there where thugs entered the premises of the collation center are not outside and came to snatch it, and the police had to chase them to go and bring it? So when you tell me that stop this, do that, we want to do the collation where there's a matter of the pink sheet, we'll resolve it.
Very well.
I hope you understand. Yes.
Mike, we'll end our conversation here. We are fast running out of time.
That's the issue.
Indeed. Thank you so much for talking to us on our election coverage. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely day.
You too. Mike Okoye Jr. is the NPP parliamentary candidate in the Dom Kwabenya constituency, and he's contesting the outcome of the race there. He says that laid-down procedures were not followed, just as the Electoral Commission had indicated earlier. He was unaware, he and his team were unaware of the new venue where the declaration was finally done. Senor, you wanted to say something quickly?
Yeah, I feel Mike's pain with the description he's submitted. They were asked to leave because they will announce a new venue. which in itself I don't find grounded in the CI to change the venue itself. I don't know where they were going to go, but it is right that they should have been informed. But it still can't vitiate the process. That's my problem. And all these things create grounds for him to legally question the outcome of the elections. It is because processes may be varied. That's why we've created options for redress. I can feel his pain, like I said. I mean, I believe that Mike would serve his dummy people well the day he really gets the opportunity to be there. I mean, I know his passion for the constituency. It's clear. But this process is defined. Declarations have been done. If you think you've been unfairly treated, there's one path: go to court. In this instance, he has some grounds that, look, he wasn't invited. He was asked to leave. Would that necessarily change the numbers of the EC? Not necessarily, unless, of course, somebody did some false summation. That's why I said, if Mike is confident about this entire process, he has his pink sheet. There's no pink sheet Mike hasn't got. He may have lost the hard copy because somebody may have come to snatch it. But every single soft copy of it is with every single party. Put it out there and let people see that you actually won. Because right now, we don't even know what we are fighting for. Are we fighting against the outcome of the election being Akrugu winning, or the margin by which she won? What exactly is the dispute?
The dispute is that he wasn't invited to it.
And the dispute too cannot be the fact that you were not invited there, because you have a pink sheet and can make your own summation. As a matter of fact, not every single contestant was represented in all the coalitions. I don't think that the smaller parties who contested the presidency were present. They were not there for all of them. All right? No, you don't have that. So just do us a favor. What are we contesting? Is it the victory or the quantum of the victory of Akrugu, or the fact that she didn't win at all? If she didn't win at all and you are the one who won, Mike, just put out the pink sheets that you have. Put it on Facebook. Send it to TV3. Let everybody see the summation of your own, pink sheets. Then we know what we are fighting for. If the fight is only that I didn't lose by 3,000, but I actually lost by 1,005, we don't create unnecessary mayhem. If the fight is that you actually won, put it out there. Let's all see it. If Akrugu sees it and she sees the pink sheets that are in dispute, all this matter would unravel. But when we create this and we say we are going to EC, we are creating an illegality regarding recollation. Outside of that, when they go and do their own summation and you have a different result, what else is going to happen? Another chaos from the NDC. We are not going to find an end in sight. I mean, it is because there has to be finality to disputes. That's why we created court processes, even when you don't approve or agree with the outcome of it.
Let me ask a question.
Right.
When the Electoral Commissioner told Mike that because of the hoo-ha going on, we're going to go to another place.
I mean, I'll be following the Electoral Commissioner.
Wait, you have interest in there. Did Mike ask, so where are we going? Where should we meet you? At what point and what location are you having this? And what answer was given to you? Because if no answer was given to you and you didn't ask, then it means you yourself, you're not interested. You should ask. Where is it going to be held? If we are moving it from this collation center, or wherever it is, to another place, tell us, so that if I won't even be there, my representatives will be there.
Did you even make sure that the ECB has your number?
Because 48.2, and this is what should be taken into consideration by any candidate. It says, the non-attendance of the candidate or the polling agent or counting agent of the candidate at the time and place shall not invalidate the act or thing done.
Yeah. But Mike's argument is that this is for when you know and you don't go.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. But you have the chance to ask.
It makes sense that you should be invited.
But you've got the chance to ask. I've told you, Kemini, we are going to have this program at another place. Okay, Mr. Jantua, won't you ask me, where is this other place? What time is it going to be held? So what time should I be there? You'd ask all these questions.
But there's also the issue of why didn't whoever from the Electoral Commission that told Mike that the venue will now change, why didn't he just give him the information?
Look, this is it. Mike knew this election was close. if you have your pink sheet, you should have a good idea where you are standing. There's no way you allow the EC to move freely. If the EC says
you tell them
it's not, we are not safe. I will go. We are all not safe together.
So we go together.
So we all go together till we find a common place for all of us to be safe. You know, the NDC made similar mistakes in 2020. They made similar mistakes, not really guarding their turf well, and they suffered for it. You know, they suffered for it, and I think that the MPP should have known better. So if you have this problem, there's no way, like Uncle Jantua said, I mean, you should ask. If they say, we will tell you, the person doesn't even got your number. Who is he going to call? What shows that EC didn't even call it, the number didn't go through? What do you do about that? You find the day that the person will show up. EC won't wait for you.
Because the EC has a responsibility to call.
Is supposed to have the same ink sheet. That's why I said, to put this matter properly to rest, Mike must come very clear and tell us what we are battling. His win or the margin of his loss. If it is his win, then he should put up his pink sheets and his own collation out there. Out there. Then we don't have any problem. There's no question here. Else, please, let's just go to court and let's get some peace within our system. What is really going on is embarrassing for all of us. It's embarrassing for all of us.
Very well. Senor Hosi, Kwame Jantua, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining our coverage. I'm going to have to hand over to the gentleman on the other side. But just a quick note, right? Quick note, because it would seem that when I talked about in Sawama Duejuri, some had, excuse me, I've got a terrible cold. Some had misconstrued that I meant that in Sawama Duejuri was declared earlier, and then it was now, there are now attempts to redeclare. No, that is not a reference to in Sawama Duejuri. In Sawama Duejuri, the situation was not, there was no declaration at all, and that is why it's one of the reasons it's back here in Accra for collation and possibly declaration. Alfred.
Well, so yeah, I think we've been consistent about that, and there's really no point of departure. But the most important takeaway for all of us here at this point is that, based on the Electoral Commission's own release, we do not know when the process will resume, and this vacuum that is created does not serve the Electoral Commission's own good. Neither is it any good for any of us as a people. Vacuum in a process and a moment like this creates fertile ground for all sorts of things to happen. I think that the earlier the Electoral Commission lets us know what the next step will be after suspending the entire process at the police depot, the better it will be for all of us. And that's one thing that we're going to keep tabs on here on your election command center. But we've been interacting with young people. Earlier, when I spoke to Musa Dankwa about the most important issues that influence voter decisions, you saw the economy was number one, jobs came in second, and obviously, if the economy is growing and doing well, you would expect that all things being equal, jobs will be created, and not the jobless growth that we experienced, previously. And my colleague Christian Yale has been interacting with some young people, both at the tertiary level and those who have just completed a tertiary education as well, and they have expectations and a message for the president-elect John Dramani Mahama. Christian, talk to us. What have they been telling you?
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So, John Dramani Mahama, Ghana's president-elect, is seeking to reset the country with the energy and drive of young people at the forefront. He is seeking to create millions of jobs to address the skyrocketing unemployment rate. Now, this is going to be done through policies such as the 24-hour economy, through the coding policy that is going to train over 1 million youth in coding. Mind you, John Dramani Mahama in the NDC manifesto is also targeting some 300,000 plus jobs in ICT. And we are asking really, what are the expectations of the youth in all of this? What are they expecting the president and the next NDC administration to do? And so we are here at the University of Ghana to engage some students and some youth. Some may have completed school already. Some are still in school and are in their final year and would very soon exit from this campus to get their own understanding and what they expect really of the next NDC administration. Guys, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Beautiful. I'm very happy to have all of you here to have this, all-important conversation. Let me start with you, really. What are your expectations of the next government?
All right, and thank you so very much for this opportunity. I think it's very worth noting that the people of Ghana have decisively given His Excellency John Dramani Mahama and the NDC government a win that we've never seen, unprecedented. That shows how the people of Ghana have trust in their policies, in their manifesto, and what have you. So, going forward, our expectations are just simple. I mean, these promises that have been made, especially targeted at the youth, and when you look at the 120, social contract that they've been brought out.
Yeah, the first 120 days social contract.
Exactly. You can see that most of the policies that they tend to roll out will not require much effort. So, we are looking at, the betting tax should go. We are looking at the e-levy going. We are looking at just these simple, policies rolling out of the free, tuition fee for the level 100s. Looking at, cutting down government expenditure, the 60 ministers. Looking at also starting investigation into, the previous government appointees who have squandered, public funds and what have you. Also looking at the economic 24-hour economic policy, rolling out the framework and what have you. So these are things that we expect that once His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is sworn in on the 7th of January, should kickstart fast. These ones we don't require what do you call it, much effort in terms of maybe saying revenue and what have you.
But you'd reckon that these things are not easily going to be done. We have a country that has, high debt levels as of now. And when earlier we spoke to the former finance minister, Seth Tekpe, for instance, who acknowledges the fact that these are real challenges that must be tackled and are not going to be easy. So on what basis do you feel like these are some easy things that could be done on a rosy platter?
Right. So, these policies and manifestos were not just, magically written or what have you. These are thoughts, brain people who have sat down, taking, even cognizance of the fact that the economy has been, messed up. We are in an IMF economy. We have in doing debt restructuring program and what have you. These NDC, framers of these manifesto have taken cognizance of those things, yet have seen that we can still implement some of these.
So in all of these, my question to you then would be that how do all of these things that you talk about reflect in your own life? How do you expect them to translate into improving your own life?
Right. As a university student, I have so many basic things I can talk about. My accommodation issue. Looking at going to partner with universities to be able to build hostels around. Looking at the free, tuition fee for the level 100s coming in. Perhaps I may not benefit because maybe I'm just in my level final year, but maybe our brothers that are coming, our juniors will benefit. And when they benefit, it also helps all of us, as a nation and what have you. So I don't know, these policies directly will affect us in one way or the other. If e-levy is removed as a university student, I can feel free to send 100 cedis to a friend who is in need without being told that sending 100 cedis means I am rich and what have you.
I'll come back to you, but let me quickly go to get the thought of your colleagues as well. You've heard your colleague mention some of the things that he's looking forward to. What are your own expectations?
Well, I could say to whom much is given, much is expected. And we've seen this before. This is not first time seeing President Mahama come into power. And actually in 2012, in his manifesto, out of 280 promises he made, he fulfilled just 77 out of them. So that's...
How did you rate that? How were you able to come by that?
So it's a 28% commitment that he can fulfill or work according to what he has said. So we are just around watching and expecting much from him, because I'm a final year student and I'm expecting much right after I hear my national surveys and the work out there and all that. So as a president, we expect much from you. And the whole thing is that from pre-pandemic era, the growth of this Ghanaian economy, as at now, it has been very booming. So as a president or quote unquote as an experienced driver, you are having that platform, that smooth platform that you can work and work well for the benefit of.
You say the economy is booming?
Oh yes, there are indicators out there in terms of agriculture, industrialization. I mean, all the sectors of the economy, they are booming. So from
would you say we are out of the woods?
Oh no, because see, in 2019, Ghana was the fastest growing economy until the COVID-19 struck us and all that. So from now, the economy, as said by President Akufo-Addo, that they cannot bring dead people, but when economy is dead, or they can only survive or bring back an economy. So that is it. So we are just expecting much from him. And on a more serious note too, as an experienced driver, we need no excuses, we need no complaints and all that, because we believe, Ghanaians believed in you. That's why they gave you the nod to come and lead us. So right now, all sectors are smooth and all that. So it's incumbent on him to level on that and ensure that we get to where Ghana wants to be. So that is it.
That is it. I'll come back to you. Interesting thought. But let me engage your colleague here. And I saw him, looking at you intermittently when you were making those submissions. I don't know if he agrees with you on those same parts or has, dissenting views. But what do you have to say? John Dramani Mahama is elected on January 7th. He is sworn in. He takes over the reins of the country. What are your expectations?
Thank you very much for the opportunity and a very good evening to our viewers. I am expecting, just like my brother said, to whom much is given, much is expected. And he has made a promise to Ghanaians and even the youth. For the very first time, I think the first political party who has come out with a youth manifesto, aside its main manifesto, and it's named it the Pledge. So it means it's making a pledge to the youth of Ghana. And also, this makes me believe in the saying that for any nation to build and to become a great nation, they need the energy of the youth and the wisdom of the elderly. And this is what John Dramani Mahama has promised the youth, and in his manifesto, saying that he's going to make the youth the energy, the driving force of our economy and the development of the nation. So I am expecting much, and the promises that he has made. One thing that I'm looking out for is the scrapping of some taxes on some goods. For instance, the sanitary parts. Our dear sisters out there who did not ask God that they want to have their period or menstrual cycle are now paying luxurious taxes for the purchase of sanitary pads, which we all know luxury is for rich people. How is sanitary pad a luxury? And if John Dramani Mahama has promised to take that off, I am very happy, and also to bring back that free sanitary pad for secondary school ladies or female students. It is a very, very commendable thing. And one thing that I'm also looking out for is the restructuring of the free SHS policy, which we really need to restructure it and make it better for us. And he has also promised the TVET and the National Artisan or Apprenticeship Program. You see, everybody needs to get education. Everybody needs to get educated. Yes, that is very, very acceptable. And looking at our basic education student, the JHS student, most of them who are transitioning to SHS, their results are not encouraging. That does not mean that the person's result is not encouraging, so the person is not intelligent. Intelligence comes in different forms and different ways. There are people who are book smart. There are people who are talented, and these talents, like footballers and players, for instance, their IQ in football and the sports that they are doing is very, very high. And instead of government spending money on them in education, why don't we spend money on them in training and developing their skills? Okay. And John Dramani Mahama and the NDC have promised this, and I believe it is going to work, and it's going to benefit all of us as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts as well. And I was told, get your initial reactions to my question. And then after that, I will throw a general question to all of you. Whoever wants to take the first bite, then you do. The same question to you. What are you looking forward to in the next government? Because it looks like people have high hopes of the next NDC administration. Do you have same?
Yes, I believe strongly that the government of the day, being elected a new government and will come into force come 7th January, has promised Ghanaians the 24-hour economy. For us, I am in level 4 and we're looking for that after school and after national service, I get employed to a job or I get into the field of entrepreneurship. But first and foremost, with the job aspect, I expect that since the 24-hour economy is going to be introduced by government, it means a job that takes just one person now takes 2 additional persons, because they are now going to run 3 shifts. So 2 additional people come onto the job scene. So it gives us the youth the opportunity to come onto these fields and learn from experienced people, so that in future, when their tenure gets expired, as they go into retirement and other things, we are now the new owners, or we are now managing those job sectors. So it's a great policy, and that's my favorite part of it all. And other policies such as which will help our parents and our brothers and sisters who are into the importation businesses. They don't work under the government. That's importing of salvage vehicles and other products. I know the current administration has slapped enormous taxes onto the importation of salvage vehicles, and which the NDC has promised that they are going to scrap those taxes. So I'm looking forward for government to amend those laws, importation laws, and then to deal with that perfectly.
Great stuff. How about you?
Generally, I believe that John Dramani Mahama himself would clearly understand that Ghanaians are actually expecting a lot from him. Personally, I've always believed that this government, or the government of the day, have made significant strides in whichever sector of this country, being it education, industrialization, and everything. So I've always said that the only reasonable conclusion for our country now should not necessarily be that we are resetting, but actually we should improve of the things that have been done. Because when you go to social media now, when you go to, X, when you go to Instagram and everything, people are asking, what is the future of STEM? What is the future of our health sector, where now every district has or is going to have a hospital? Ghanaians are asking the future of all these things, because that's what I've said. The reasonable conclusion for our country now is for us to be able to upgrade on these things. Because if you have a country where now every district is having an industry and a hospital, you cannot reset all these things down to upgrade on them. We are now preaching industrialization, but still we are still an import-driven economy. So obviously people are expecting the government of the day, or the government that is coming, to be able to improve and build more factories. People are expecting a lot of jobs. The government of the day has said that they've created over 2 million jobs, but still people are unemployed. So it gets to tell you that people are still looking out for jobs. People are still expecting, much from this government. So I believe that they should be able to improve on the things that have been done so far, so that we wouldn't retrogress. Because when you go around campus and everything, the reason why people, or the reason there is apathy among people, is that they believe that when we progress for a little as a country, they will progress in no time. So I believe that as at now, we should be able to improve on the things that have been done, in addition to the things that we want to bring on board. Yeah.
Maybe my very quick question to all of you, and then you have like just 30 seconds bite on it, would be
Well, that's Christian Yale there, and look, he's still there with the people, talking to them, the young people, expectations of President-elect John Dramani Mahama. And these are sentiments we're going to be gauging in the next 2-3 weeks ahead of us here on your Election Command Center. This is Ghana Decides. Now, let's do a quick recall of that press conference by the Electoral Commission just it's about 2 hours ago, giving details of what the Commission's verdict is on certain constituencies that declarations have been made, and those that the results are still pending. Take a look.
The purpose of this press conference is to provide an update to citizens about the collation of results in a number of outstanding constituencies. As you may be aware, at the time of the declaration of the presidential results by the chairperson of the Electoral Commission, the presidential results from 9 constituencies had not been received. In addition to that, parliamentary results from 12 constituencies had also not been received. The facts are as follows. After close of polls on Saturday, the 7th of December, the collation at constituency collation centers began in all 40,648 collation centers, as expected. The Commission had put in place a robust mechanism enshrined in CI 127 to ensure the accurate but timely collation of results. Our well-trained staff were proceeding along the procedures enshrined in CI 127. Halfway through the collation, supporters of some political parties entered into the collation centers and disrupted and impeded the ongoing collation process. These supporters destroyed and tore the pink sheets being used for the collation, as well as ballot papers which could be relied upon in case of a dispute. In some cases, constituency resource collation forms which were being collated were destroyed. Additionally, computers being used for the electronic collation of results were also vandalized. This brought collation in those constituencies to a standstill. It is important to note that in most of the collation centers, it is important to note that in most of the collation centers, our staff were issued with death threats and beaten up. This is the reason why collation for the outstanding constituencies could not proceed as envisaged. We wish to place on record that the delay in collation of results in those outstanding constituencies was in no way the fault of the Commission. It was simply because supporters of political parties besieged our collation centers and disrupted proceedings, bringing collation to a standstill. They also destroyed the constituency resource collation forms and pink sheets required for collation and ballot papers which could be relied upon in case of a dispute. In our bid to ensure the prompt collation of results in these centers, the Commission took immediate steps to liaise with the IGP to provide adequate security to enable our staff collate the results. To date, out of the 12 constituencies requiring recollation of parliamentary results, 3 have been completed. The 3 constituencies where collation has been successful are Suhum, Akwatia, and Fantiapa North. Recollation is yet to take place in the following constituencies, namely Ahafo Ano Southwest, Ahafo Ano North, Obuasi East, and Techiman South. It is imperative to note that the recollation in the following constituencies, namely Domi Kwabenya, Okakwe Central, Ablikuma North, and Tema Central constituencies did not follow laid-down processes as enshrined in CI 127. Despite police presence at the collation centers to enable the Commission staff undertake the recollation, the centers were again besieged by party supporters who took over the process and forced our staff to declare results of their preferred candidate.
Well, so that's Samuel Tete earlier, just about 2 hours ago, addressing the press on these matters of the specific constituencies that he mentions. Now, this is a conversation that, look, it's not ending today. We're going to continue tomorrow at 7 a.m. on Key Point on TV3. It's also live on 3FM 92.7. So stay with us. But this coverage, this extensive coverage of election 2024 here on your Election Command Center, Ghana Decides, has been one that a number of you, in fact, are commending and still commending and asking us to extend it a bit more and asking for more. We know this and we acknowledge all the feedback. we want to tell you that all the correspondents across the country who did this with us are as pleased and excited as you are, our viewers. And at this moment, as we round up the last lap of this extensive coverage, I want to bring them all in. Our correspondents who manned our satellite studios across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, guys. Thank you so much for staying up to connect with us.
Alfred, good evening.
Irama,
Good evening, Alfred.
Fantastic. I'll start off with you. Western region. Western region gave us one of the shockers of these elections with the number of seats we saw the NDC sweep from the 15 out of 17 constituencies the NDC won. Tell me about how the experience of the coverage was for you and the team across the Western North, and also parts of the Bono and Ahafo regions.
Right, Alfred. You know, Western North is a traditionally NDC seat, so it was basically without much incidents. But it was in the Western region, though it was generally peaceful. When the tsunami started, it sort of upset everything. You know, the night before, you know, we had our satellite studio at Second D. So
right.
We were based at the Second D Youth Center, and we had interacted with some of the youth there. We were talking about changing, because since 1996, Second D has been an NPP stronghold, and they were not seeing much. So they intended to change. But this was being said basically by the youth. And personally, I thought that, maybe there will be a decrease in the margins, because, I mean, NDC winning Second D, it was something that I couldn't wrap my mind around. And the next day, after the voting and everything, I even hosted the incumbent MP, Andre Japamesa, at a satellite studio, and he was very confident that he was going to win. And that's all the things that the youth were saying. They were just making noise and all that. And then they started collating the results. And, you know, you spontaneously, when one police station after the other, immediately the results are declared, you hear people jubilating, and Japamesa has lost, Japamesa has lost. And it was like a shocker. And all around, we're hearing, it's right. It was all around. They were just losing, and, you know, then we became numbed to it. So when you hear that a traditionally NPP stronghold has been lost to an NDC person, it becomes like a norm kind of thing. But generally in the Western region, for now, it's become, you know, because no matter what, it's still a traditionally NPP area. They were more interested in the MPs than the presidential, because when the president, when JDM won, there wasn't much jubilation. You know, you talk to people and they're like, it is what it is. They just want to see a change in whatever is going on. Everybody was going about their normal duties and everything. But it was the MPs that provoked those jubilations.
We're going to drill down a lot in what happened in the Western. Let's go to the Eastern region. Yvonne Nikwe, there are a number of outstanding results. They're contested ones as well. Tell us in a minute about how the whole experience for you was in the Eastern region.
Well, Alfred, it's been an interesting election to cover. For me, this is probably the third election. And the result that came out, really, some of the outcomes did not follow probably what some people will call the political books or research. Example is the seats that the MPP lost in the Kwapem South area. In as much as the MPP had internal issues after their primaries, they didn't see that coming. Again, Lower West Achim, they didn't see that coming. The NDC also lost its seats from the Assam Plains North constituency. They didn't see that coming. Largely on a whole, it was a very peaceful exercise. But for the violence we've seen in Nsawam, Suhum, Pantiakwa North, and the burning of the EC's office in the Ayenswa North constituency, we're hoping that the Nsawam Madraji's issue is being would be done with the help of the courts, the EC, and everybody, so that the Eastern region will be peaceful. As I speak, if we talk about 32 seats currently, the NDC still has 8, 1 independent, and the rest belonging to the New Patriotic Party. Largely, you will say that the NDC appreciated in votes from 38 in 2020 to now about 42, and the NPP reducing from 60 to 57 thereabouts.
Right.
The NDC did some, and the Eastern region.
Great stuff there. And let's go to Ibrahim Wangara. Wangara, thank you so much for all you did over the period. If you can hear me now, tell us in a minute how the entire experience was for you covering this election, Ibrahim.
Yes, the election generally in the Upper West region was peaceful, and at least as a journalist and then someone who was manning affairs in the region, I have the coverage done smoothly without much of issues. The only thing I observed here has to do with some few transport or drivers who were nearly disenfranchised, because most of these drivers were supposed to cast their ballot at their various polling stations, but due to one or two reasons, were made to transport voters to other parts of the region to cast their ballot. When that happened, priority was given to the voters whom they transported to the various places to that of the drivers. So in the Upper West region here, that was one of the major things that we noticed, and then we amplified for duty bearers to at least take an action in subsequent elections that we are yet to witness. Either than that, over 122,000 polling stations in the region all recorded peaceful elections process, with the NDC topping, because the NDC has been able to sweep all the 11 seats we have in the Upper West region. And Upper West region since 1992 has been dominated by the National Democratic Congress, except in 2020, where the NPP managed to get 3 seats out of the 11. But recently, those 3 seats too has also been taken away from them.
Good stuff there. Thank you very much. Now, let's go to the voter region. Faisal Idris is there for us. Faisal, now, the NDC won all seats in the voter. They got back Hohoi. Tell us the experience in a minute.
Alfred, Faisal, not Faisal.
Yeah. Thank you, my brother.
Alfred, I've not had any intense election coverage that I've had this year. Though it was such a peaceful election across the region, the fact that you want to get every bit.
No, unfortunately, we lost him there. We're going to go back to Faisal Idris in the voter region. But let's go to Akwesiado. Akwesiado is connected with us from the central region. Akwesi?
Alfred.
It's good to have you join us finally, at least for the last time for this coverage. But Efutu, there are still outstanding issues there. Tell us how the experience was for you, crisscrossing Efutu and Owutu Sanya, East and West, and all those places.
Okay, so at Media General, this is what we do with flair, and so it wasn't quite challenging because I foresaw most of the things that turned out of the elections happening, and so I did brace myself ahead of that, because remember, in 2020, just like we had some shooting incidents here in the Owutu Sanya East, it did occur in 2020. And so ahead of this election, I envisaged that something of that sort would happen. And actually, it did happen, except to say that it got a bit scarier, caught between some two parties firing across each other. And so it was quite tense. And then let me mention also that the Efutu matter is still outstanding, because according to the NDC, they haven't been able to establish contact with their vice chairman, Mr. Abraham Atuadu, and so they are urging the police to ensure that they investigate the matter and then get the vice chairman reconnected to them. One of the upsets that occurred in the central region is the fact that the Honorable Mavis Hawakumsin lost the constituency after 12 good years. This is something nobody saw it coming. Even though people protested, the NDC had little hope that they were going to, flip that seat to their side. And then we also had the LC West seat, for one, being won by an incumbent MP for the second time. They've always done one-term MP, and so this is the first time someone is winning the state for 2 consecutive terms. That is Madame Gisela Tete. And then similar occurrence also happens within the Gomwa East constituency, because they have also been doing one term. And this time around, Desmond is afraid to manage to win the state for the NDC once again.
Good stuff. Akwesiado, thank you very much. But I know this is not the end of it for you, because you still have the Futu happenings there on the radar we're looking at quite closely. But to the Bono East region, Belinda is there for us. Belinda manned our satellite studio in that particular region, the Bono East region. Techiman South constituency results are still outstanding. Belinda Tete, it's good to have you join us. I recall that you had to take refuge in the washroom, right, with the incumbent MP in Techiman South. Tell us about the entire experience.
Right. So maybe this being my very first election coverage, it was quite interesting, and I was scared from the start. But as the elections got along, I had to fix myself in there. And especially with the Techiman South constituency, everything was going smoothly until the collation at the Techiman South constituency. During the collation, everything started smoothly until at a point, some party supporters said the EC was delaying at the pronouncement of the parliamentary candidate. And so they barged into the strong room where the EC was collating, and they took the pink sheets, they bent some of the pink sheets, they bent ballot papers, and journalists as well as the incumbent MP was attacked. So we had to seek refuge in the washroom. We had to lock ourselves with police guarding us and everything. At a point, even the incumbent MP, had to take shelter in the roof, so there was a space in the roof. He had to try to get out through that roof. So it was quite a worrying experience, but all safe.
Yeah.
All safe, we are safe.
Good stuff. Indeed.
And as it stands now, just as of yesterday, the EC met with the two parties to decide whether the recollation was going to take place in the Bono East region or in the Techiman enclave, or whether it was going to be taken in Accra. So just this evening that the EC came out with the media address, hopefully by tomorrow, we will see that hopefully the EC is going to take it up in Accra. So who will emerge the winner for the constituency?
Good stuff. Belinda Tete, thank you very much. Guys, I wanted to put your microphones, all of you, please put your microphones on, put it on, because we want to say thank you very much for and on behalf of the Group CEO management, the GM News, everybody who led this entire production, and then also all the backroom staff, people you're not seeing. You guys made the difference for us, and we do really appreciate everything that you did over the period. Please stay with us. Don't go as yet. Kemini, what's happening where you are?
All right, Alfred, I want to show you my new environment. Look where I am.
I can see that.
See that? You want to be here with me? You're welcome. Does it tell you what's to come here on TV3? I hope it does, because there's much more to come your way. And Alfred has been saying thank yous. I want to say a special thank you to all our guests who've passed through the studio, who've joined us on Zoom or over the telephone, and then also to you, our audience, who've stuck with us throughout the entire week since we've been bringing you the election coverage. Listen, I wish that we could go on and on. It's been mentally grueling, physically tiring, but I'm going to miss this, won't you guys?
Most definitely, Kevin will be missing this. And, you know, at the point, You actually wish that elections was held every year, so you get to have this kind of experience. But it's good that the Constitution leaves it for every 4 years. But yeah, Kamini, your new environment looks smashing.
Yes.
Just like the other political party was smashed out of the current elections. Well, just before we go, I mean, like Alfred and Kamini indicated, you, the viewer, continue to make us #1. And some polls were thrown out by, you know, very influential social media activists about how they thought the media in Ghana covered the elections. And on your screen shortly, you see one of the polls that someone like Kali J put out. He asked, which media house covered the elections so well? Vote and retweet. And clearly, your election command center, TV3, and all our affiliate stations, look at the gap. If it were elections, we would have been in the Flagstaff House by now.
77%.
77% of over 25,000 people who voted said that TV3 was in a very commanding lead, followed by the TV3 lead and the rest. So we want to say a big thank you to all of you. So some comments also came through. Ikia Dodria says, ain't no channel like TV3. Y'all do good every time. But the last 24 hours, you've proven to be the best in the game. Back to back, was so surprised to see Cookie T in Tamale, Anita and Ajua Nuela in the other places. And that man that stood from morning till these new sets of people came to our screens. Kudos. Thank you very much, Ikia Dodu, for that comment. A lot more comments coming in. The Shizzler, well done, Team No Sleep. Yes, that's those that were on the 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. belt. Kote Gabriel says, the best to ever do it. TV3, thank you very much. Amaya Yura 19 says, the best. The broadcasters, the panel, the data and analysis, everything on point, no dull moment. And kudos to Helen. She surprised me. I didn't know this aspect of her. Yeah, most people were surprised by some of our very talented presenters. Theo Savi says, at a point, it felt like I was watching the coverage on an international network. Charlie, you guys truly outdone yourself, setting an unmatched standard that left others far behind. You've raised the bar high. Thank you very much for those comments, and we are happy that you stayed with us. Many more comments coming in, and all is simply just to say, you know, you guys have been the wind in our sail, helping us navigate this very necessary national process, which is the elections. I want to say a big thank you to you, the viewer, you watching us right now, and all those who watched over the period. A big thank you to you. And that's one more comment on the screen. Solid coverage. Once again, nobody has covered the election with style, class, and finesse like TV3. Thank you all for your very kind words.
Some people say we've started a 24-hour economy. This really. Anyway, but yeah, well, guys, thank you.
Well, we're supposed to hold hands. It's been a great job. It's been good doing this with you. Yeah, wonderful.
You guys, you do all correspondence.
So the correspondence.
And to the other teams, you know, we haven't talked about the other teams.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
To the other teams, you've also done a great job.
In fact, that's Johnny Hughes, Helena Piampofo, everyone.
Everybody.
Bella Mundi.
You should have told me to stay in the studio where I was making the two.
Pakwesi, Judith,
Safwa discovery of the election.
Anita and all those.
Yes.
And
Cookie.
Yes, Godwin Asedeba, and then all our guys who went out
on the ground, yes.
Somewhere right in the line of fire, but managed to keep
Godwin Number.
Godwin Number, yes.
Yeah, good stuff there. And,
from Ablekuma North, right?
So maybe all the correspondents, you can shout, Election Command Center.
Can we hear you?
3, 2, 1, let's hear you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Is waving us. Anyway, so yeah,
it's been
thank you so much to the producers, really,
yes.
the directors, and the people you don't see on the screen, the cameramen and women.
Massive battalion behind us.
Thank you very much.
Let's go. I'll show you around the new studio.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
Thank you
all right,
so
thank
much.
you all. Have a good one. I'm tempted to do soon.
This program is rated PG. It contains scenes of brief nudity, mild violence, and strong language. Parental guidance is advised.